Ah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this stream. Not this one though. We're done with this. Welcome. I'm exhausted, guys. Oh God, I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday I had a stream with my. You'll see the pieces of the body behind me, here and there. I was fucking dying, man. It was bad, actually. It was after the stream, I drank like 4 glasses of water and whatnot. But for people who missed it, I went to Anime Impulse yesterday, which is a very small anime convention in the OC, about an hour, 30 minutes away from where I live, give or take. And I have been planning on wearing. I got a suit. And I told them specifically, I don't want a furry suit. So I had my manager, Angela, look around for a place that sells mascot suits. Mascot suits are suits that are used in like baseball games, sports games. I was very emphasized, not a furry suit, okay? And I think they did a fantastic job. I got it a couple days ago, and I had to make the decision whether to go to Oklahoma or stay in state. And thank God I decided to stay in state because I need to make some adjustments before I travel with this thing. This thing is fucking enormous and crazy. Best way to lose water weight, it was nuts. Like, okay, for example, if I'm wearing the full suit, and the suit is like this, it's huge, okay? Enormous, okay? I have to put on t-shirt, okay? Cooling vest on top of the t-shirt. Then I put this thing on, okay? It frames out the costume. And then I put this thing on. And it is an experience. Yeah, literally shaped like a hand grenade. But I was sweating a little bit the whole day. As in, I went to dinner afterwards. My entire shirt is drenched. I go there, the people there literally think that I've been working out all day, or I just came from the desert. And the worst part is, the waiter is a fan. He's like, "Oh, do I know you? Scarra? Oh, I've watched you before. Yeah, I'm a fan." I'm like, fuck. And so I'm there, and he gives me some water. He leaves real quick. He turns around, grabs the menu, stuff like that. My water's gone. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, no problem." He sort of refills it. Comes back. I drink it. As he leaves, I drink it immediately. And he comes back again in like 2 minutes. He keeps having to serve me water. And I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. He had to give me the premium water service. Yeah, a literal magic trick. Don't worry, I tipped him well. I was like, "I'm sorry you had to service me like this. This is really fucking weird." But it was really, had a pretty good day, you know? I was really happy with all the people I met. I was happy getting, like, I did some really funny stuff with the dance circle with Justin Bieber stuff. That was fucking hilarious. I'm just happy I ended up going. I am currently planning a couple IRL streams for the rest of the year. The next one should be pretty soon, and one that I've talked about before. But I'm just trying to break a little bit out of my bubble because I kind of want to do fun stuff. I think the thing has always been I like to do things that are fun. So, yeah, that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Did anyone recognize you in costume? Yeah, some of them did, actually. But it was actually crazy. The event, I didn't realize anime events are entirely 1/3 VTuber, 1/3 Genshin, and 1/3 Honkai. And the thirds it might actually be less Honkai and more VTuber. But every booth I go up to, I'm like, "Oh, I wonder what art you have." And I see the entire Niji cast. I look around the cosplays, it's all Niji members. And I'm like, oh my, Niji or Genshin. I'm like, oh my God. Oh. Why Bob? Welcome back for 31 months. September is live from now until October 1st. All new subs get 25% discount. Returning subs get up to 30% off for extending their subscription. Upgrading your sub from tier 2, 3 to tier 3 also gives you 2 to 3 also gives you a discount. Your way to save money and support the stream. Well, thank you, Why Bob. And true. Yeah, there's a lot of gotcha cosplayers. It's actually kind of wild. Anyways, today we're gonna play some League. For people to know, I also drafted an all-star roster. Let me show you guys my roster, okay? Hayazaki 42069 went back for 7 months. I drafted an all-star roster. Okay, you guys can't see this. Hold up a sec. An all-star roster for Toast has a tournament, and this is the roster I'm going to be competing with to own people. Yeah, I got the Jake Puchero. I got the Shifter, the Danny. I got Revenge, who, if you don't know, he's jacked. Like, literally, look at his picture. I don't know why they made him bigger than other people, but he's like, 4 arms are bigger than some of my players. Oh, yeah, Breezy, who I hear is the Viber, the Brendan. The light in my picture, yeah, it's like shining like I'm in heaven, man. You watch a live piece, one action live piece. One Piece live action. I did. The One Piece live action is... Hold on, let me ask. Hold on. Real quick. Let me see if... Okay. I want to say it's one of the better live actions I've ever seen. As someone who's seen Dragon Ball, as someone who's seen Death Note, as someone who's seen the Avatar, The Last Airbender, my standards are not very high when it comes to live action. I would actually argue that it is pretty low. Like, there's no way you could actually be worse than what I've seen. But you say that's a low bar, but the truth of the matter is that those are the most recent Western live actions. I heard the Bleach one was good, but I don't know if it ever got released to the West. I've heard that was the only good one, actually. But I personally didn't like how they ended up. I don't like how they changed a lot of the motivations for people in the One Piece live action. A good example of this is this is like not really spoilers, okay? Like, you don't understand why Zoro is in the yard tied up in the show. The person Morgan is just like, yo, what are you gonna choose? And then Zoro's like, I choose the yard. But it's like, was that even a choice? Like, how did he even get to that? Like, what is that, a punishment? Like, what the fuck is that? And you have no idea what it means, like, at all. And in the manga, how it goes is Zoro kills Morgan's son's dog for harassing the populace nonstop. And Morgan gives him an offer. Or Morgan's son, I don't remember his name. It starts with an H. Halepimo. Impeccably casted, by the way. The best casting in the show. Says, if you could survive 30 days without food or water, we'll let you go. And he took that deal. But then he starts bragging that, like, the deal was fake, man. And that's when Luffy gets pissed and saves Zoro. And that the motivations make a lot more sense, I think, in that regard. But on the show, a lot of times they're just doing stuff, and I'm just like Sean is watching with us. He's never read One Piece. He's never seen One Piece. And he's like, what is that? He literally asked a question, what's the Grand Line? what are Marines? And I'm just like, oh, how do I just keep watching? Like, don't worry about it, you know? He says, "Strung up in the yard." It's very familiar punishment, kind of a southern thing. I mean, I know what that is, but like, how was that even an option? Like, it's like, I don't that you could say what you want. That is just my opinion on they changed stuff that, in my opinion, makes the show not make a little bit of sense, but it's okay because it plays off. Like, it's not super important, I guess. Yeah, obviously they had to make concessions. So like, even when it comes to Luffy, right? Where like one of the big things was that like he wanted to grow up to be a pirate. So one of the things that pirates do is be able to swim, right? And they don't really even like. And part of the reason why he was so sad once he ate the gum gum fruit was that he found out he couldn't do that anymore. But like the way the show phrased it was like he got cursed by the sea, and like it was like it impacted the immediate scene because he started getting drowned in water. But it like the motivations were different. I just whatever, man. I think that there's a parts of the show which just didn't like force it in, you know? And sure, they chose to focus on it, whatever. Even like the way my problem was when Roger talked about like at the very beginning and was like, okay, go find, like I left all my treasure, you know, out there. I feel like the emphasis on his words wasn't good. Like the words that he chose to enunciate weren't like the ones that are like, go find it there. You know, that's kind of what I would prefer. But that's like a really small thing. And honestly, like I think the overall, I really like the casting though. I really like Nami. I really like Luffy grew on me. I didn't like Luffy at the very beginning, but he grew on me. Buggy is amazing. Halepimo, best casted person in the show. Sean made this comment about Morgan. He said that Morgan would look better if he actually didn't like broke his jaw and had to get a replacement like metal jaw, which I agreed with, but I'm pretty sure they could not do that. So, but he wasn't big enough. Like when you look at Morgan, you like. Okay, I'm not like a jack dude, and like I feel weird asking of this, but like I thought Morgan was a little bit bigger, you know, like a little bit more jacked. Like in the manga, isn't he like kind of big? Hassan size, yeah, like actually, like I feel like his build is like he's kind of intimidating, you know. Oh, I even passed. No one can play Luffy, dude. Even how they did the Zoro scene where they introduced Zoro, and you don't know, you don't really know Zoro. You don't even know that he uses three swords the way he does, and the way that I thought that the iconic like shot or the scene in early like Romance Dawn type era is when he saves Zoro at the yard and he like puts his arms out, takes all the bullets, and then like throws them back. And then Zoro blocks like 8 people's swords with his stuff and he flings them back. And then that Zoro's like, I'm in. We're pirates for life. You know? I was waiting for that moment. I was like, hell yeah, dude, that's gonna be it. But I didn't get those moments. It's like, let me go see if I can find it. Like, yeah, I feel like the stuff that I remember from the early parts, like, I didn't really get. And I feel like if you're kind of a really hardcore reader or watcher, you're expecting those moments, right? The point is to be able to really make people who are fans of the series happy, as well as make people who are new people happy. I feel like they hit the new people pretty well. Most of the people who have never seen it and watched it are like, oh, that was kind of sick. But like a lot of the I felt like me, Peter did not necessarily like it. I also felt like Zoro was a little bit aloof. Like I feel like Zoro he's supposed to be badass. Like he's like one of those like, shit, this guy's gonna fuck you up. But it feels like he was more like, I don't know, like an asshole? They made it for new fans. I mean, that's fair. But this is just my critique as someone who's read the series. If that makes sense. Yo.
Hey, Scarra.
Yo.
Sorry, I was just ranting about One Piece. Well, I'm here.
Wait, Scarra, you streaming?
Oh, yes. But if you
Alright,
want me to just
No.
kill my stream and all the people watching, I'm okay with that.
Just move up a channel.
Someone better be streaming because I'm gonna go crazy top lane.
I just didn't want someone to join and talk about all like the uncontroversial takes that we have.
You don't
Yeah.
think crazy top lane?
No,
Sean.
craziest.
I feel like it's
top
done
lane.
because of pacing. I thought they paced it
You're
really well,
insane.
but I think they
I think I
still
should
mix
jungle
the
so I can
pacing with
impact
some
all of your
iconic
guys'
beats.
roles.
I think.
And if
that's
I
a great
good.
idea.
And
That's
if I
good, that's
don't
good.
get jungle, I can go support.
Yes.
Are you guys okay with?
Early Zoro is kind of an asshole.
Ranked
Maybe I have to
flex.
reread it.
Yeah.
He gets a leaf from hanging out with Luffy.
Wait, in which case I feel like I shouldn't play top.
No,
you should play top.
no.
Oh God.
Let me tell you something.
I'm Scarra. I'm iron.
Sydney, I used to play this game called Heroes of New Earth.
Okay.
It's basically Dota 2 and League of Legends like, okay?
Uh-huh.
It was League of Legends' main competitor, and then League of Legends just shit all over it, and then the game died. Okay.
What does that have to do with me?
I entered my first Heroes of New Earth tournament when I was bronze.
Okay.
And you might be thinking, like, wow, Sean, that's awesome. You entered a bronze tournament? No.
No, you have main character syndrome.
I entered a challenger tournament as a bronze player.
Yeah,
Chris was challenger, and we had rank 1, rank 4, and rank like 40 on my team, and we won. And
Okay,
I
so
was the carry.
You guys are rank 4 and rank 40.
No, I'm rank 1. Scroll one for you.
I'm rank 40.
Okay, so if you open YouTube and then you type in Faker, you'll see me.
Oh, I've heard a lot about him. Okay, cool. Yeah,
me, you mean me? You've heard a lot about me.
Sorry. I've heard a lot about you, so I'm in good hands.
Yeah. Scar, have you by chance seen the Faker or me dodging Ash Arrow IRL?
No.
Well, you're in for a treat. Let me link you guys really quick in Ulu of one of the craziest feats I've ever done.
Jungle matchup is not necessarily by trying to kill the other jungler, but by getting wards in his jungle so you can spot him. Arrow onto Faker though. This is a play we're gonna see quite often from Craig.
Like a note?
No, not a note, but like a bookmark. How do I like bookmark a page?
In Google Doc or Google Calendar?
Like literally just on Google Chrome.
Oh, like the URL?
Yeah.
Like in the top bar?
Yeah.
Highlight it completely and then right click. Oh, wait. Highlight it completely and then just drag it onto your
Luxman is an S tier pick. Wait, really?
toolbar.
Really? I played against a Lux recently and I got owned.
So highlight
like
the
I beat
entire
him, but I was
URL.
really Yo,
That's the dragon.
Tenzin!
Yeah, Google Chrome
What's
is killing
up?
it, man.
Yo, Tenzin just said, I'm sorry to hear you're playing League. Paraphrase.
Oh, that means she wants to leak.
Yeah,
Wants to
no,
play.
she doesn't like her life.
No, yeah, she's asking us to play.
Yeah, I
What
empathize.
that
Get on,
means. You have
Tenzin.
to read between the lines there.
Yeah, get the fuck on. Soup Tank, what about for 31
Tenzin's
months?
coming.
Woo.
We need a fifth, then, or we can't play. Or
I
we
think my
can
keyboard
only-
finally sounds
She's
one of yours.
not- She
Nice.
does not. I was making a joke. She has told me on multiple occasions she'd rather seppuku than play this game.
Hey,
Okay, she
stop
played.
using my technique.
She played Kled for like 4 years. Okay, how
Yeah,
could
I
she?
mean, I don't blame her for not wanting to play.
How could she want to forget her past when that's a part of her?
She's a better person now.
It's true. No matter how much she plays Valorant, I always think of her as the Kled person.
Yeah.
She just can't escape that.
She probably memorized all the voice lines too. What does Kled
What does
even
it
say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what does he even sound like?
Kled?
Yeah.
He's like a redneck champ.
Yeah, hold on, we go look.
I don't really know why they made him like that, but that is like
No, I
his-
kind of love Kled.
Yeah. Hey, Soul Fighter Gwen is out, by the way.
Get it, but I'm trying to be fiscally more.
Oh, he says,
fiscally
"Holy shit,
responsible."
where are we?"
Because life comes at you fast, you know? Broken ankle, tons of medical bills, and then I was like, wow, I really should, be better. So I'm not buying League skins.
Were you playing WoW Hardcore? Are you planning on playing? No, I'm. Wait, what did you just say? You've changed.
I'm trying to be fiscally responsible, Scarra.
That's weird. of
There's
you.
Immortal Journey Soraka, though.
Yeah, like next time when you see Peter, you're gonna be the one who has to explain to him why you've changed.
I can't face Peter.
Peter would be so disappointed if he knew how much you saved.
Yeah, actually. I'm not playing hardcore WoW. I'm actually addicted to PoE. Like
This game's not even
unironically,
that good.
I play PoE 5 hours a day.
Soul
I
Fighter Gwen,
bricked my build and then
though.
I unbricked my build, and it's been pretty
That
fun.
shit slapped.
Yeah, Soul Fire skins actually look hella sick.
Like if you
Like, I like all of them.
all of the people you said no to yesterday. Shut up! No, you no,
Wait,
no,
there's
you
Soul
weren't.
Fighter Jin?
Yesterday, there's a lot of people coming up for
Oh shit! I didn't realize he had
for
gotten one.
autographs or sorry,
I
like
didn't know
pictures.
either.
And
He
I
doesn't seem
at
like a
one point I had to be
Soul
like,
Fighter to
okay,
me.
I'm not moving, and I feel really bad for the stream.
I
So I
agree.
next person I have to say no.
'Cause he's
And
like
the
a
next person comes up,
gunner.
and I'm like, sure, let's take a picture. But the next person, I was like, no, sorry.
Okay, I don't like how he looks in
chill,
game,
Cucumber.
but his spells look awesome.
I feel like I just don't really like the way that skin looks. It's aight. It's aight.
He doesn't got a main. He's not a main character, you know.
We are 5 minutes in queue. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's because I'm iron and you guys are probably what?
Rank 1 and rank 40. Don't forget our names.
You're rank
Put
one
some
and rank
respect on our
40,
names.
So it's just gonna take a little while.
There was one
I
girl who looked
think.
like she wanted the picture, started talking to the Vine. You kept walking away from her.
And then I'm gonna get dicked on in top lane.
Well, too
No,
bad.
you're not.
And our mid laner is gonna be like, bro.
Just remember, Poppy counters Yorick.
Wait, I should change my name so people don't know it's me running it down.
Okay. Also, real
Do you
quick,
think that they get extra confident if they know it's you?
real fucking
No,
quick,
just
guys.
like, oh,
I
holy
got
shit,
given
sitting on his fucking trash.
These
you know,
these two photo
Yeah, you
cards,
should
and a
change it to
fan gave me
Mafioshi.
this card. So I tweeted,
run it down in his name.
got some cards at
And
the
then I'll
event
change mine
today,
into the real.
and all of a
Mafioshi.
sudden people are like, "He's a fucking pedophile," and I was like,
Can I
Excuse
Lily
me?
Juju?
"The comments are fucking
Yeah.
insane."
Okay. I'm gonna
I
play
didn't
less
even
mid
buy
lane,
these.
but
These they gave them to me,
I'm
and they
only
didn't give me a
gonna- I'm
choice
just
on the
gonna die
matter.
in every 1v1.
Like,
Wind?
I don't know, man. People are. I
Yo,
literally got
Sydney,
framed.
trust me on this. Swap with me. You
You
need to
picked
be last pick
E?
if you're gonna play top.
Oh, I picked the second one. Like the backwards.
All right, let's look at the jungle champions. I really want to play Elise
I don't know
here,
who Kazuha is.
but
League
she's
of Legends
probably not
player,
very
bro. Shut
good.
up, Tenzin.
Who do I not want to play against? This guy's playing Blitzcrank. Okay, we're gonna know if we're gonna win or lose this game pretty early on. Scar, I'm gonna ban Caston. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
They banned. Wait, this guy banned Master Yi. He's a noob. We're in low elo.
I'm gonna also ban a jungler.
Thank you. Thank you, Scar. You're just looking at... I'm gonna play a Zero jungle.
Tenzin, I'm not a top laner anymore, okay? That doesn't fly.
Okay. Their player 3 is the mid laner.
You should have heard the jokes I made back then. Did you make with the did you? I love the joke. Like, there's always 5 pedophiles on every team.
Check and see if I have CS2.
Every time someone says that, I'm like, what the fuck?
It's funny because I watched some people play CS2 and uh-oh.
I know people got CS2 recently, but like I know that's a game I'm not gonna like.
It looks pretty fucking similar to CS1, which I know obviously is like no duh, but like it really looks like it.
This class.
Hover this as I decide.
Oh, Elise is good now. Really good.
Okay, I'm in. Electrocute?
I don't know, but they changed
up.
her E to stun for 2.4
AoE!
seconds instead of 2, like a lot of seconds.
Wait, that's so long.
Yeah,
that's like the longest stun like in the game.
Yes, it is so long.
I'm in. I'm in. I like Feast or Famine champs. You know me.
Brand mid's also good right now. I think you're I don't know if that's true.
Bot lane lost.
Wait, what? Okay.
But that's just how it be sometimes, you know?
Have you ever seen my Akali before?
No, I've only heard legends of it. The rank 40 Akali player in NA.
I don't remember the last time I played this character.
Sydney, aren't you in for a treat? They're going to pick top first. The next champion picked is going to be top.
Ooh, DRX.
Okay, that loses to Poppy.
Wait, what is the mid lane? Is it Swain? Oh, it's Swain.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Well, I don't play Poppy.
Okay, pick whoever you want.
What?
It doesn't matter. I'm ganking top anyways. Fuck this guy. I'll kill him.
Really?
Yeah, pick Teemo.
I'm gonna play Ornn.
Oh, that counters her too, but that counters everyone, so I thought that was a given.
I'm not gonna do unsealed spellbook though because I've
That's
never
fine.
used
You should
that before.
EP though. It's Civic, yeah.
Oh, wait. You shouldn't do Unsealed. You should do Grasp.
Yeah, I'm doing grasp.
But a Giga Chad would take Conqueror.
I don't like this song. This is a TikTok song.
Okay, I'm really afraid that bot is gonna die because I don't think Blitzcrank wants to hook either of those two targets realistically.
Really?
Scar, I'm gonna need you to get out of control here.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not played against Swain. I don't know how to play this matchup. Or
Okay,
this
their
character.
Leona is silver, their Neila is gold, their mid laner is diamond, their Lee Sin is plat, and their Riven is gold. I will eat these guys alive.
The Lucky. What about
Starting with Riven.
Okay.
Because there's nothing more funny than a tilted Riven.
That's fair. Swain changed to make it feel pretty good. Yeah, last time I played Swain.
Okay, Sydney, I want you to know this. Riven's
went
going to try and
0-50.
cheese level 2, which takes 7 minions exactly or something. And then she's going to go really hard on you. The counter to that is you just back up.
Wait, Anime Impulse, the Twitter account, tweeted at me, "Thanks for coming this weekend, Scarra. Hope to see you at our future events." Who runs this shit, man?
What do you mean?
Fine.
Who runs that account? I need to know.
Okay, so I played Ornn for the first time yesterday in ARAM.
Yeah.
Just letting you guys know that that was my first time playing Ornn, and this will be my second time playing Ornn.
So you understand it's Kit though, right? Oh, it's Blitzcrank is invading, by the way, as 3, because that's what he does.
Is he flashing over the wall?
No. He's hooking into the safe brush.
Understand his kit. Yeah, basically I have like a knock up and a slow, and then I
Okay,
breathe
tell me your order of
fire,
skills.
which makes me you can't I'm unstoppable, and then my E is a dash, and then my R is the big old
The
horn
recast is
horn.
113?
And then something about like building items, but I don't know that part.
What?
You can build items in lane.
Cool. If I have the
You
money
see-
for them.
Yeah,
The
you see
base
like
is
it's either above your minimap or it's
160?
above your items. It's
Yeah,
like
I
a little
see it.
toolbar.
What?
Yeah, I see it. I just didn't use it.
I see. So if you get hit with E,
My order
okay.
of skills would be like,
I did not realize.
can I E while I'm W'd?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. Well, then maybe I would.
You Q.
I would Q, and then I would
back to the front line.
EW.
Quickness is strength.
Yep. Damn, look at that. You're a master.
I'm an Orin main already. Now the next question is, what the f does Riven do?
She just
Sorry.
has hella dashes.
She just got bonked by my thing, so I think she's bad.
That's what I like to hear.
Yo, you're right. You start sounding like a top laner already.
Only good Noxian is a dead one.
Okay, that was the level 2 cheese I warned you about.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to who's gonna hit who before who.
That's like her only win condition to beat you in lane, is to cheese you like that.
Well, she didn't, so
Well,
Our
should I
Rivens
do
are
that?
bad.
Oh wait, you're higher than her. Okay, just kind of stay in that range of health, and then I'm gonna come gank for you.
okay.
Just let her push the tower, you know. You know how it is.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Come and
Not
top.
looking good, Sean. Well, she flashed.
Okay. And then she's backing right here.
Wait. God, I fucked up the spacing on this. I thought I had the proc, but I had to run backwards first. Oh, I'm so bad. Okay, I got it.
Can't stop what's coming.
Rank 40, by the way. Rank 40, by the way.
Playtime's over.
I think the jungler's going bot. I think the jungler's like right there, bot.
Did my laner back?
I'm not here
Yeah.
for friends.
Yep.
Oh, jungler's topside. He's taking top scuttle now.
See, like I said, he's top.
Uh-huh.
Why do I have presence of mind?
They can't.
Does that even work on energy characters?
My wave is fucked. I fucked it.
It's okay. You just kind of want to stay in like EXP range, but you don't really have to get the CS.
Watch your back.
You scale way harder than her. I'm killing this guy, by the way.
Look, I don't know. But I will.
I don't get the cannon. This is a fucked up day.
Never have
To have a fucked up day.
Okay. Wait, you're owning?
No,
Yep.
I'm not.
Second
Oh,
me.
he's zoning. Got it.
I'm gonna go invade this bitch. Actually, I'm gonna wrap this if he actually pushes
Yeah,
up like this.
This guy has to push up.
I'm right.
He's zoning me.
You came a long way to die.
I just counter jungle this bitch. Haha!
You will not stop.
You're kidding.
I got a Dark Harvest deck, fuck yeah. Alright, he looks like he's backing.
Okay, my CS is looking good. Good.
Forget get balance. This
An
is
ally has been
Bro.
Okay.
I will kill her.
Same.
She has no flash. Scar has now hit level 6. I'm level 3.
You're level 3?
or kunai. Depends how.
Yeah, I ganked early, man.
Right.
You know what it's like being... Okay, now I'm level 4, though. I'm up there. I'm with the big dogs now.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
Jungler's here. On my ping. He took my goddamn raptors.
He's here.
Yeah, I'm clearing this ward.
Wars are messy. My kills are.
The real question is, do you think he pays attention?
No way. I'm gonna go ward this side though.
Okay. When he goes for these range ones, I'll go on him.
Yeah, well, this bitch
How
held
about
me under
I just
tower,
end
so I don't
this?
really know what to do.
I have to leave.
Wait, he just went for the range ones.
No, but the minion wave is here. Okay, Sydney, how close are you to 6?
Minion or two.
An ally has been slain.
Like I said, this bitch be killing me under tower. I'm 6.
Okay. Let her dive you and then I'll go. Remember, you hide behind your tower here and then you can E into it and it'll knock everyone up at the
wolves on
position.
their tombstones will be my new mantra.
Don't worry, I'm on my way.
Okay,
top.
Q her. Here we go. And then ult. Ult.
Okay. Good attempt.
The old ways just don't work.
Run down here.
Can I kill this guy?
Enemy killing spree.
No way.
Shut down.
Let's have some fun.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Okay, do not be alarmed with all the notifications you are hearing.
The way I like it.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. The important
Read
thing
it
is
all.
the important thing is I'm level 5. Scar, she's good. We have to tell her soon. Oh, okay. Look at that. That's a rank 40 Akali right
Okay.
there.
Never done that before. I just kind of freestyled that, you know? It felt good.
Yeah, that was a sick remix you just released. All right, I'm gonna go do red and I'm gonna come top again.
Okay.
Scar, I'm
I
sorry
have
that you're
2
not getting.
levels on me.
That's fine.
Creation or mastery.
You have slain an enemy.
Oh, I got free
Okay.
gold.
Rank 40. Okay.
Wait. Literally, the gold just showed up in front of me. I didn't.
All right, bitch. I'm
I
coming.
did not even
I'm gonna fuck this
expect
guy
that.
up. Oh, he's going on you. That's perfect.
Restraint's not really my thing.
He just gets to run away all
The
the
thing is,
time.
yeah, I know. I just didn't. I don't play the character, so like I
Pressing
just
the
didn't press it.
Okay.
Natural.
Everyone.
We can all win him here.
That's
He
my
thinks
turn.
I'm a noob, so.
So you whenever he walks in range, you just cue him and he's slowed, and then we go. Go now, go now, go now.
I have ult in 3, but hopefully we don't need it.
What?
Should I?
They can't stop.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh my
they
God.
can try.
An enemy has
Okay.
been slain.
Push the lane. This is our one chance. I'm gonna get all the slow for you.
What?
If they're smart.
Wait,
they're
what?
Scared.
I fucked up. It's fine.
Or no, go back. We gotta buy. I'll be back when he
You're curious?
respawns.
I don't think.
You gotta keep this guy
Sweet.
down.
Sweet.
You gotta realize that because he's 2 levels higher, he's worth more experience.
Oh, great. So that means you're always going to be in my lane, right?
Yeah. Because that's how jungle works. Oh fuck. There's a Lee Sin. Oh,
I'm
fuck
going
you,
bot,
Lee
going
Sin. You don't know shit. Okay. I'm gonna grab your mid wave. Hey. Back up. Look at that.
I kind of
never
freestyled
scared.
that, but that felt
I
bad.
never thought it was.
That was a
Joker.
bad freestyle.
Okay, this guy does a fuckload of damage for some reason.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
I'm mid. I just want to force his ulti.
Okay.
I have problems.
He has
What?
double my CS.
Oh.
Don't
See, don't press tab at this
yeah,
point.
Don't look at numbers.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
irrelevant.
numbers don't matter. They're irrelevant, and we don't need them. I think she just warded this.
Cold steel and a target are all we need.
So like, what happens when, you know, because like this is not looking good for me. My tower is looking pretty low, and like she's there, and like
Wait, I'm gonna help Scarra here. This could be
think I need
grim for a
help.
rank 40. I don't think you need it.
Skill and fear. will
It's more like I'm fucking here, baby.
Wait, he's dead. Like, oh. Oh. Where did his leak come from? Anyone see him before?
Oh fuck. I won't type bot diff.
Judgment's coming.
well, she's gonna take my tower. Just saying.
No. Walk here. When all the minions are in range, you W them. Oh, she's not even here.
She's close though. She was hiding in a bush.
That's fine. You just don't leave your tower. Don't worry. This is where you play mind games, Sydney. Your tower is low. Do you really think?
Why are you pinging me? Why are you pinging me?
First time.
Is she down? Is she down bot? Because I definitely look at the fucking feed I pinged.
No. They're
no.
pinging me. Because I might have griefed it.
Wait, I pinged Scar, but that was just for
I
me.
freaked it. I like keep my mind up really Sorry, I got really defensive there. It was super unnecessary. It's probably because I'm 0-3.
It's fine to
I'm
project.
projecting. I'm really projecting right now.
I'm gonna hold your wave here, so she
Alright,
can't
I'm
get the
coming.
turret that she wants.
I'm coming. Is my ult global? Oh my god, it's not. Do you want me to ult her? Oh, just kidding. You got this.
You're gonna bleed.
She's bad.
She's so bad. I know. That's what I've been saying.
Wait, she's actually hella bad. What the fuck? I beat her without even hitting her. All right.
Shut down.
Like, she's bad, and I can recognize that. I just happen to be worse.
Yeah, and honestly, it means you're unlucky.
Everyone dies.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this game has so much RNG. It's crazy.
Yep.
I hate crit in this game. It's fucking stupid.
So RNG. She's chasing me.
You might cut out. I don't know what you said.
Oh, did I scream too loud? I
Yeah.
was being chased by a Riven who just TP'd top.
All right.
Anyways, she's gonna get this tower.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
no.
Wait, back up.
I'm backing up.
Oh,
Oh, she's
we're-
backing up. She's a little bitch.
Oh, she
I'm
is.
coming.
They saw
Watch,
me, they
she's
saw
in this
me.
bush somewhere.
I work alone.
Look, I don't miss this.
Better for everyone.
I did not want to
Okay.
ulti
You
this,
guys are the
man.
goats. You guys
It's
are the
fine. Push the
goats.
shit. Push the shit.
Sid didn't want to ulti this?
I didn't want to ulti this.
Oh, I didn't want to ulti it either. That's why I didn't.
Fucking
Did you?
green dog.
Did you?
Did.
Did you ulti it, Scar?
I
'Cause
had to.
sure
I had to
didn't.
kill her with the ulti.
I sure did not. Oh, so what you're saying is if I ultied, then you wouldn't have had to
No,
ulti.
it's fine. I will use my ulti. It's.
I'm building
Sydney-
my Jack show.
Shut down.
Wait, that's kinda lit.
Yo, check this out. You're getting the
I'm
super
checking it.
treatment.
I'm checking it.
Okay.
Wow, I love my jungler.
My enemies
When we win, I'm gonna type jungle diff, okay?
Okay. I'll type top diff.
Perfect.
I'm gonna let you get this solo tower gold.
No
you're the goat.
way.
Oh yeah, suck on that ribbon. I did nothing.
can't stop what's coming.
I'll be honest, I've interacted with this Lee Sin like one time. I've been to my blue buff only once. I've been camping top that hard.
Playtime's over.
Perfect. So do I keep going top now?
Yep.
Sure, yeah.
Yep. We'll summon you when needed.
Oh, I'm on my way. Don't be scared.
Okay. Wait, why don't you just kill the other dude? Because I think this guy
Ribbon
is
is
just gonna-
I'm not
missing.
here to make friends.
It's more. I don't know if I can catch her. Oh. Mid tower's gonna fall.
She has a full dead man's.
Oh, our blitz is here.
No, we can't win. We cannot win. We
Okay.
cannot win.
Okay.
Better bring it.
Who's pinging top? All right, I'm gonna gank top.
It was me. I was pinging to let you guys know that she's here.
All right, just use your.
I don't have anything.
Okay.
Should've
Let me just
brought
farm up.
Trying to recall though.
Like blitz is here. Can he land it? Is the question.
Nah, he's a noob. Oh, that's our blitz. Molten.
Let 'em see me. They can't stop.
That reaches?
Oh my god, that hit!
No
Yeah,
way!
I'm
I'm
the
on way.
fucking
I'm on
goat.
way.
Oh
I'm
my
on way. I'm on way.
god!
I'm on way. I'm on way.
Great googly moogly! We kill Lee.
This is getting a little monkers, guys.
Wait, we kill Lee. We kill Lee. We kill Lee.
Yeah. I'm killing Lee. I'm killing Lee. I'm attempting to kill Lee.
Run.
I missed my ulti.
I'm getting monkered on by the big dragon.
I missed my ulti. I missed my ulti.
Scar, don't you dare take responsibility for that. Look at our blitz. He's alive. What good's that?
True. What guys? What do you think about me getting Magi's here?
Okay, we have a Vayne who's out of control, 3 and 5.
That's out of control.
No.
Oh.
Like out of control in a bad way. Oh wait, but the blitz look here might be the game-winning play.
All right, guys. I have bought a Magi's.
Okay, I respect that. Coin flip, let's go.
I like how we have almost the same items, but you chose not
Whoa.
Magi's. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, I should have got hit by that. That's on me.
You can never have too many kunai.
And I go top again? Or I come mid now.
You know what? That's really up to you.
Well, it looks like you guys are chasing them back to tower, so I just.
Okay, that was sick. The blitz is sad because he can't hook anyone because it'll get everyone killed. Now the blitz is dead under tap. Oh wait, he's got flash. Oh, he knocks up the ribbon. Misses the hook.
Yeah, that's depressing.
I seem to be squished
Oh,
in my
fuck.
thigh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What in the permanent CC?
What in the tarnation? Yo, let's fucking do this.
We win
This
this.
is-
We win this. We win this. We win this.
Yeah. Okay, that was fucking sad. I'm coming though.
What the fuck?
Wait, but Ribbon
RNG,
wins this.
right, Scarra?
But Ribbon
So
wins
trash.
this. Oh wait.
I got 2 stacks. I got 2 stacks. We actually won.
Blitz. Oh, Blitz, you're the best.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay, fuck it. You're right. I'm buying Magi's. It's our win con.
I was just warming up.
Wait, Scarf, your solo lane, is it 7 minions for level 2?
Yeah. It's 1 wave plus 1.
Oh, I have not been paying attention to dragons. That's my bad. But this Riven has 6 deaths. I just like to say.
Yeah, no, you really helped the sister out, and I appreciate that.
Hey, I don't like that these guys are all over. Oh wait, that's fine actually.
Oh, they want me.
Don't hold back.
She
Uh-oh.
wants me so bad.
I don't like this. I don't like
Can't
this.
have me.
I do not like this.
Oh, we're kind of on our way.
Yeah, but I don't know if we can catch.
Come on.
Know what I'm saying?
There's a Swain
How I'm
here.
feeling.
Yeah. Oh, they found.
Okay. We need to get
Magic's
a
fine.
random kill.
Steal's better.
Yeah, in the mid lane. We can do it with Blitz. So we just wave clear this, let our guy farm up. They take my red, that's fine. We had it coming anyways. I want to stay around here, but I feel like it's inefficient if we're all just in the base, so I'm going to go into their jungle. And if they're stream sniping, they're going to meet me here.
They're gonna go to Baron, so you just gotta be around there.
Right, yeah. Baron, okay, I'll be over there. Oh,
I have a
okay.
feeling
They're-
someone's here. Fuck.
Don't worry. Okay.
Oh.
Where the fuck is... Oh, our Vayne's dead? Okay.
Don't
worry, I am here.
Classic WoW. I don't care about WoW anymore. Classic WoW is something that I've already lived through once and have no intention of playing again. Yeah, good work.
Don't worry,
guys. Good
Sydney.
work,
We
guys.
have them right where we want them.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's so fine.
Has been destroyed.
It's never
You
worry.
pogging? Oh, I'm.
Watch this.
Don't worry about the screen.
Oh. No, watch this.
Watching?
Really, watch this. No, watch this.
Oh, there's the hook. All right, I'm gonna fight. I'm up in 1. I'm up in 1. Let's kill these bitches. He's webbed. Jumping in the air.
I can't even kill this fucking Leona, bro. Oh my god, I did. Well, my job's here is done. I gotta kill.
Oh.
Defeat.
I'm glad Scarra streamed that.
I don't think Vanilla's
Me too, so
bad.
that
I
everybody
just
could see how
have already
crazy I
done
was
it.
going top lane.
There's no I'm just not interested.
Your 1 in 7 Ornn is reporting in.
Oh, I'm tilt proofing you. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm also gonna give it to you.
Thank you.
I think
thank
I'm
you.
gonna give you great shot calling actually.
I did less damage than both supports.
Yeah, but that's not important. What's
Yeah,
important is
numbers
the Riven,
aren't important. They
the
don't matter.
Riven died is important.
Yeah.
That's so true. Is Chris ready? Let me send him a mission. I'll be right back, but I will be in range for Q.
Okay, Akali is weird. It feels weird because when I played against another Akali, they all had Ignite, but it feels like Swain is kind of a weird one matchup in like I can kill him, but then at some point I can't. Like he's just so strong relative. In terms of like he's the opposite character of wanting to all in, and if you don't I have Ignite, it feels awkward.
I have a question. If like we were as kids, like from birth, if we were forced to watch like, never mind. I don't know how to word this sentence without being offensive. So I'm just not gonna say it. Okay, wait. I've
Wait, I'm
talked
so
to my
curious now. Can you DM us?
I've talked to my PR team.
Okay.
Okay.
Is your PR team yourself? Because that I don't trust. But go on.
Wait, hold on. Let me re-talk to my PR team. Yo, she's asking if it's us. Just light her. Yeah. No, it's not me.
Okay, great, great.
Okay, so let's say that like on TV,
Mm-hmm.
we played one station, okay? Like let's say we're like a pretty evil country that like lies to our people, okay? And on
Okay.
like public television, there's just one channel.
Mm-hmm.
And on that one channel, we really glorify like how, for example, I look. Like exactly me. Like I'm the peak. Like
Your
I'm
beauty
like
standard.
I'm the beauty standard of like K-pop, but in this like random country we've made.
Okay.
So that would mean that
Okay.
everyone would think that I'm the beauty standard, right?
Okay.
And that would work.
Yeah.
And for example, I could stand next to Ryan Gosling and everyone would be like, oh my God, he's so
He's
ugly in
ugly.
comparison to you. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, because
Uh-huh.
he's not the beauty standard.
Uh-huh.
That's just crazy to me that it would work like that.
It is indeed. It is indeed madness.
Do we need a full stack of 5 to play?
Oh, there is someone.
Here.
Finally, jungle has been taken away from me.
Dude, I am
The
not
best
gonna lie. I griefed last game. Don't worry.
No, Scarra, I griefed last game.
I mean, if she wants to say it, I just
Oh my god. If I joined
Whoa!
a party of tilted players.
no.
What? We're tilt proof. Scarra gave me tilt proof.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then it's fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
I was level 4 when their Lee Sin was level 6. Everything was fine.
Wait, but it at least feel kind of good.
Yeah, I was able to actually shit on the ribbon.
Yeah, like her damage looked kind of good.
Shitting on the ribbon was all that mattered.
Yeah.
What am I banning? I'm banning Rengar.
Okay, John, I'll just play whatever support you want me to play. So if you want to play like all in, we can play all in. If you want to just play like
I want to let go of my keyboard.
okay, where's this character? Hold on.
Okay, you be Yumi.
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm.
Wait, you're
banned.
banning it. We need her. Okay, I'm gonna ban Kaisa because I think Kaisa's boring to play
Who
against.
should I ban? Is this guy still good?
You want to let go of the
Nah.
keyboard?
I think all the serious. You could just ban Cassin or Katarina or some random shit.
Don't we have the Katarina player on our team?
Yeah,
Do you
don't.
think he's really playing Ari jungle, or do you think this is a haha funny hover?
He just really likes Ari.
He likes new jeans.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, we're teaching Sydney top, so we gotta give her last pick if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
I'll have you know, Sean, before you said that, I already tried to swap with him.
Oh, he
He
declined.
didn't, and he didn't.
Is this true, Chris?
Wait, I
Chris
didn't know
knows how
what
to
was
win in
happening.
solo queue.
Mm.
That's
I didn't know
really
that
any
was
post yesterday.
possible.
Hope you had a good time.
Mhm.
Back in my day,
You didn't see
we
the big
just-
pop-up on your screen,
Are you the person
Chris?
who tweeted at me? Do you run the
I was
That
trying
account?
to
was
figure
an
out who to
ad.
ban.
All right, check this out.
Wait, if I go Yumi, doesn't that mean he only has to hook one person?
Wait, let me go-
Reducing his
Let
ability.
me go
You're right. You
decrease
should be
volume
Ezreal
with
support.
Chris
Oh,
real quick.
Scarra's gonna be Ezreal.
Wait, sorry. I'm just hovering random bullshit.
Wait, I don't know who's good against Blitzcrank. Morgana? Oh, they banned that.
I don't think you have to worry too much, Chris. I think
No,
this
they're
is
You
Pantheon.
run the event. I
I wanted to
see.
play Pantheon.
I was wondering who tweeted at me from the
Okay.
account. I was like, huh?
Well, in that
Who
case,
runs this?
Throw the game, Chris.
I will.
Heimerdinger
That's
support.
my job.
How come this is not a counter to Blitzcrank? Could you guys?
Okay,
explain?
pick that. Pick that.
Yeah, I will. I am.
I'm taking Ghost, by the way.
Okay, I'll take Exhaust.
All right, I'm useless for 20 minutes. See you guys later.
That's fine.
Okay, looking at the
Bye-bye.
spotlight, Chris and I are either gonna dominate in the first 40 seconds or we're gonna get double killed, but it's fine either way. I'm now going to
Huh?
read my skills.
Hey, Scar, could you tell me
Love that.
how Yasuo is not a counter to Blitzcrank?
No.
No, but could you tell me why?
No, he is.
Okay, that's what I like to hear.
Glad we're all on the same page. Wait. My Q is treated as an attack? Why wouldn't you just get like on hit like items for Zeri?
Why does his item build?
Oh wait, you do that. Navori quick blades?
This looks like a really
Should I
bad
just
item
level up the
build.
wind wall rank 1?
He goes
Or
sudden
level one?
impact. What is? Why is he going genius?
Honestly? Yeah, I mean let's see the cooldown on it first.
It's 25 seconds.
Why would you go in genius if you're
Is
not?
Toast and call?
No.
Okay, I got this.
Wait, we should stack. Let's stack.
Okay.
You don't know Faker.
No, me and Faker go way back.
What's his
Why is
real
it
name?
genius with Roa Archangels? What is this?
Careful, you might be hella racist how you sound here.
Sean.
Okay, what's his last name?
Oh, so his real name is Sean.
No. I'm asking. You can't get his first name, so I'm asking what's his last name.
This
You
feels
just
like
have
a
to guess.
fucking setup.
You just have to guess between 6 common last names.
This is a fucking setup.
It's not a setup. We believe in you.
All right, here's a hint. It's not Park.
Minions have spawned.
Oh,
Kim.
here we
I
go.
want to play this game.
I'm exhausting. I don't care.
I'm ghosting.
I have Q knockup in.
Okay,
2
okay,
Was
seconds.
I supposed to be there?
Throwing the Q.
I'm killing this bitch.
Wait, go for this guy.
No, I got fucked.
Guys,
You flashed. I'm auto
I'm here.
attacking.
I'm here.
Don't
I'm
say
off here.
guys as if you said a single word in that 30 seconds we're chasing.
yeah,
That's true.
I'm
Call
looking.
him out
I'm
on that
looking
shit.
for automatic recognition.
I don't know what that means.
It's like pattern recognition. Like the pattern is me fucking dying.
This guy dodged my Q.
That was cringe, Pantheon.
Chris is in their jungle fighting Blitzcrank. I love it.
What does it mean when Pantheon's red?
Your
Has
next
red?
spell is empowered.
Oh my
No,
god.
no, Pantheon.
Scar.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
believe.
Oh,
Yeah, your
like
next
Oh, I
his,
believe in
his
power.
next spell is empowered. Got it.
Okay, I got.
That was a
both
dub.
ransoms.
Swain no flash. Yeah, that's right. I won your lane for you.
Okay, well, this guy is a fucking freak.
Dude, we gotta fight.
Pantheon's a bit of a bully, yeah.
We won.
That was not bad actually.
That was actually you owned.
Yeah. Good job.
You have red buff?
Relax. Use your fucking.
So, that question is directed to the guy who just died to Nunu.
Oh,
Wait, you have to use it 6 times anymore? Wait, how does
Yes,
this work
he
now?
did have red
Hey, Pantheon has literally won, but so am I.
Literally won!
He literally won, bruv. He will
yo,
come get
Jake.
like literally won, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Now
was
you
really
like 2,
offensive.
yeah.
Okay, so I would suggest not being near, and I can just kill him in like 5 seconds.
That's not what I would have done though, Sydney. Just so you know.
There-
I would have
Blitzcrank
went
has-
in just like you did.
How was I supposed to know he was gonna throw a big spear? Like who? How am I supposed to know that?
That's true. It wasn't your fault.
This is not my fault.
If you need to take CS, Chris, I understand for your thing.
Dude, I went win wall second by the way.
Ooh, look
So-
at that.
Look at that perfect trade.
Actually, it was a good trade. Thank you.
Did you get both those?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start queuing the wave.
Okay.
So that.
Look, guys, now you have to come top and show him it is the real Toast and Scarra.
Yeah.
Nothing
I hit him.
correlation.
Good
What?
NATO, you zoned him.
I'm not seeing the correlation of that. And
Well, okay,
having
so the
to go top.
Pantheon asks, is this the real Toast and Scarra? And then
Yeah, no, I
you
saw that,
come,
yeah.
you gank, you kill him, and then you say, yeah, bitch, it is the real Toast.
That seems aggressive for someone who didn't say anything. Like,
He killed me.
Okay, honestly,
well, I killed him.
Oh.
a real League of Legends player doesn't talk shit till they have the upper hand.
Yeah,
Yep.
true.
That's what I'm saying.
Or
you kill
you're a
him,
Yumi
and then
player.
you come talk, and you say things. This guy is a meanie, and I hate him. This guy is a meanie, and I hate him. I hate him so much. I want him not to
Yeah,
exist.
beat up his soul. Beat up his soul.
I'm beating up his soul so
Oh,
hard.
bubble
I
mid.
I'm dead.
That's not what I want to hear from my mid laner.
I'm dead.
Of course he has.
We can fight this.
Like 4. Like 0-4.
I have
1300?
knockout.
I did hella damage to her. That's good. That's good. Ooh, I like that.
Okay, here's what I suggest.
Block.
Let
He's
him hit
always
you and then come to the river.
empowered, you
Wait,
know
take
what I
any
mean?
minutes.
Yeah, come on, come on.
Go ahead and use it.
I don't have NATO. I have NATO now.
Okay, nice kill.
Now say, I'm the real Toast, bitch.
How come we didn't get a call that jungle was coming bottom?
Hey, the
Can
jungler's
I'm
bottom.
TPing for this.
Oh, okay. That's fine. then.
Okay, that's fair. That's on us.
I'm not TPing for this. I thought I could TP to a minion. I can't TP to a
what?
minion.
No.
Not
Only
until-
later.
Definitely
When you-
seen people
When
do
you get
that.
empowered TP, you can, but that's at like 15 minutes.
Yeah, you have to wait a little bit for that one.
I can't
I see.
believe, as someone that plays League of Legends as much as you didn't know that.
I need to
Yeah,
stop
I
against
play League of
that.
Legends all the time. That's why I'm this good.
As your main game.
So now what do I do with my wave?
Wait, Chad, I'm gonna wrap around.
Okay.
I have exhaust.
I'll keep him like Og natural, you know.
Yeah.
I'm full natty here.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm full natty.
Okay, I have exhaust. We're gonna go for this girl.
Okay.
They have a ward.
Is this a
We can fight this.
fucking
Go for
doomed?
the blitzcrank. Go for the blitzcrank.
I'm gonna ward it.
No! I'm gonna
The counter?
die.
Yo,
There's a
I hella
jungler.
like my Yasuo support. This is lit. Oh, I love him. Oh, what? It's not?
I say you can TP to your tower here. And then you're just big chilling. You're just big chilling for now.
All right, we got the blitz to stay. I like it.
Down the
I have
top.
five
Pantheon's,
CS.
Pantheon's
Just-
heading towards mid. So, yeah, so I would just CS under the tower for the next 30 minutes. The Pantheon can't do anything.
Wait, do you have boom?
Just, like, hide
Tower
in the
destroyer?
tower.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, sorry for taking CS. I
Pantheon's
did.
don't
looking
care, I really
bot.
don't care.
Pantheon's looking bot. He's near
No,
Scarra.
Pantheon ultimate. Pantheon ultimate.
That's what I like to hear.
He's ulting us. He's ulting us. He's
No, no, he ulted me. He ulted me. He
already
ulted me. He
ulted,
ulted me. He ulted me. You're good.
Oh.
Yeah, Sydney,
Okay, well, I'm
yeah, you're
abandoning
just
the
last
tower
hitting
really.
for the next 10 minutes. Pantheon needs to go elsewhere right now.
Yeah, you're chilling, chilling. Top beverage,
Do
60
these
someone in this
minions see me
stream.
is the real question.
Wait, the new Cassin, it feels kind of
Okay,
good.
that was
New mid.
All right, we can't win wall snowball unless he lets go, I think.
Yeah,
As long as he holds it, he can power through the wind wall.
I realized that.
Nunu has
we're-
bot
we're
control.
Okay. What our jungler's trying to tell us, Chris, is we 2v3.
Their Nunu could be going towards Dragon right now. I'm just
Probably
gonna,
doing red first. Alright, Sydney, you're chilling. You're chilling. That's a big wave. If he goes in on you, just walk towards the river and then ult him once you're at the spot. You can just stand here right now. He has to CS. You don't actually have to be here. You can come help me.
Nice.
Harold.
This
wait, we
feels fair.
outtrade this guy.
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah, we
He's
did.
just gonna farm on the
Look at
tower
this
for now.
fight. Oh,
Wow.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
We can just do this.
I'm getting my charges up.
Nunu's just did red.
Okay.
I'm gonna go put a ward deep for us.
Okay. We're
If
pretty
Pantheon
strong
comes
bot.
down here to Sydney, you can just do your combo on him. and then
Yeah,
we
be
can fight.
careful. Be careful. Oh, it's mid.
You be careful.
Get him in the back here. Nice. Okay, we can get him. We can go get Pantheon.
Wait, I literally
All right, I'm getting him. I'm
was
going
not
to
paying
get
attention
him
at
right
all, and he was mid. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna stun him here.
Nice.
now.
That's alright. I'm good. Hunt him. That's alright. We can just do some damage.
Wait,
Don't have to
Nunu's
commit.
behind you?
We're chilling.
What?
Okay.
He's here. Nunu's here.
Okay. You're just gonna last hit again. So right now he can't walk up anymore.
I have wind wall.
Okay.
I just saw. I think that was a win. Or
Yeah,
This
snowball.
shit's hella
that was
fun.
snowball. Yeah.
I mean, we are playing a god comp, so.
Ooh.
We should be careful. We should be getting good soon.
Chilling. Just last
Wait,
hit.
is this
keep
because I
last
can
hitting.
just like...
Watch out for the spear. Walk in a line.
An ally has been slain.
I can get him.
Shut
Go
down.
trade.
Oh,
Fuck.
There's no way that kills me.
Slain.
No, that was my fault. I realized I could just ult it there.
I didn't even know your ult was.
the Nunu is
I don't
here,
know if my ult does
man.
damage,
You're gonna
but...
Your
get
wave
ganked by
is gonna
Unicorn.
freeze here.
Hey, well, I'm just gonna quit this real quick. Let me read my ult. Fuck! I could just flash ult and I would have killed them all. My ult is like Blitzcrank ult.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a fine.
Sorry, this is like my second time ever playing Zeri.
Dude, this
It's
Nunu
my
keeps
first time
looping
playing
mid, man.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
Zeri gains 30% attack speed and
Then
10% movement
gonna
speed.
sit here. You just last hit. Once he stuns you, just go in on him. Just wait for a stun.
Oh, you really are camping my lane. This is lit.
I'm coming middle. I'm playing middle. I'm on my way. I can cut him off.
Yeah, let him stun you.
You looking
Yeah,
at
you
me
want-
funny?
Yeah. You want to be dumb, but not too dumb.
I can tank it.
No, I can't. I cannot. Die.
Yeah, it's fine.
He knows.
Yeah.
Oh, I could knock him up.
Oh, wait. Oh,
What the f- you just
That was
healed
a-
if you had
Huge
ulti,
eat.
I was like, I would have been down.
No, I wish I had ult. Yeah, that was definitely a kill if I did. I'm coming, Sean.
Oh, my whipker is lit. Must be dodge the hook here. Predict. Oh wait, he's there.
You can do something else for now, City. He's gonna freeze
Yeah, like
away.
what? Like I can't really go mid because no one's there, and
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I'm gonna hide in this bush.
Okay.
I'm gonna do what he did to me. Okay, just kidding. I'm going mid.
An ally has been slain.
Chris, Chris, you okay down there?
Yeah, we're fine. We're limit testing right now, Scar.
Yeah, what are the odds of getting this swing?
All right, Scarra.
I don't need. The
Guard
Nunu's gonna
dog.
be here, man.
Yeah, well, so are we.
Nice job, Sean. That was worse.
Scar, if you push that, I can.
I would
die.
do it again.
Can't. He has ulti this time though, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah. No, I will pound him into the dirt. Oh, Nunu's here.
You pound him.
I'm gonna
I'm
intercept
coming, I'm
Nunu.
coming.
Yeah.
Pantheon's coming down from top. Pantheon's gonna ult from top.
Okay, we're chilling. Watch your back up. Yeah, he ulted. That's a
Ah,
waste.
what
You
a
can
battle.
Cindy, go top now.
Yep.
He's stuck you.
I'm out Disso.
Cindy, if he crosses, oh no, he's looking bot. Yeah, you're good. You just do your thing.
Doing my
Do you need me to come
thing.
down here? Or you
Bro, they're still here, man.
can chase?
Wait, we don't know where bot is.
We just baited hella people into Scar's lane and
I'll
left.
stay here.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
I'm here.
Scar, don't lose this. Don't hit my lane. I'm coming. We fight in here.
Okay.
Yo, Scar, listen.
I can knock him
So
out.
many people here.
Come on. Yeah.
Let's go.
I can knock him out.
Okay.
He fucking killed you.
Yo,
Ayo.
but top lane got 2 plates.
Ayo. Am I
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to leave?
No.
No, they're all there.
You're good
You
for
have to
like
push.
15
No, I
seconds.
don't think you need.
Yeah, the
to
blitz.
think
I
you
thought was
just
gonna
need
save me.
Whoa. I didn't agree to that. Don't
Oh,
listen
okay.
to
Yeah,
Chris.
Sydney, I don't know
He's
what you did.
delusional.
No way this guy goes fucking Vayne against the Rams like he's a cringe bitch. Fucking hell, man.
Turret plating will
Wait, gold,
soon
please?
fall.
Nice.
Someone just did the vision plant.
Okay.
It's the Nunu. He's gonna snowball.
I have exhaust.
Okay.
You got this. You got this. You're fucking strong. Nice.
On knockup, I can
Die
kill it,
this.
though.
Yeah. That was worth.
We might be able to dive this guy.
Holy shit. Oh yeah, that Nunu's full AP.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go for that.
Okay.
Is the Blitz still here?
No, Blitz is here.
Sydney, as soon as you can, TP to that, okay?
Wait, we can dive this.
I'm on my way bot. I'm on my way bot. I'm on my way bot.
Okie
Teleport now. As soon as you spawn. Go. 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 Go.
dokie. Oh fuck, sorry. Yo.
Hey, great job,
yo.
sorry.
You flash.
Mid's
was in
missing.
my
Mid's
buy
missing.
thing.
Yeah, you
would
would
fuck
want to
me.
buy in the 10 seconds you're dead.
Yeah, that's a lot of seconds that I have available.
It is.
My brother!
Uh-oh.
My brother,
Nunu's coming.
please!
No, he's
No,
not.
no, no.
I emoted it on accident, but that's not what I
I'm
meant
gonna taunt
to
him. Do you think?
do. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Thank you. Very cool.
Keep pushing.
Damn, this guy's begging you, Toast.
Yeah.
Wait, my auto text execute? What the fuck?
Yeah, you
Oh.
played TFT.
Okay, we're learning a lot about our characters right now.
Wait, that's crazy. I was thinking like, when the fuck do I ever auto attack?
As our ADC.
As like Zeri. No, because she uses Q to auto.
Uh,
Yo, a
Mid,
lot
mid.
mid.
Okay, let's just take bot tower.
Okay.
Let's just dive this guy.
I hard the wave once when Dragon died, and I instantly died.
Okay, to be fair though, we punished the fuck out of her when they showed mid, so the rest is on us.
I
now.
literally just
We
did.
just keep going.
I saw the Dragon Death as I ulted it. I'm like, they probably won't be able to get here fast, and I'm dead. It
Wonder if we can gain
feels
this
like
now.
you should go CDR boots on this character. Well, it feels like the biggest thing about casting is CDR is so much of an effective stat. Because the way they change his E is it's flat scaling with abilities with a long cooldown. So the cooldown helps so much now. Like,
I don't know where
like
Pokemon
I can
is.
get like 7 force pulses off.
I can knock him up. I'm not
Okay.
gonna.
Yeah, I'm
Mid.
going in this.
I got stunned.
One
I'm
way,
committed.
one way.
Oh, nice try.
So low.
I
Bro, you guys are trash, man. I'm gonna come on and say it.
That's such a classic Toast line.
That was a little unlucky.
It's a little unlucky.
Wait, there's so much
I
luck
mean,
in
there
this
wasn't
game.
Really anything
I know.
In
So
VOD,
just
really
RNG.
put that pretty perfect.
Like I played flawlessly there, and like they still win just because they have crit runes. Oh fuck, he's rifting mid.
Do we have anything?
Oh,
I
he's
can-
tanking turret like an idiot.
They've got a faster base.
I can jump in. Come.
I'm on way, I'm on
Big
way.
knockup, big knockup. Knock up. Go
Nice.
pants first. Go
I
for
have
Okay, so she all the way down.
Swing.
I gotta keep blitz after. I have.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Still chasing.
No. We get him.
Hey, check this out.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
Okay, that
He
doesn't.
didn't. He didn't go down. We would have seen him, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh,
He's in the bush.
I'm coming. I'm gonna cut him off.
He is so fast. Yeah. You got this. You got the wall jump move, right?
Yeah, but I'm gonna use this plant first.
Okay, he should have hookup.
I got a taunt. I'm taunting. I'll taunt through this.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Did they buff her damage?
They buffed Rammus damage, I think. Wait, is that what you just
Me.
asked?
Turret damage.
Oh.
No.
No, that was just like its 5th bullet.
Cause it's
Oh, it
ramping.
doesn't reset between
Players, no. It has to reset by time. Like if it has no target for a second, then it'll reset.
It costs 1 mana. Okay, so now that I have my core, what do you
I don't
usually
like that I have to
build?
get in melee range to ult.
Death Cap
Oh,
or
actually, it's
Zhonya's?
hella
Yeah, of
far
course.
range.
They have bot side control. Careful.
Roger that. I got my Navoid quick blades now.
118 on Dragon.
I did an AP Nunu. All right, an AP Nunu. We are all gonna keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like
What
you
that
guys aren't
also-
gonna keep that in mind.
Well, that also means is every man for himself when he ults. If you interrupt him, just be prepared to still take a fuckload
Wait,
of
Chris, I'm
damage.
on the way. Chris, I'm on the way.
Okay.
Oh,
They have
see
two.
me,
They
see me.
see.
My bad. I guess he's.
Sid, are you doing?
No, he
Hey,
was on
bye.
a ward, Chris.
No. I just needed like a little bit of gold.
I'll stay mid.
Dragon and 40. I think we fight for this one.
Yeah, I'm prepping for Dragon right now.
Let's kill that plant so they can't have it. I'm gonna square this way very quick.
I'm
Chris.
scared.
The red just spawned. They probably bunched up around it.
Yeah, they're right here. This is where you go.
Yeah,
ape
yeah, yeah.
shit.
Back up, back up. They are looking for the pick right now.
Ape shit. Coming in.
Oh my god.
That flash, you already
No, I
fucked up,
flashed
Chris,
him.
being
That's
there.
my fault.
You already fucked up being there, and you committed the flash as well.
Is this true?
Our coach is being mean to me, guys.
Do we just give
Keep
the
it real.
We
No,
give, we
stand
give.
here. Stand
You
here.
are-
You're gonna
oh.
E.
No. Nunu's not there. Nunu's not there.
Stand here at the tip. Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay. Fine.
You guys can commit to a fight right now. Nunu isn't there.
You fight the
Okay,
clone. I'll get
I'm
this bitch.
smacking the. Okay.
I got him.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. And
Back
then
up.
there's
When you
Apotheon.
route with Scarra.
I'm fucking ulting.
Hey,
Yeah. Good. Oh, we're waiting.
This is winnable.
Nice.
I'm gonna appeal for you. He's taunted.
Nice.
Oh my god, we can Baron and we can drag.
all right, you guys do that. I'm taking turret.
He's so dumb. I got 2 kills from the grave.
The
Nice.
tentacles.
Yeah. You're all.
Hey,
You guys
oh.
think I set that up? I feel like I did. They got overconfident.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think Sydney literally just carried that fight super fucking hard.
I didn't do anything. I pressed R.
No, but because you
And
broke
that's
the
why
clone.
I love Alawi.
I think we wait in this bush.
Yeah, I think we
Okay.
can't
Yeah.
the bush. Definitely can't do it.
You want me to get the crab though?
No. They're coming. Everyone come right now.
I'm on my way.
On
I'm
our
gonna sit here so I can get the
USA.
W.
Yeah.
Wait until like they're actually in it.
Usually you can use like.
Go.
What?
We'll get this. We'll take it. Take him too.
Wait, kill this bitch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop over. Okay, never mind.
Oh damn!
Oh,
Wait. There's one on the left. Oh wait, never mind. That was a wolf. Alright,
that is dead as fuck.
Thanks, bot. This is
Wait,
free.
we may be the greatest team.
Oh, free Baron?
Yeah.
Free
that's a
Baron.
good Baron.
Wait, we seem to
Oh
be
my
missing
god, it's Yasuo
our
support. He can.
damage.
What can't he do?
This is the perfect counter.
Wait, low key though, it actually was kind of counter in lane.
Alright, let's pause for 5 seconds.
Okay.
3, 2. Okay, finish.
Oh my god, Toast is actually so good at this game. I would have never done that. Okay, I have flash. I'm hella strong. I just got my Runons. I'm gonna come get red buff.
Ba-ba-ba.
Oh right, they changed red buff. I mean, they changed buff so anyone can get it.
Yeah.
There might be a Blitzcranker here.
Yeah, I'm watching you. I can get to you no matter what. Like this, I'm like Talon pretty much.
I guess we're chilling. We are definitely stronger right now. But I don't want to die to any.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they
offense.
can also pick us off with Pantheon ult, so I'm gonna try and.
I would say play very safe with minions. I'm gonna push top. Scarra's pushing bot, which means mid lane they're gonna run at you.
Supposed to know.
Run.
Wait,
Because I'm gonna leave you. No. There's too many here. Pantheon can just ult us. I saw him for you.
What were you
Scarra
saying about
did it.
being safe, Jess?
Yeah,
Seriously, I was
that's my fault. I should have spoke faster.
We might.
Oh wait,
be able to
hey,
collapse.
can you come here?
We might be able to
Scar?
collapse.
Wait, I'm gonna kill Vi. Or not Vi, Vayne.
Okay.
All right.
You have a word, Chris?
We cannot die. We cannot die. We're all worth a lot of gold to them.
No,
Nice.
we kill Sky.
Keep it up,
I saw
keep it
them.
up. I'm gonna keep pushing.
I'm exhausting him.
Pantheon's coming.
I'm knocking him up.
I'm spamming my ulti
I'm coming
as
back to this.
fucking
Yeah. I'm watching you.
fast as I can.
Both of them.
Oh yeah, that AD
15
carry
seconds
can play
until
my
next
game.
person spawns.
Okay, this is a bad idea.
Scarra, you can't leave them unsupervised.
What?
Dude, that's
Oh, no life.
Scar's fault.
Stalling. We're stalling for
That's-
top lane.
That's Scar's fault.
What?
I wanted to back and Scar's like, don't be a bitch. I was like, okay.
I heard Toast say go in so that you can take top.
Oh, I see. That was
I
that
really
was
like
my
this Nunu's
fault.
name.
Being chillin'.
The thing I like about
yeah.
Scar is he always takes responsibility for what's actually his responsibility.
Yep.
We're just
Wait.
farming their jungle. We're gonna back up after.
I'm getting a crab.
That's good. You can grab this one as well. Dragon in 50. We're all gonna spawn and we're gonna meet together and then push in. I think Scar's the only one that can really flank.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm
Maybe we just
gonna
get
look
Scar.
for-
Oh, Scar's already in a good position.
Okay, I'm collapsing. I'm gonna collapse.
Yeah,
You
I'm
be
gonna
careful
look for
mid.
an ult. I'll tell you if I'm trying to go for knockout.
We're
You
going
don't
to
have
do Chris
know
right
that.
now.
I don't have time to buy
I
right
can
Yeah,
flank
help
someone
him.
Yeah.
They overstep.
Yeah, this is
Vayne's
dead.
looking.
Yeah, we can kill.
Yeah. We get her here.
I can knock her up.
Look at the left. Look at the left.
I do hella damage.
Yeah,
Ooh, I'm coming.
We can cut him off.
I got. That's a. Yeah, let's
That's a
just
GG.
try and end.
Oh,
Go
what
on.
the fuck? This guy cannot do that.
I can get him. Keep going. I got time. I'm taunting. I'm keeping aggro.
Oh, he
good.
kind of just killed me.
Damn, can't believe he did that.
Oh, that guy has 12 kills.
10 seconds for the next
Oh,
round.
I see
Yeah, I don't
why.
think we
I
back
see
for it.
why I died.
Do we?
there.
Do we?
We could drag. Let's just drag. Be safe.
Yeah. Don't want to give them objective gold. Wait, get him! Get this fool! Oh, yeah, we're good.
Who hit the plant?
Wait,
Who
who hit?
hit the plant?
Who the fuck hit the plant?
Wasn't me.
Wait, this
I
guy's
don't
walking in
think.
the
I mean, it really
Okay.
might have been me, but I'm not quite sure. You know.
Oh?
How did I miss that?
Alright, now we gotta do drag.
Yeah, now we do dragon. And now it's safe.
Okay, we got 2 words and I got this turret.
Wait, they're gonna walk back in here?
Wait,
Yeah,
this is
they're
actually
kinda
true.
crazy.
This is actually
Okay,
true.
yeah, let's look for it. Kill him now.
You're a silly goose.
I'm on Vayne.
I killed her!
Nice.
Good luck. Beat him down, Sydney. Oh! Give him the grand fucking
hit the
slam! Fight, you have to fight. You can't run. Get her! Boom! Get this guy too!
Damn,
Fuck him!
she's
Boom!
You guys are crazy.
Damn.
Wait.
Quad.
Did you end? You could end.
We won.
Yeah.
We won.
Wait, Sydney, now you know why people play Lowy.
Yeah.
It's like the best feeling in the world.
You got
Nunu.
hentai'd.
Nunu will show up in a little bit. It's Nunu and Vayne. Pretty sure we
I
just
can one
murdered
shot
them.
Vayne.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nunu's
why am
full
I
AP as well.
man?
I don't think Vayne has some. I feel like she blew all of her stuff to kill me. there.
Done. Dead.
Sydney's alive? What the fuck?
Dead.
Don't worry, Zeri's on her way.
Okay, now it's the next 3.
Oh, we just hit the turret, no? Or hit the thingy?
Actually.
Scarra can X-Peck at us. I've seen it.
Go, Scarra, expect.
Oh, let's get the
no.
dragon that we were talking about for the entire game, but never
Yeah,
actually got.
yeah.
I'm on my way.
I'm gonna secure it.
I should have just hit the Nexus.
Yeah, me too.
Wait, we can do dragon too. Or Baron.
Yeah. We got. You have wind wall up?
Yeah.
Oh, it might. Oh, yeah, it might. Are they gonna contest?
Well, they
Oh my
gotta stop
God.
bot
I
wave.
can just buy death cap here.
Actually,
It's
no, they
so
don't. Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Oh, that
yeah.
Nunu's.
Oh,
Wait, we can kill Nunu for sure.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Oops.
Wait, you guys are so strong.
I mean, they don't know.
Is he
I mean, they
here?
don't know.
Or not?
TP once they're in the fight. Once they start the fight. Then I can walk. Oh,
Flashing out.
yeah. Here comes Howie. Bada boom. Bada boom.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Okay.
Has been slain.
Oh, okay.
God,
yeah.
wait, this is R3. Let's
Yeah,
go.
this is our fight. This is our fight.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I'm really far behind you. I'm really
I'm gonna hit him in the back.
far behind you.
Idiots.
Picking up speed, running out of time, going head to head. That's the way of life. You gotta fall down.
I'm just gonna ignore him. Just go.
The minions!
Fuck
They're
off,
ending
man.
the game. Let's go! Yeah.
Oh, you want him? You want him? Hey, let me talk to you.
Hey.
Oh,
Walking
shit.
here. That didn't do very much damage to you.
Guys, I'm very proud of you guys for turning it around. It was looking a little dicey there.
I knew we had
Wait,
it.
wait, that bait just got countered really hard. Oh no, Scarra's inting!
Bro, he has a shield ulti.
Victory.
Eggs, welcome back for 11 months. Wait, what's up? Sorry I missed you. Siren J, welcome back for 3 months. What the heck?
Ooh, pretty Zeri skin. Wow.
Yeah, I'm never playing this champ ever again. This just like isn't my play style.
Wait, I thought you said that it was fun. It's just fun.
She is
Go play some
fun.
ads.
I just like don't like how I play her, I
He
guess.
has a patch GG.
To me, she feels like better laning phase Twitch, but then worse Twitch at the end. Like I'm hella fast, but I'd rather just be Twitch who kills you from like a mile away.
That's my one league game of the year.
Oh?
Thank you for giving it to us.
Always. I'm gonna go back to packing.
All right. Farewell.
Farewell for now.
Goodbye. Oh, he's leaving us soon, guys. Not again.
Man's always gone. What about Where's John? Probably asleep, huh?
No way. He's gotta be awake.
Well, I don't think he was playing. I don't think he was playing
Where's he
hardcore
going?
WoW last night.
Oh, he's going back overseas.
No, but didn't he wake up hella late yesterday? Well, anybody have one friend?
Ooh, that's a hard ask.
I know.
Ooh.
I know. I saw Dummy Stew on a while ago, but he's not on anymore.
All right, this is where we ask for. Actually, dude, I feel spooky. I feel like I have a headache for no reason. I'm gonna order some COVID tests. I feel spooked.
Monkers.
Dude,
Dude, the last time when I just got COVID, you know, it was like my 6th time getting COVID. And the amount of, I'm going to say it, fucking morons who were like, at this point, she should just stop testing for COVID. Like, she shouldn't test anymore because then she won't have it. Do you know how many people said that to me? They're like, oh yeah, you should just stop testing and treat it as a common cold. Is that not the most moronic thing you've ever heard?
Ignorance is bliss.
6 times? Are you going for like a world record speed? run?
Chris.
Also, have you just considered not testing for it? Or are you testing for it so that you can keep track of the world record?
I'm testing for it so that I don't infect everyone in my life.
Oh shit! What if I get? I have a bunch of chicken breasts that I marinate overnight, and I'm pan frying them. I'm trying to figure out what I would
One's
like with
got a
them.
friend.
Vincent's coming.
Who?
Vincent.
Ah, good old dummy stew.
And I realized what if I just laid some cheese on top at the very end
Now
of
there's
it,
no
like the
way
last
we
2
ever
minutes?
lose.
Ooh, that sounds so good. Grab some
Only if he's on
onion.
ADC. Or top.
Kind of
Or
marinade.
mid.
I don't know. I just like do soy sauce with like chili oil,
Wait, I'm back.
Oh.
like salt,
what's
pepper,
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
paprika.
We're playing with Vincent?
Why do you hate
and
him?
then usually it's like a choice between like fish
No, I
oil
think
or some random
he
stuff.
is a great
I don't know.
player.
It's like a nice chill marinade.
Just hates him.
Just not as my jungler.
Garlic. I don't like adding garlic because I garlic the dish anyways. So like I don't really marinate it with garlic. Which fish? Oh, fish sauce. Sorry, not fish oil. They're completely different things. Both good for you, but not one you don't usually put in. Oh, what do I ban?
Okay. I need to get Kennen and I need to get Gangplank.
Oh, Gangplank?
Yeah, Sean says it would be funny if I played Gangplank.
Yes.
Dude, if
Basically,
Sydney
Yes.
made gameplay, it'd be hella funny.
Yes.
I just keep picking up champs that Sean thinks it would be funny if I play.
No, it would be very funny if you played Gangplank. Should I bake stuff? Nah, I'm not
Aren't
baking.
Gangplanks racist? What?
Oh, so like,
Oh, whoa.
don't worry about it. That's like half the champions you can pick, and you're a top laner. Like you're not beating the allegations. Don't worry.
Yeah, what Scarra said.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, hear me out. What if I went Jin first strike?
I don't know what that is, but yeah, do it.
Okay, I'm going it. Wait,
I'll-
Scarra, what if I went Glacial Augment Jin? Like, low key, it's fire, right?
Wait, that's good. That's good.
Fire as in like,
Like a dumpster fire, put it out.
yeah.
No, but Scarra, it could be so good.
Oh.
Why did they dodge?
They were stream sniping and they heard about your plan, and they were scared to face it.
Dude, okay, wait, hold on. I need to continue ordering. You know, okay, I got onions. I already have garlic.
Oh, what the fuck?
I got some cheese. Sauerkraut. Um. Fuck it, that's enough. Whatever. Coconut milk with the cheese? Oh, coconut. Indian spices, bro. I don't have those. Whatever spices you think, I only have Japanese, Chinese, Korean stuff. I have not delved into Indian spices yet. But I hear it's like a whole fucking ordeal. My cooking is pretty
So we're
uninspired
going
right now.
straight from League to Hardcore WoW, right? That's
What?
our order of operations. Is that not our order of Basically, I need to take a break in between League and WoW so that I can play with my dogs.
Just order garam masala. What is that?
I don't know what Sydney's saying. I don't get it.
Yeah, she said break and wow. Like they are
Like two words that like are like antonyms.
Yeah, I've never heard those words together.
Yo, my bad, guys. I need to take a moment after League of Legends and before a different game in order to entertain my two dependents.
Okay,
I
you had your
understand a
moment.
little bit better now.
Okay.
How long would you define a moment for, roughly?
Like
Oh,
an
so far
hour,
your
but
luck, she's
I'll
got the little
just join you
hat.
guys whenever.
Wait. I actually
Then if you
like
really cared
Olivia
about your support,
Rodriguez.
you'd
The
re-swap with
other
me
month, I said that she was kind of a
so that
knockoff
I
Taylor
get the better
Swift.
pick.
But last night we were listening to some music of hers in the living room, and compared to a lot of her peers, I feel like she's got a very unique voice.
You didn't even say anything.
And I like her music.
I don't want to swap.
So I'm now a Olivia
Yo, what?
Rodriguez stan. Rodrigo. Let's say close enough.
Oh shit! I'm picking. Oh fuck.
Wait, this is perfect. Now that you went Ziggs, I can go Glacial Augment Jin.
Oh wait, yeah.
Toast is a huge.
Wait,
like,
I could also go Glacial
knows
Augment,
all
right?
the stuff about her and was trying to explain how like
Nah, it's only gonna work on your W.
I
And they're gonna,
found
you're
out
gonna
there's a
blow
new
them
High
out of the
School
Glacial Augment
Musical,
anyways with it, so
and
it's not
like
really worth.
all these people came from High School
I wish I
Musical,
played a ranged
and they're
top
like
laner.
then like two people got in like competition and they wrote like songs,
Oh,
not competition,
okay.
like they wrote songs like revenge songs, and I'm just like,
Do you own-
what the fuck
Oh,
is
you don't own
going
Poppy,
on?
never mind.
There's so much
I do.
random stuff.
Okay, well Poppy would be terrible here.
Thank you. Like I want to know how to play Quinn. I need to get Quinn, Kennen. There are other people I don't remember though.
Yeah, he knows all the lore. Why am I a 4 AP team? Which of you guys agree, Phoebe?
No one agreed to
Me.
anything. It's just how it is.
I'm always griefing Scarra.
Oh god. Wait, I'm still like I woke up today and I still couldn't believe that there's another High School Musical.
I think we should watch it.
Wait, because I always thought when people talked about it, I'm like, yeah, of course, High School Musical, the one with like the basketball song and the guy who was singing the yeah, I know that one.
Will you disrespect Zac Efron like that?
Okay,
When
yeah,
are they gonna play basketball?
Well, you gotta get your head in the game.
yeah.
Oh, banger.
A fake left, a fake right.
Wait, that was so good. Yo, we could invade. Our team's pretty good.
Yeah.
I come, right?
Yeah,
Everyone. Wait, choose.
You come until like your minions are about to spawn at 1:30, and then you get back.
Welcome
Get
to
your
Summer's
head.
Rift.
I'm gonna skill W if we see anyone.
I'm gonna skill Q.
I'll let you lead the way though.
Wait, our level 1
30
sucks.
seconds
No,
until
it's
we
No,
great.
it's good.
What are you talking about? Scar, just go first.
Wait, it's just me. Our level 1 is just me.
No, I have a root, and then we have a like they cannot get away.
I'm not.
Yo,
getting
they're in
rid of
here. Or your money back.
Yeah, I'm going up and then down. No, I'm going down. Fuck yeah, I don't even believe they're going up.
Home is where the stars
Oh my god.
Scarra. He's rooted. Look at that, Scarra.
Oh my god, and it went to the best player.
Minions have
Okay.
Okay, now you go top.
Do I need a recall or I just
Oh,
walk?
yo! I'm
You
fine.
can
I'm
just
fine.
walk.
Don't worry about me.
If you didn't get the kill, you don't need a recall. If you got the kill, you
I
recall
just
for
I just
something.
took a fuckload of
Yeah.
damage from his Malachi
Got it.
sapling.
Let's start with a hit that. No,
Wait, I
Okay,
feel like
don't
Vincent's
worry,
getting a
I
leash
will
from
help-
us.
I will help Vincent.
Okay.
Wait, is that the first strike or thing? I've
know,
never
honey.
noticed.
everywhere I go. The
I'm gonna go
light
get water
follows.
after this game.
Okay, this is probably gonna be my LG. My dog.
I'm not gonna
very
get water
much
for this
like
game.
to play.
Doggies would like to play.
What does Garen say? Face the rain, face terrain.
Amatia!
Yeah. What about one of his other lines? Face the rain.
Shine bright.
Did he say that?
Ma'am, you're getting too into this game. I'm gonna need you to stop
We
role
can do
playing.
this.
Ow.
It's the only way I have fun. Let me play support next game.
Wait, she said next game. She said next game.
Yep, I heard that. I heard that as well.
I heard it.
I missed all my skill shots in lane, by the way.
Crashy, who you barking at?
Careful, don't stand behind the minions if she wants.
Yeah. Let's stand behind each other.
God damn it.
I keep emoting on accident. Everybody thinks I'm toxic.
You're toxic.
So
Why
no
does
one
this
knows what he
cannon
says?
hate me, man?
No fucking way.
Gotcha. Banish the shadows. If you can
Well,
see
I
it,
fucking
missed.
be the light.
did not mean to get hit with that.
Oh, I know you're gonna exhaust.
No, it's my bad. I should have called that.
Finding light. Shine
An
bright.
ally has been slain.
The superior tactic.
Enemy double kill.
Fuck, I threw it the wrong
What
way.
the?
Ally has been slain.
Okay, no flash or ignite top lane.
Into
Oh, that's
battle.
not hit.
Hearts aglow.
Vincent, we are in call if you want to join.
Whoa, what an alpha male.
Pushing my limits.
So cool.
Ew, that is so.
Hello.
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 Whoa. Oh, Vincent, don't worry. I'll kill this girl. No.
Well, I like that. I like that, Chris. I don't know why you have that, but I like it.
You have slain an enemy.
I'm not getting traps, Chris. We're fighting to the death.
We're scaling. If we get this low enough, I can just blast it with my satchel.
Any excuse to twirl my wand.
The only way we could do that is if we get a jungle gank.
A jungle gank, huh?
Wait, Vincent. You like free XP, right? Can you eat the whole wave?
Oh, I like free XP.
I just had the back. This,
The
like,
jungle
literally-
gank needs to come later, Sean.
Alright, that's fine.
Wait, free EXP
Yeah, just take
or
the-
free EXP?
Take the whole thing. Take the whole
Been
thing.
here before.
Okay, okay.
There's a thingy in there.
I think
The fire's down here. The fire's down here.
I think
Why
Xerath
does
is
the
also going
message
down.
look weird?
Uh-oh, he's wrapping us.
Does he really think this is gonna work?
Nah, he's out now.
Wait, I just realized that Garrett said sit to top lane. That's so funny.
He said sit to an iron player.
I'm coming by. The
Okay.
jungle gank is coming by.
Okay.
Okay.
They're warding now.
I don't think he warded.
You ordered? Okay, that's yeah, let's go.
He's slow as hell.
Shut down.
I was KS by my support.
Perfect.
I'd like a refund
Yeah.
on this guy.
Perfect.
Finish the fight.
Fuck.
Perfect.
Oh, if you landed that, that was GG.
Oh no.
An ally has been slain. An
Wait, that
enemy
was a good
has been
trade.
slain.
Yeah. It was not the
Did I
word.
think
miss
this guy
him with the
flashed, too. I don't know.
ulti? I think I did. That's my bad. Man, I
Oh,
was
that
kinda
just goes through
close.
minions.
I thought I had that there.
I want to see everything.
Oh, I'm scouting the jungler. Alright, he's somewhere over here. Or he's top bush, but that would be really weird.
Shine bright. Everywhere I go, the light follows. Banish the shadows.
Enemy has been slain.
Hey.
Okay.
Now tell him to
He's got
sit.
the-
Under turret.
Tell him to
He
sit.
just got overconfident and tried to turret dive
That's
me.
top lane, baby.
Yeah, that's top lane though.
I'm
Wait, there's
coming
no
to
way?
try and save you, Chris. He's rooted.
An ally
Wow.
Wait,
has
it
been
doesn't hit
slain.
me when I'm. That's so stupid.
No, man.
You know.
They don't have a ward there. They
I
don't
don't.
have a ward.
It's not. They know now.
No, man.
We can do this. Gotcha.
This guy might be doing dragon. I think he's doing dragon. The Maokai disappeared and he threw a ward there.
If
Oh
you
no,
use
he's back.
magic, you're already blind.
Okay, we can kill him.
Shadows.
I think the only thing you need to know about Lux is it's actually completely okay
He might have just TP'd.
to just use ulti to chunk out your mid laner. Okay. Wait a second. Why does it look kind of close?
Yeah. Oh, what? I thought. Fuck.
Oh,
I
I
thought I
thought
killed her
you
because the thing popped up. It Vincent killed her.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, Maokai's low.
Oh wait, I'm on way. I'm on way. Hey, freebie.
The light will guide you.
I'm backing in three ways, by the way, guys.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, we can actually take this turret. I
Three
don't know if that's
waves?
good for us though. Probably not.
Not this one. The one after this,
No,
right?
that's
Dang.
not even-
I've seen enough darkness.
I can help you.
I messed up. I feel supposed to back in the next wave. I even said the wave after, but I forgot why. It's because it's canon, and I get enough gold to buy Ludens. But now I just back for no reason. Like I don't have enough
You
to
can
do
smile.
anything.
You can be the light.
Wow, that's kind
No,
of.
in this curse race, he's gonna throw a sapling in
or
that bush.
what, man? I literally messed up everything.
I'm good.
Oh, shit.
Oh, careful top, careful top, careful. He's throwing stuff at you.
Oh, Garen's won.
So close.
Wait, what happens if you steal his ult, Vincent? Yeah, that one.
Oh my god, we
You
have,
have
a-
dogs.
I
You have
have
dogs.
2 dogs. I have 2
you
dogs.
got that dog in you.
Oh shit, am I dead?
I have exhaust. Maybe they get overconfident here.
Okay.
I have ulti.
I don't think we can kill the Maokai.
We can kill either.
Okay.
Wait, I'm here. I'm literally here.
I think he's
How close are you to 6, Chris?
Halfway.
Nice.
Okay.
Am I coming for the Xerath?
No, this guy's gonna go back this way.
Okay.
Which I'm gonna not let him do because I'm. No
brain.
way. He like. The plant fucking. Oh my god.
They're so hell bent on killing me.
Yeah. They fucking love killing you.
Lighting the way.
Someone's right there. Wait, who the fuck would be right there? Is that Maokai? What the fuck?
No, Maokai's
No.
out.
Maybe I just. Oh.
Ooh, I've never been
I'm
here
seeing
before.
things.
Oh, it didn't sneak.
Hey, there's a dog here.
Okay.
Finish the shadows. I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones.
I can come, Vincent.
That's okay.
I'm feeling backline here. I'm just like
Is
Pretty.
he low at all? Or
He's like half. He's like right.
is mid?
Ooh.
I don't go behind
Garen
you.
is coming.
Oh, you don't have ult. Fuck.
Yeah. 12 seconds. Oh, yo.
They used heal.
Shine with me. Together. Would it help if I had
Nice.
an enemy?
Nice.
Okay, that MF really wanted that ward.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not even close.
We could do dragon. What do you think?
Mm,
I am.
I'm gonna try
back.
to kill.
Okay.
Home is where the spark
Probably Dark still here, I think.
Sean,
No
cue
offense,
the
like that though.
Probably doing Dark
Garen is
Seal
missing?
into Horizon. Deathcap Horizon, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, we could take this tower. Maybe not. Wait. Where's this?
Can you? I'm coming. Can you kill it and then we die?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
I think I can. Probably nice flash.
Karen's missing again.
Oh, nice.
Didn't get dragon.
Yeah. You can back, Sean. I don't think we need you.
I have big buy. They're trying to stop you guys. I'll be back.
Stay positive.
They're rifting mid. That's it.
You want me to go middle?
I mean, they can't.
I'm
do
coming
anything.
mid.
They can't do anything.
Turret plating will fall soon.
I'm coming mid.
I'll come mid.
We can do this.
Wait, I'm here. We can kill the Zero.
Yeah.
Man.
Bounce to him. What? It really bounces to the dog?
See it. Ulti angle, right here.
Oh fuck.
No, it's okay.
Back
Down
up.
him?
There's a guy on me. He's exhausted. I'm kiting. Nice.
I'll shut top. You go mid.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
Oh, what are you doing here, huh?
I'm our support AP player. Let me cue.
Or Jake is still on vacation. He is, but he said
Before you.
he can play.
Okay.
On vacation.
We can probably take this.
Okay.
I have apple.
Yo, Vince, I got ghost. What you thinking?
Yeah. I think he's running.
Wait, I'll act natural though.
Team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, I'm in the base.
Okay.
Xerath's walking towards bot.
Wait, so the build here, you get 18 here, 24.
Oh, I don't like this.
Oh, I can just malcare with this guy probably.
Wait, that MF is
Alright.
the one that gave it
What
away.
this guy's doing?
Garen
Wow.
Nafari
that
missed.
reaches from here to
Yeah.
here?
I'm coming bot. I'm hella strong. I can one-shot everyone. I'm coming.
An ally has been slain.
What is that?
Don't have a shot. Alright, keep going.
Nice shot.
Godlike.
Oh.
Oh, two top.
Yeah, I'm out this hoe. They're gonna tower dive me?
I'm on my way, Sydney.
An enemy has been slain.
Ooh, I can get this guy.
What? Okay. I thought I had the kill for sure.
Wait, someone's here. Oh, that's you. Never mind. I saw like an explosion. I thought it was one of those
Yeah.
bugs. Like, you can see Baron.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I have an idea. I'm gonna put a ward right here.
Killing spree.
Okay, nice.
Damn, she backed all the way.
You actually backed up? Oh, shit. Oh,
You guys heard the beep?
oh yeah.
Someone's microwave went off. Wait, Sean, I'm here?
I'm fine.
Whenever you don't get W'd by the dog.
Oh, you're here, huh?
Wait, yeah, slowly. Sid's on their way too.
Wait, I'm going back for this guy. He's so greedy.
Oh shit!
I like that. I like that.
Okay.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, that's so low.
I
There's
almost
no
like this. I
way.
almost like this.
Oh, but Sid's here.
Oh yeah.
If I just bait this.
Sid almost has ult.
Oh no, don't W me over the wall. Oh, they didn't do it.
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
I'm kind of convinced Lux is a character that Riot refuses to be bad, to let be bad. Like, if Lux is too bad, they're just gonna buff
I'm coming for
Lux.
crack.
Come in. If I could have a goopy or two, that would be swag.
Careful, Sean. Careful.
Oh
Score
fuck!
for the goopies!
Oh, here we go. Oh, you
Am I
said.
mute?
Oh, you said a word that I didn't understand. Wait. You didn't see anything. You didn't see it.
I can't believe you guys let our AD carry die. He was so important.
But I can't stop smiling.
Oh, I'm surprised she went that way. Alright, I'll fight Maddie L, who sounds like a Fortnite player.
Put him in his place.
Not on my watch, Maddie L. Not on my watch.
He's here, right? The dog was right here. I just don't know where he went.
Keep believing.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Do you think we can kill this guy if I stay?
An enemy has been slain.
I need a ward.
I don't have a ward.
No, it's right here. What?
Don't you dare KS me, Vincent.
Where did he go?
What?
Oh my
Go.
God.
This guy wants it mid. I'm coming.
I'm coming.
Oh, it was warded.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh shit, Chris, they're going for you.
Okay, we're
Good luck,
coming.
soldier.
We're coming.
Wait.
Don't be afraid. We are on the way.
you bait this?
We are flanking.
Alright. We are flanking. Scar, let her kill you.
Wow.
An enemy has been slain.
This Xerath is so dead.
Down.
Wow.
Check this damage out. First strike, boom!
Has been slain.
These
Watch
guys are
your-
so horny for kills that they will run across the map.
I mean,
Is that what we did?
Yeah. My franchise.
The Maokai will bait his entire team.
I took the kill, Scar, because you took the whatever the fuck Sydney said for melons.
My goopies!
Ooh.
Yeah, I said no one knows what the fuck that means.
Okay.
Yo, get this guy.
My
Can you
bad.
just harpoon him and then run away?
Yeah, sure.
How does he
And
know? Who told this guy?
Solo Baron. Do I have to be afraid of that?
You don't have to be afraid of
We
that.
all shine on. Like a diamond.
Wait, his dogs give gold?
They give 3
Yeah.
gold. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna farm this dude.
You mean you? Whoa.
Wait, how did he travel across the earth?
If he W's you, you're just you're own.
Yeah.
I see.
Never give up.
I just gave away my location by shooting that ward like a noob. The fact that this guy's walking. Oh fuck! I'm
I'll
this guy.
play it.
Yeah, Malkai's behind us.
What? No! Sydney, can you explain that ult to me?
I'm really bad at this ult.
Shield! You could beat him. You can actually beat him. No. Oh,
Oh no.
sorry, I lied to you. I thought you could beat
Oh
him.
no, I got
I thought
rooted.
I could beat him too.
Wait, if you bait them back, I can come. You just have to live.
No
for 20
way. Oh my
I
god.
thought you killed her.
Shut down.
Fuck. I'm gonna guess right here. Man.
Decent guess.
Not bad.
I could have killed the Garen. I flashed towards him and then clicked behind him and ran into him. Oh wait, I'm 10 gold away from Last
Wait.
Whisper.
Not even close, buddy.
Yo, dodge everything.
I did. It's so easy. Look.
You're just.
Oh my
You
god.
can't add that in.
Wait, he might be scripting.
My, this guy got both of his kills, right?
I'm resetting his gold now.
Alright, can you control your lane for once?
Oh!
Wait, this guy shows his stupid face. Okay, he didn't.
Wait, but when did he get 4 charges?
Wait, where do you think this guy backed? I think we can catch him.
Here.
That far back, this fucking coward. Watch me juke this.
Oh, nice.
She has to run into this. Get her, guys. Get her. Yeah, get her. I'm holding this. Get her.
Nice shit. Oh my god, the creep block.
John's got the op out holding the site.
I'm holding the angle, and then you guys are pushing her in. You'll get this Garen. We need this Magi stack, Scarra. Not about ending the game. I'll also get you this blue buff on the way.
Yeah, I really.
There's
need
a
this
puppy.
Wrapping
And
around.
I'm not gonna
Wrapping
one-shot
around.
it.
I need help. I need help.
I'm coming.
puppy
I'm
stop.
coming to save our shitty support.
And the fucking train.
Tight to the Maokai
Oh
sapling.
god, he's
I'm gonna,
guys go up.
I'm gonna cut him off.
He's running this way.
Okay, okay.
He might just go that way.
Oh, let's go.
Okay.
He's
gonna be
so
red. I
fast.
missed.
Oh
Wait,
my
they might
God.
be on. They might be on Garen. Do
Yeah, dog was here.
you have a blue orb, Sean?
No, I used it to catch the Garen. You know how it be.
They are not. There's no way they're on Baron.
Taking blue buff. All right. Okay.
They
Too
are gonna
mid.
get back right now.
Wait a
They're
minute.
going for
This is a
Aaron then, right? No.
this is a dragon.
Let's just get dragon. We can get
Okay, okay.
3.
He's already on it.
I'm just gonna ult pit.
Scar,
and
pop it.
stuff.
It's for the team play. Fuck.
It's a jungle diff. I'm here.
Careful, Sean.
Gone?
Help me.
Stop.
Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me.
I'm just gonna run by you really quick.
Ooh, I like that, Scar. I like that.
What?
I almost
What?
like that. I almost like that.
How much MR does that guy have?
Oh, Chris wins this. Chris maybe wins this?
This guy has flash. I have died off cooldown ever. I got yes.
Oh, he got executed?
What?
Wait, Scar runs kind of fast.
Oh, I have Magi 10 stacks.
Oh.
Risk it all.
Dude, this.
Didn't the humanity and technology have to team up here? Let me get in the mech.
Welcome. Welcome to the mech.
Wait, they have 200 MR. Sean, you are our only hope.
I'm used to it. Alright,
Dude.
now we must catch this villain, this vigilante.
How do I do damage to these guys? Hold on, let me go buy
I'm here,
some
I'm here, I'm
stuff.
here.
I think they
He has
base.
left the building.
He's right here.
Yeah, I don't know if we can catch him. Really bad news. I kind of want a troll build, but it's really fun.
We can do this.
I think it's fine.
It's fine. I'm gonna get Void soon.
There, kill her!
And then
Massacre her!
Horizon.
Okay, Malcolm's so far.
It's my turn.
Here, here.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This should Baron.
Okay.
Chris, you go into every bush first.
Yeah, I'm face checking.
Do I not kill this guy? Wait, don't I kill Lux? Or don't I kill Xerath with my ulti?
Yeah, probably. If you land a Q.
No, just
Well,
by
I'm also
itself.
here with you.
Wow.
Get back in here, soldiers. Sydney, you got a tank for me. Thank you. Now Vincent's the tank.
Where's the doggy?
If you
Oh wait,
can
come
feel, you can be the light.
Oh.
We have the worst jungle.
What?
That's
At least he didn't kill 2 of us and steal Baron. At least he doesn't kill all of us and then steal Baron.
Oh, that's crazy.
Sydney, ask where our mid laner is.
Yeah, where's our
Ask
this
in team chat right now.
is clearly our mid laner's fault.
What? The fuck?
Wait, ask him. I need to know.
Scarra, where were you?
I was assisting the enemy for the enemy.
Sorry, don't act like you haven't
Position?
seen this on Drink the Toss before.
Oh no, man.
Scarra's getting PTSD. Alright, I'm back. Let's kill these guys. All these guys mid are dead. I'm gonna farm bot.
Pushing my limits.
Whoa, whoa. Woo! Whoa, whoa. Oh, I'm in this.
Lighting the way.
Do you want me to ult him?
Yeah, if you see
He
him.
shows himself again, I'm gonna go.
Banish the shadows.
Smart boy. He knows.
40 seconds on Dragon.
Ooh, I've never been here before.
Oh yeah, I just want to get blue here and back.
Alright, I won't take it.
Oh
You
wait.
saw that though.
Okay, we're good.
You saw that though.
Yeah. I have void.
Okay, I'm gonna clear this one wave and then I'm gonna run straight bot.
I don't have dark secrets.
Is magic like penetration a thing?
Yeah, you need void
Yeah.
staff. The item I have,
Void staff.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
It's like a purple
without it,
wizard
like
staff.
Yeah. Okay.
our team yielded no damage.
Well,
I'll do all the damage.
I just built my mythic, so it's gonna be a little bit, but I'm on my way, guys. Don't worry.
I have blue trinket.
It's a big old wave bottom.
Fuck, we need to do this fast.
Ooh, they're split right now.
Let's kill this ward really quick if we can. Okay, Maokai ulted, sweet.
Scarra's is no fun.
Okay.
I'm zoning.
Bursting now,
ulting.
bursting now, bursting now.
Your dog's exhausted in the ult.
They're ending.
They're ending. You guys got it back.
Ooh,
You guys got
that's
it back.
unlucky.
I don't know what that means.
I'm hitting the back button.
Okay.
Oh no.
Eh.
Kill the MF!
That's depressing. Okay,
This
I'll
thing-
play one more because of how
this thing
depressing that was.
happened.
That was actually the most depressing thing that's happened to me in a
This game
time.
didn't happen.
One more, and then I gotta go.
Okay.
Okay.
That.
I'm
I'm gonna give it to our jungler. I don't think he got out jungled at all.
Dude, literally I didn't even look at Barracks. I thought like, oh, whatever. You at least kill him, right? And then I just start seeing the deaths on my right side of my screen. I'm like, oh.
I think we were all like one hit.
Yeah, I did not realize.
Okay, well, I've never played against that character before, so that's my defense. Okay, what's the name of this stupid dog? It's getting banned.
Nefari.
Nefari? Wait, he sucks. Like actually,
It's a her, Scarra.
her sucks. Wait, is Shojin Gordricker still cringe?
I think so.
Oh. Okay, what do I want to ban, man?
Okay, I'm trusting you that I don't need to ban this dog.
You don't.
I hope we go against the same team and they pick the dog again.
Wait, Vince, I was wondering if since I was good after buffs with Shojin Gore Drinker.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's gotta be broken.
I'm gonna try it out. This character's hella fun.
Hey, Sean, remember that thing that you said?
Did you
No.
ban your own character?
Nice.
Can they see that we swapped like mid pick?
No.
Okay. Okay, let me think. I don't know if this happens to a lot of people, but every time I pick, I feel like nervous that I need to pick something. But like I should have planned out my pick ahead of time.
Nah, I'm with you.
It's always an R game. True.
Well, I like panic pick Ziggs because I didn't realize I was picking. So
Ah.
I mean, I probably would have picked something equally troll, but it wasn't gonna be Ziggs.
Dude, I don't know who a fun mid laner to play is. I'm looking about it. I'm thinking about it. Oh, someone said Brand is crazy right now.
Okay, you got it.
What? What the fuck? You picked my mid laner.
Wait, I thought you wanted me to play him.
No, I said Brand is. I said, what should I
You said
pick mid
Brand is
right now? I
crazy,
hear
pick
Brand
him
is.
right now.
That's what you get for the goopy Scarra.
Wait, do you want to play Brand? Because I was.
You no, you can play.
Okay,
him.
what do you want?
Maybe. Well, who's good against Alistar here?
Poppy.
Yeah, give me Poppy.
Chris is too old to play Poppy.
What's that mean?
Wait, you think Poppy's a Zoomer champ?
He doesn't have the reaction time to stop the Alistar headbutt.
Prove him wrong,
okay,
Chris.
well, it's
Prove him
fine.
wrong.
Oh, I could also stop the Kha'Zix jump too. This is pretty broken.
And the Triss jump.
Yeah. Where do I go as Poppy support?
Okay, have you
Poppy
ever done
phase
full lethality, Poppy?
No, but I'm down to do it.
It's-
How do I do
Stop talking to my support
So-
right now, Scar. Stop talking
it?
to
Tell me tell me what to go right now in the
It's
picking room.
so OP. You go
You've
up.
already told me. Tell me what to pick for my
Is
mastery.
set ass?
No, so that's
I
pretty
think it's
good.
What do I do for my masteries, Scar?
Fuck, I don't know. Let me
I
double
would
check. Let me
listen to
double check.
Chris. I would listen to Vincent.
It's
He said
electrocute.
Stage Rush.
With
What's a like?
What, Poppy?
Damn it.
oh well, I mean, if you want to go lethality, yeah,
No, I am.
yeah, it's electrocute.
Electrocute, sudden impact, I assume.
Yo, swap me. How do I swap?
I don't know.
You have to wait till they're done picking.
Oh right, I thought that was already done.
Great. I have no idea what that guy does.
Shen, when his sword comes to his body, he hits 3 auto attacks to do more damage, and when he has a little circle around him, you cannot auto attack him. Like it just gets blocked. But it only lasts like 1
Okay,
second.
extra damage with 3 swords, much like Zoro from One Piece.
Yeah.
And he has a shield, and I can't touch him.
Yep.
Got
Your character is you auto 2 times and then you press Q to reset. It's like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, Sean. I think it goes without saying I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here.
No, you condemn him into a wall. I condemn him into a wall.
I see we also have exhaust, so we shouldn't lose late game.
This lane is going to be called Super Smash Bros.
Which one is my thing that stops him from
W.
W.
W? Okay.
Oh, wait. When your combo in late game is just you E them into the wall and then you Q ulti. Insta tap ulti. So they get hit with both parts of your Q.
Welcome
Oh, I see. Okay.
You just knock him up in place, so.
Gotcha.
Or if you just ram into a wall. Like, you have 2 things that can make you fill both your Qs.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So you have 2 things that make him guaranteed.
Okay. So the ult is just if they're like out in the open.
Yeah, your ult is hold down if you don't know that. So you can just tap it, or you can hold it down to knock them further. So like if you want to get their jungler out of like Baron Pit, you hold it down.
Yeah. Sid, on that character I think you W max and then
Okay.
And it always knocks towards their fountain, Chris.
Yeah, your W shield charge if you take more damage, so you want to like
I think I should get Q first.
E into W. when your shield is full.
I'm not gonna use Q.
EW.
Yeah, I might get E first.
Yeah, I'm gonna get E.
Like this Alistar, is he gonna get headbutt first?
No. it's
I
probably
think
gonna
there's gonna be honestly, realistically, no fighting for the
Wait,
first.
brother,
Like,
you exhaust.
what? You have a problem?
Okay.
Chris wins his 1v1.
No, no
I win my 1v1.
No, no problem, no
I
problem.
believe we had a bot diff last game, and you know, we were fine.
That's done to a wall.
I guess not.
Yo, why did the jungle let my support get fucked up?
What?
He walked up. Not my fault.
No, no, that's gaslighting.
He walked up.
There's no
Wait, have you
chance that
played New
Shen
Poppy at all?
leash-
No, I've
Okay.
never played Poppy really.
Perfect. Great trade. Your passive gives you a ranged auto attack.
Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, that's cool.
This body is just one of many.
Ooh, I can. Oh, go for. That's bullshit. I'm going W instead of Q.
Okay.
This
Fine, I
guy's
can use
so mean.
1, 2, 3. This burn to him.
I'm gonna sit next to you so I can W.
Okay. You can.
You might need to ward for us.
Okay, okay.
Hope the jungler's not here, because I'm gonna fucking die if he is.
Oh, whoops.
Probably stop. I'm coming.
Oh,
I'll be there soon. Oh, nice.
I have fleet forward, so I have like more sustain in her.
Nice
Bless.
job!
bless you and your sweet soul, moron stupid.
Jungler's top.
I think you just wait in bush and then you can charm or charge into a wall.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you shoot this?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
You know what sucks for him? I marked him right there. He can't back.
I'll just stay in this bush so I can zone.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think it barrier. Shit, I learned something new. I didn't even look. What fucking Veigar takes barrier, man? Like it's a fucking. Okay. Wait, I think I got Dark Harvest after too.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
We could.
No. I don't think it's worth. Not an Alistar.
I think Kha'Zix is probably bot side now.
It's best to do it that way then.
Yeah.
Well, our jungler is gonna counter gank. That's what Vincent is saying.
It's okay. I'm gonna base. He's scared.
Do you want to back?
Guys, barrier isn't for weedies.
I mean, if we're just chilling like this and they're
Okay,
killing and
Giga
we're doing
Kobe.
fine, then late game we should be good.
Holy shit! This guy just called you old.
Bro, I'm a young buck, man. This guy can't dodge a
Yeah.
skill shot.
Old.
Short fuse.
I don't know why I walked into that
Politics.
though. That was weird.
Eh.
No one asked me what happened there.
Like wildfire.
Oh shit, I'm coming.
Killing spree.
I'm on my way.
I'm okay. Oh, nice.
I'm around to party. This guy's won. Oh, so close.
Oh my god, he's not.
I'm gonna condemn her away.
I'm flashing. Oh, I'm out.
Nice.
Nice, nice.
I'm fucking out.
An
Push
ally has
flash.
been slain.
Can you come middle? Or never mind.
No, I cannot. No, I cannot. No, I cannot.
Fuck my W.
Kha'Zix.
Wait, I can beat this guy. Fucking hell. Didn't get in time.
Oh, that guy knew you. That was working.
Yeah, there was a word over here.
Look
I
at mid
forgot.
lane, man. This guy-
You can't contain me, summoner.
It was good.
I really good buy.
I want to know. Usually, what happens is Brand is
I mean,
forced
Arthur also
to
got the kill, so.
not Brand, but
He'll probably come back with a noon quiver too.
Oh, they changed.
oh, I missed my
Gorge.
back
Did they
line.
use heal?
Don't know.
I don't think they did.
Oh, I guess I did need it back then. Never mind.
I am the fire that cleanses the world.
This should freeze for us.
Yeah. I'll give you Ken.
Yeah, I'll hit it last second. Killing this ward running.
Okay.
Short fuse.
So how do I get Shen's shield to go away?
He use
Alright,
it once every
don't.
20 seconds.
Okay.
It's like a really long cooldown. Like if he has to use it, like
Wait,
he
I'm gonna
is
get number.
not in the great
Oh,
spot.
I just got fucking stunned.
Are you chilling?
This body is just one of
I
many.
mean, I think we're just chilling.
Can you let me know before you go?
Okay, yeah.
Shen's missing.
Or just scream, because
I was like more like I didn't think we were gonna trade that hard is what I meant. But yeah, I'll let you know.
I'm sending you here.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, I have the ult thing. I can do the combo.
Let's careful. Shenna's ulti, so be careful.
Okay, yeah. Then let's not tower dive. Can we kill this? Okay, I'm here. I don't know where they're going. They definitely have a ward here.
Oh. Well, that guy can't walk up.
Very nice.
Oh, I kind of want to go for it.
Okay,
but-
okay.
Yeah, yeah. The Kha'Zix in the middle. Okay, if I see an opportunity.
Okay.
Should I just ult right away after?
After your no. Wait a second for the stun. Wait like half a second after your stun, and then ult.
You can't contain me, summoner.
So I E and then I Q and then I wait and then I R.
Yep. Well, I can condemn after you as well. I said we go.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
I missed everything. I'm just gonna.
The Shen's ulting. The Shen's gonna ult bot. He's looking to ult right now.
Just run.
Yeah, I just went.
Can I stop him? Oh,
Yep,
fuck,
you can
he's-
stun him.
He's gone. He's gone.
The only way you can stop him is with E.
Got it.
An ally
Or I guess
has
ulti.
been
Oh, no, my bad. I missed the
An
Q.
ally has
No,
been
I like that you guys
slain.
died because now the game is actually interesting. We were winning too hard before.
No, we weren't even. We're putting them in an advantage so we can come back from this.
I think we can only win this lane also if you stun to a wall. Like you can't just E away from me, because then I have to catch up to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna push him. I'm gonna push
I
him word. I'm
wasn't
gonna push him
sure, like-
word.
So you do if you hit rhythm into a wall,
Yo,
Chris,
I
your E does
kinda-
double damage.
I kind of want to kill this guy. Oh, it's like kind of impossible. Never mind.
Okay. This
I'm
is
just
like-
stressing.
I like can't even fight him. I feel like his shield is fucking permanently up.
Yeah, Shen is just AFK farm lane. It's kind of
Yeah,
boring to
it's
play against
boring
him.
as fuck. But at least I'm not feeding, so
Whoa, whoa.
I'll take it.
You're not implying other people are feeding, right?
No!
Oh.
Oh no, League's getting me.
Okay, everyone in League is the most sensitive player ever. Nice.
Like wildfire.
I'm going mid.
I'm putting middle.
That was a fucking tower shot.
Don't worry, Scar, we're coming to save you. The Super
I can
Smash
see that.
Bros are coming.
Oh, we dive these guys. Yeah, dive these guys. Wait,
You
hold.
guys know where that jungler is?
The mid,
Yeah,
mid, mid,
he's
mid.
a-
I see him.
Oh.
I should just walk around instead of watching.
I'm gonna save Scar here. Never mind, I gotta go bot. Fuck. Oh, I only know I could protect this turret.
I think it's fine if they take turret because you just farm and their Triss doesn't have a place to go.
Shut down.
Nice.
Nice. They shove one wave.
An ally has been slain.
Crystal Blast, we're over for 41 months. Oh, it did not work the way I thought it would work. Shit.
Fuck, I realized I should have just stunned Alistar into the turret and then went invis up.
I had it back here. I was.
Oh,
You help?
Alistar, no. Okay, I'm coming.
Your turret has been
Well,
destroyed.
They might go for me here.
Do you have Debbie?
Oh, I mean,
Wait, can I just TP behind them?
Yep.
yeah, you can.
yep. All you, all you.
Because she flashed.
Eh.
Come on now. Shen, no.
Easy,
I'm coming.
easy.
Yeah, this is free.
It's free, it's free.
Oh yeah, so free.
It's free, it's free.
This is free. This is good.
We're so free.
Perfect setup.
I'm gonna bop this poppy when I can.
That's a Tristana.
Trip Stana.
Tripstana.
Trip starter.
Tripping over these hands.
Shen's here.
Do I go Shadow Flame here?
Alright, I guess we're gonna go kill mid. Alright, Scarra! Oh, look at that bounce! Look at that bounce!
Yeah, nice.
Fuck it.
Shen
I missed
is
my
no
Q.
longer
Doesn't
bot.
matter.
No, I didn't see it.
I'm gonna give away that you're doing dragon. Oh, what the
Oh,
fuck?
wait.
Come in.
Don't worry.
Oh, stupid. Haha.
Nice.
Nice.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yo, what is this? That's not lethality.
No, it's because the thing changed on me randomly. And
Oh.
then my masteries got all messed up, so I was like, ah, screw it. That's actually probably why I died a couple times in lane.
Yeah, yeah. It's-
too. Yeah.
Stop, Scar. Stop enabling him. Alright, they're gonna go for Gromp here.
oh, over here.
Oh, get the Trist! Get the... Wait,
I think I'm
oh boy!
I have 4 seconds. 3, 2.
Nah, there's 4 here.
Oh, shit, Shen will.
Good try.
Shut down.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, let me condemn first.
You know, I had to eat
You
it.
fucked me over so many times.
No, I had to eat
Just
it
tell you
over
her
the wall.
Tristana jump.
No, she jumped here, so I had to E to get there.
Yeah, but you push her out of my condemn.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Good shit, Sid. Good shit, Sid.
I'm coming to this.
Holy shit, that shield is massive.
Okay.
Oh, watch out. The Veigar might ult you and you're gonna die.
Where did the fucking Kazakhs come from?
I'm starting to think our bot lane is fucking griefing us. It's okay. I'm here.
We have them
Oh!
right where we want them.
Perfect.
I'm on way. Oh.
Easy worth.
Oh, Scar, he's on fire.
Okay, Scar, you gotta commit to that.
Oh, this is it. Oh, this is it.
Oh my god,
There's a
they're
lot
so
of fire.
dead.
There's a lot of fire here.
Oh, well, he has Locket.
What
Wait,
the
whoa.
fuck?
He's got Locket.
I'm surprised the Kazakhs lit. Wait, how did the Kazakhs heal though?
He got
Oh,
locked
from
in.
his W.
Oh,
yeah,
No, that's a
yeah,
shield.
But
that's not a
the
heal.
Locket, but yeah, but the Locket, the Locket.
Can I kill him?
Yeah. I'll go with you.
You guys got this. You guys got it.
Wait. Okay.
Okay, we're on Alistar next. No, we're on Shen next.
Okay, I was just panic ulting.
Wait, you're a beast.
Oh, there's Hex Tech gates?
I'm gonna
I'm
cut
an
him off.
idiot.
Hey,
Oh, I didn't have W up.
okay.
Yeah, I'm
We just
I'm
stall
ready,
for our team to
I'm
come.
coming from, yeah.
Yeah.
Coming back in? Coming back
I'm
in?
just stalling.
Wow, he
Oh my
what?
god. Perfect combo.
An ally has
Oh
been
my
slain.
god.
What are your guys' cooldowns?
I'm running.
I can turn right here.
Enemy rampage.
Fuck.
An ally has been slain.
Jesus Christ!
Alright, we just gave them 15 kills.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, well now it's barely even fight for them. No big deal. Wait, what am I building next?
Okay, I'm level 8. This Tristan's level 10. But she. Can I win? I can win this. I can win this.
Did really build demonic? You fuck demonic. I'm building void.
Dragon. 30. I
I
can
don't want to fight
here.
again.
Go, go, go.
You.
I don't
No,
know if
go
it's a good
go for CS, go
idea.
CS. Don't worry.
Oh wow. Yeah, he canceled your thing. Alright, we should Dragon. They have the base.
Am I okay to go bot here? Yeah. If you guys
Yeah.
die here, it's all it's you guys, man.
Whoa, that's unnecessary pressure, Scarra. Hurry! They're coming!
Hurry.
They're fucking coming!
No.
I have
Oh
TP.
fuck. This is bad.
Okay, we're
I
gonna need
am
you to come
so
as soon as
sorry, I
possible.
should've-
We're gonna need you to come as soon as possible.
Okay, I'm finding something to TP to.
No,
There's
you're
not a
fine.
ward.
You're fine. Go top. That's fine. Go top.
Fight this shit.
Wait.
You coward. Okay, I'm not gonna fight Veigar. That guy's gonna R me, and I'm dead.
I'm here.
Oh,
Okay, Shen's
I'm
walking
fucking
top
dead!
now.
I'm fucking dead! Oh, let's do this shit.
Oh, it's Shen TPing to you.
No Veigar ult.
Okay.
Ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, I'm on my way, but slowly.
Ooh, this is not looking good for me, guys. It's not looking good for me, guys.
Your W doesn't really give you a shield unless you take damage first. Set is like bide, like you just take a bunch of damage and you build up your shield. I'm coming, Chris.
Oh, alive. Nice.
No, you're fucking stunned, man.
Well, at least I landed my stun though, you know. Scarra, just do. Oh!
Wait, we're the best.
Yes, that's big gold.
Okay, we should burn.
Yabba dabba doo.
I don't think we can.
We can,
but
I
this is
believe
the
you.
time to do it.
No,
Oh,
we have Brand. We have Brand. We're fine.
We have, yeah. We have
I
Scarra.
do a lot of damage.
Should I kill these wards or should I just come back?
You can kill the wards.
Don't worry, I'll stop mid.
Focus Brand. Focus Brand.
Try and ease them
Okay.
if they come in.
Nice, nice.
Don't worry, your favorite Vayne defended base.
Perfect.
You got top.
Oh, I mean, I'm here for like one wave.
I hate finding super minions. Was there
10 points.
Runons in the game in season 1?
Maybe season 2. For
Oh
sure.
my god. That Cortric is Spear Lee.
There's a ward right here.
Okay. Yo, overkill trust.
Yeah, we have.
Everyone act natural.
They're split.
Uneject the steroids
think-
now.
I'm gonna go top.
Yeah, I'm gonna go top.
That was Sean then.
I have exhaust for. There you go. I flash. I'm gonna flash E him.
Okay, bot's missing. They're not there anymore.
He's exhausted.
I'm TPing.
He's dead, he's dead.
Oh, what the fuck? Good work, everyone.
guys.
It was a 1 for 2. It was a 1 for 2 for good work, everyone.
I feel so bad. As
Wherever
soon as I
Vayne
said I was,
go.
like leaving Sean, I just hear you.
No. That's what he
Writing
gets
in
for
vain.
playing Vayne.
That's on me. That's on me for picking this.
Can we even do anything to this?
You just gonna switch to the.
Oh,
No.
Oh,
that's lucky. Wow, that didn't knock him up. That's crazy.
Oh, he has a shield. Is that what that is?
Wow, I can't believe we didn't get
Yeah, it's
he
like
has- he
that's
has,
Banshees. 80 carry Banshees, basically. Or 80 Banshees.
I'm coming bot. I can kill Alistar. Ooh.
Problem is, I kind of need to get Death Cap. Wait, I'm on my
coming.
way, but it's gonna
I'm
take a
coming. I'm
while.
coming.
I'm on my way. It's gonna take a while.
Your team has
I just keep
destroyed
weaving in and out, guys. I'm here. She jumped that shit. Fuck her. Condemning her. Let's go. Let's go. All the bots roll out.
I'm here. I'm here.
no.
Shen sleeping.
And yeah,
Okay,
Wait,
I
kill
gotta
Shen.
play this like a cringe word.
I'm
I have
coming.
stun in 2.
Yeah, I'll start as like no mana all the time.
I'm gonna condemn.
Nice save. You're beast.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Alright, you can kill Shen.
Oh, fuck, I can't. I'm gonna
I
go
don't
back. I'm gonna.
I spread it.
I'm condemning him.
Okay, we should drag him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I was 1 HP that entire fight.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Well, you never went back, huh?
Yeah, I was basically just Scarra's health, but then I just lifestealed back
I
up.
don't. Vincent was going in and out there. He was like weaving, ducking, dodging.
Dude, that's your beast.
Oh shit, we got dude.
Yeah, we
Our
got
jungler's
Soul. We're
good.
fine.
Wait, this is also the perfect one for me.
Vincent played that
I have
so
trouble A clicking
fucking
on my
well.
targets
It
now.
was crazy.
That's the age kicking in, man. I'm a Sejuani player now.
respawning soon.
Oh my god, I'm almost level 16. Vince is a Smurf. Oh yeah,
Not
he's
sure
like
where I'm supposed to
multi-challenger
be.
player. He's just been a friend for a while.
You know what? And that's
Sean,
okay.
He's really good friends with Sean.
Yeah, let's see if he can
But
kill the
Vince is
Veigar.
like fucking insane.
Yeah.
All right, top. And then Chris and I will be mid. Scarra, you're solo bolo.
I think I should just train the Tristana. I don't
Yeah.
know.
If you get, you
Okay.
just, you
It's like
basically
Lord of
just,
Summer here.
you just W when she tries to W. Like you just kind of cock block her, and then you just stun her into a wall, and then we'll do the rest.
Yeah.
Someone's here.
Okay. Well, I'll see if Chris can get in position here.
Wait, I can get this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Trish.
Coming.
Oh my god, I hit the wrong one.
I think
I'm dead,
Scarra.
guys.
What? Oh.
Nice. Can't go in. I cannot go in.
Yeah,
Oh.
I got the big one.
I got this bitch. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
going.
it's
I'm going.
good.
I'm going.
Yeah, this is fine.
Kill these two.
They're slowed. Oh, nice E.
I'm going in, bitches.
Holy, let's go.
Oh,
Dead.
Yeah, ulted Edge of Night. Yeah, I fucking panic ulti there. I fucking suck.
Nice,
Yeah.
not bad, not bad.
The comms were immaculate though, right? You
Yeah,
guys knew what
perfect.
I like the I'm going in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
bitches.
It gave it the confidence to just do whatever. It didn't matter if it was gonna work or not.
Everyone was inspired at the rally.
I'm getting this.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Dude, this combination of items does not seem fair. I'm watching
It's kind of crazy.
your cooldowns. I'm like, there's no fucking way.
It's like
You're
I'm
also
playing.
hella tanky. I
Like
didn't
I'm
know they took
playing
out
Earth.
the mana of Shojin.
Baron's like 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna base.
Okay, Kha'Zix is top.
Yeah, we're
I
gonna
ultied
bring
this
the
'cause it's a
wards. I'll be with Chris.
38
Bada
second
bing, bada
cooldown.
boom.
I just ultied
can
and
set
got
up
the
for
hell
kills here.
out.
Okay. Yo, I'm gonna get
Oh,
that
wait,
red
I
buff
think
real
I
quick.
think we should kill this thing first.
Oh, there's hex gates. I totally forgot about these.
Yeah, Shojin is very.
I agree with Chris. I think we set up for a kill right here.
I got the thing. We're chilling.
Wait, I'm gonna. We can use this to clear wards. I want this red buff.
Wait,
No,
Everyone
I-
protect me.
Come get this red buff.
wait. I almost killed myself.
I got the.
I'm condemning Shen.
They're out.
Sunchen?
I dodged the taunt.
I can stun Kha'Zix in a second here.
Here?
I killed Kha'Zix. I'm kind of looking at Chris here if I can.
Yeah.
I got
I got it.
Veigar no ult.
Wait, our jungler just cast me like a bitch.
Yeah, I saw that. That was fucked up.
I got the condemn! No, I don't. I don't. No one saw that.
Alright, we can go.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got 20 seconds.
Let's plant over. Don't you dare.
Don't you do what?
Okay, Veigar's gonna like one shot me. Can you kill him?
Yeah.
Okay, you kill him. I'm gonna go over here.
Oh, he dodged. One sec. Wait, he dodged again. He's so good.
Oh, he's going this way?
Hell no.
Wait,
W to me.
Veigar's dead.
W to me. I'm in front of you.
Oh, no,
Okay,
no,
he's
no,
fine.
that's good.
Wait, let me read Shojin. It's gain ability haste reduced to
I hate this
gain
game.
move.
I actually hate this game. Yeah, get in there.
Is 27 a lot?
Wait, Sean, just kite back.
How much
I'm
is
here.
27?
Just kite back.
Like I
I
don't
got
do
this, I got
numbers.
I'm setting into a wall. Oh,
Oh, I almost.
wait, someone's here. Like someone just placed a ward. I don't think it was him.
That's Alistar. No, it's only Alistar. Tristana's on the right.
Oh,
nice.
good
Nice
W.
stop.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What's up, bitch?
Let's go.
They
Wait,
call
I'm
me
coming.
Vanye.
Vanye.
Wait, I can go for this guy. Can you like
Okay.
bait him or something?
Wow, Scar wouldn't take a turret shot for that.
Alright, you
Aw,
wouldn't.
I thought
Kha'Zix
you.
is hex gating.
We've changed. Alright, you get him.
Okay. I'm here.
Oh my
Chase him
god.
down. Chase him down. W, Chris, for me, speed.
I can't. 5 seconds.
Let this guy say
Okay, we
fuck
can-
you, Scarra, man.
This
What did
guy's
I
a
do to him?
What was your Apex name again?
Is she free? She's a thought.
Hmm.
Okay, Scar, I'm here. I'm mirroring you so that they get overconfident.
Coming.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm looking Trist.
I'm on my way.
She jumped.
I'm
Don't worry, I
going
got
in.
top.
You already
I have
know I'm
top
going
on
in, Scar.
Oh my.
Ooh!
And I exhausted his ult. It's GG.
That was the most cringe thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm sending him back to where he's coming. Never mind. Come in.
Your team has
Yeah.
destroyed an inhibitor.
Wait, should I know he ulted that? Ooh, suplex! They want Chris, but can they?
Oh my god.
Killing spree.
Oh, I like your damage, Scarra.
Ow! Ow!
Wow!
I died to that? Bro! What the fuck? His comment did like 1 billion damage. What?
GG.
GG.
Well, bot lane carries once again.
GG.
100.
Wait, I got hit with like the hardest comment on the man. This is the one that killed the dinosaurs, dude.
Ah, League of Legends. What a
Mhm.
fun game.
Kaz a dog, welcome back for 24 months. Thanks for subbing. Espresso Brats, welcome
Alright,
back
I
for
must
40.
unfortunately go so that I can train my dogs.
Alright.
Farewell, my friends.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
GG's.
GG's.
GG's, everyone. I'm gonna go take a break, and then I'm gonna go play hardcore WoW.
Okay,
Alright.
GG's.
See ya.
Bye,
GG's.
everyone.
Bye, guys.
Guys, I'm gonna go play some mats. I need to get water. Okay, I'll be right back. Also, I need to check in on my COVID test. So can you guys give me like 5-10 minutes? I just want to make sure. I'm not feeling great right now. Luckily, I've not interacted with anyone. I'll be back. Okay. What are you guys gambling on? What the fuck? Ooh. All right, guys. Sorry. I am feeling a little bit sick, and I just got back from anime convention. Usually, that's breeding grounds for bad juju. So I just took a COVID test. I'll probably need like 10, 15 minutes to see how it goes. Anyways, I'm gonna play a little bit more League. I drafted a team. I'm probably gonna end up playing bot lane, but my plan originally was to play bot lane with Insanity. And we're gonna, cause I have played with him a lot before, and he's down to do really stupid shit bottom. But he got taken early in the draft, so I was like, shit, did not expect it. So I am still gonna try to play stupid stuff, but I haven't played much with Breezy, but I have heard he's good fucking dude. So Yeah, I have a little bit of a headache. Part of me thinks it's just like being tired. Because yesterday I did some stuff that I'm like not used to. Like imagining like not only like lifting like a pack of like 10, 20 pounds of stuff around, but also in general just being in the heat and walking around is not like my usual MO. So I was super dehydrated. It was actually crazy. Arcane for mid? Yeah. Because I'm going to be playing a lot of mid lane champs bottom anyways. Would I check out the Danny clip? I don't even know where it is, man. Can you repost it? It doesn't matter if you have time now. I'll look at it. I've been seeing some people do Swain. Hold on, what is this?
He's instigating, he's instigating, he's instigating.
No one's going to take him, so I'll get him in the second rotation.
Alright, Scarra's gonna lock in Xmizzy, jungle goat of NA, which means sneaky. Now it is your pick.
Okay. I'm just catching L's today, bro. Lost a tournament. All good. All good. When Scarra watches this VOD, he's gonna feel so sad. He's gonna watch a sad man get even more sad. That's just so fucked and so unreasonable.
Cloud9
It's just so fucked and unreasonable.
Teammate balls from. Like,
It's just so
how
fucked and
long have you guys been playing
unreasonable.
together? 8 years? 9 years?
So fucked and unreasonable.
So long. Like, I think
So
20
fucked. I try my best
was the last
to.
time
I try to be a good person and
You guys are
everything.
probably at this point, you
and
don't even
what
need to communicate
the
with each
fuck?
other. You're just so insane.
Is that what he told me when he messaged me? I was like, yo, are you ready? He's like, we lost. Shit. What am I playing? Ziggs. Yo, I want to play Caston again. I'm not gonna lie. It looked really interesting. I want to try this. It looks very interesting. Lichbane CR build. Is there another one? What's the most common leak stat website again? Isn't Ulti Hunter even gonna cast it and take 2 nanas? No, it's still really good. What? I think so. I mean, the character is literally built around one thing, you know?
I'm on my way.
Lolix. This is probably the greediest casting build I've ever played. Why do people go in Genius Hunter? I don't get it. Does it work on Rod of Ages or Archangels? It works on Archangels. How does? Wait, but is that it? I feel like isn't that crazy? And Zanya's, I guess, but like, you don't even hit Zanya's to like fucking 28 minutes.
Minions have spawned.
Night Harvester, but you're not building Night Harvester, right? Does it work on Lichbane CDR? Works on tier. Sorry, I'm gonna move my items around real quick.
First blood. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Damn, the timing was actually crazy. He hit 3 right on the dot here. Oh, I cannot hit these. You just jump on them, right? Oh, my E didn't go off there. Wow, holy moly. Wait, my E didn't go off there. That really sucks.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, I think it's fine. Just trade, right?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The game's a little goofy.
has been slain. An ally has been slain.
My dad.
Ally has been slain. You have been slain.
Oh, just give up the first dragon though. Isn't it fucking crazy that we contested this though?
An ally has been slain.
Wow. We just went 0-2? Or up 2-0.
An ally has been slain. Honestly, we probably win this game. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Damn, he still has flash, man. Yeah, I don't know if I like this build. But it's just like kind of weird, I feel. Like I have to hit people with cuz like the alternative is I go TP with resolve, right?
Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Enemy killing spree. Shut down.
You went Swifty Boots?
Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, my team is fucked. We are behind everywhere. I think the Kaz doesn't even play badly this game. I think, realistically, if he just didn't go for Dragon, it would have been fine. The rest of the lanes felt really bad. But once we lost at Dragon, like, we lost the game, pretty much. No way.
Will soon fall.
Oh my goodness.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
This one looks like a difficult one. I'm gonna go with it's okay. I messed up a little bit. I should have gone first blood for sure.
Enemy rampage.
Damn, this singed. I'm seeing W after E now? Really? Oh, I fucking didn't wait till stacks are falling.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I mean, I don't think the comp is bad at all. Like it's yeah, it's like everyone just died.
Dominating.
Lucky man.
Enemy double kill. Enemy quadra kill. Aced.
Nice. Another down.
Okay.
Has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Dude, it's crazy. I don't even think the jungle played that bad. Like, it is wild to me that these players are typing because I'm like, bro. I think they just played bad. It's okay. Like, that's fine.
Legendary.
On to the next one.
Have been slain.
12 and 1? 4 items at 19 minutes. I'm not even at 2.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill.
No time to rest.
Defeat.
I mean, God, I don't know how you're supposed to play this mid lane matchup without trading aggressively. But it just means that, like, I'm at 50% health, the other person is 60% health, and, like, I have to pray my jungle camps my lane. I don't know, man. I don't play Smads. Zomakun, welcome back for 16 months. I don't know if I like it. Pretty sure I don't like it. I think I'm your first Twitch follower. I don't think you are. That's a test. Oh, I'm good. Not COVID, just a headache. That's okay. Picasso 33, welcome back for 4 months. Thanks for your subbing. You guys, the worst time to play Caston? Really? I feel like Caston's actually okay now. I don't think he's that bad. He was a lot worse in other situations. You're still N95 certified? I don't even know what that means. New champ reveal? Yeah. Do you have radiation protection by 3D? Oh, wait, I know what that means. Never mind. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I found that the one thing is I couldn't wear my head a lot because I couldn't hear. So maybe the next time with that suit, or I couldn't speak because I got muffled. Next time with the suit, maybe I wear a lav mic. That's all speaker, Mike. Dude, wait, I told you guys on stream, but originally, my plan was to go to a furry convention in Oklahoma, but I thought the logistics of traveling with an untested suit was a very bad idea, and thank God I did not because, yeah. It would have been a bad idea. Will he go to FurCon convention? Wait, I want to. I think it'd be so funny to stream. I still think it's gonna be one of the funniest things to stream I possibly could do. But I'm saving it for later. You're incognito. Thanks for subbing up the stream. You're not beating the scaly allegations? It's true, I'm not. You plan on filling for leaks? I don't think I'm playing mid. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know why my queue times are so long. I just want to play League. I feel like that's hard sometimes. Oh, I wanted to try Sinzao. I'm gonna try Gore Drinker. Sinzao. I don't really know how to play this character, but I mean, I feel like it's pretty straightforward, you know? Shojin Gore Drinker and then pop off? Heck yeah. Wow, people go Hail of Blades? I guess it's to get the knockup real fast. Interesting. I feel like extended fights are so bad for him. I feel like it doesn't really make sense with the item build, but I can understand why people do it. Like lethal might be good. Oh, I mean, I would just swap him. But if he wants to play, I don't mind. Have you seen the live remake of One Piece? 2 episodes. I thought the motivations were weird. I didn't really like a lot of it, but I think it's still like a relatively good adaptation, and it's definitely good for getting casual or new people to watch the series, which is the most important thing. I think it gets better after a few episodes. Yeah, because the problems I had were them remaking their original origin stories, and the more and more it detracts from or moves away from that position, then the less problems they're gonna have with it, right? That's how I think. I think the casting has been pretty good though. But you guys, best part, I think I like Halepimo. I don't know how to pronounce this fucking name, man. I actually don't know how to jungle with this. I might just follow the recommended guide here.
Sound the march.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
A is near.
First blood. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Time. Minions have spawned.
Well, Bale's dead.
Enemy double kill.
And a spear behind it.
I just wish the Echo didn't flash like the wrong way. Wait, shit, this is the Q second? Oh, it is Q second. Fuck, I forgot. Sorry, it's been forever since I played this fucking character, man. What is... Oh, never mind.
My king commands.
An ally has been slain.
Yikes.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
A Demacian does not retreat.
Zin doesn't watch map and gank.
Fate has made its choice.
Enemy rampage. Shut down.
I love it, dude.
Do not bore me.
An enemy has bin slain.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
You have slain an enemy.
Always forward.
Top's owning. Mid's doing fine. Bot's doing fine.
It shall be done. Their lives are forfeit. Here's a tip and a spear behind it.
Oh, let me do this just so I have peace of mind, you know?
Sound the mark. Victory calls.
An enemy has been slain.
To triumph.
Shush, I'm mid. Fuck.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Enemy triple kill.
My king commands.
I don't know when he goes through there or when he switched to his thing.
Fate has made its choice.
I don't like this. Oh, I should not have invaded. That was my bad.
Only actions truly speak. The warrior spirit is never broken. Do not fall me. Always forward. A Demacian does not retreat. It shall be done.
Mm-hmm. I should have called bottom earlier.
Victory calls. Perish with honor.
An enemy has been slain.
To triumph.
Kind of hard for me to contest with their mid laner being 5-0. Really annoying.
Sound the march.
But I mean, I'm just a walk up and shadow top here. Gore drinker.
My king commands. Their lives are forfeit. Only actions truly speak. The warrior spirit is never broken.
Help is coming.
The Demacia does not retreat.
Cool. I'm a little worried the Wukong is camping in a weird spot here.
It shall be done.
At least top side. What do I build here? Oh, I mean, what do I max second? 3? Makes sense, makes sense.
Always forward.
I think I just go scrap the Wukong now. I was waiting for Tabby here, but I have it now. I'm pretty sure I'm giga strong. Like, it doesn't even matter that I've died because I have been farming so much that I pretty sure I can just take over the game.
Victory calls. Assault.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh man. I was literally
Sound the march. Only actions truly speak.
Turret plating will soon fall.
But yeah, I'm not even bothered going.
My king commands. A Demacian does not retreat.
I don't think he has ulti, right?
You have slain an enemy. An enemy is dominating. Enemy
So
double
close.
kill.
Here's a tip. And a spear behind it.
Enemy triple kill.
Fine, we kill her later.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
It shall be done.
It's fine. I've set up top lane to win the game pretty much. So there's no way where it's a big deal. I don't even really care about the Kiana. I'm sure we can deal with her later.
Do not bore me. To triumph.
Kind of an irritating moment. I have to clear, so I'm just gonna walk through this way.
Sound the march.
I'm not gonna go for this guy.
Killing spree.
I have a feeling that the jungler is here.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
Rampage. Shut down.
Only actions truly speak.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Heads up!
You have slain an enemy.
No way he comes into this without dying.
A Demacian does not retreat.
Catch.
I know I walked past a ward, but like, what am I gonna do about it? I'm not gonna go back and clear it, you know?
Fate has made its choice. Their lives are forfeit.
An enemy has been slain.
An extra blessing.
My king commands.
You know, I really like this song. This is Doja Cat. Is it Doja Cat's song?
It shall be
An
done.
ally has been slain.
Always forward.
I need to pick up 2 pinks for this. How much CDR did I just get? 20? I didn't like her new song after this. I don't remember what it's called. The music video is fucking wild though. But I really, whatchamacallit? I thought this one was pretty good. I think Demons I didn't like, yeah.
The warrior spirit is never broken. Only actions truly speak.
This one's kind of weird.
Sound the march. My king commands.
Kind of want to pressure bot here, but it's a little bit rough.
A Demacian does not retreat.
I think we have to go pressure bot here.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Went over.
Think fast. Always forward. To triumph. Victory calls.
I've Shojin. I'm actually curious what like cooldown goes down. It's 5 seconds, 5, 6, 5, 5, 6, 8. Does it automatically apply to your stuff? I'm curious. It does. So I lose like half a second. Interesting.
Sound the march.
Who pinked or who blued here? I cannot walk here.
My king commands.
It's like so hard to walk here. There's no way I fucking lived here. Holy
An
shit.
enemy has been slain.
A Demacian does not retreat.
Double kill. Ace.
Soraka is the MVP for that one.
It shall be done.
The cooldown is insane. What the hell? Sin Zhao becomes like a fucking freak character.
Always forward.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Victory calls.
Shut down. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill.
Their lives are forfeit.
Oh, he's no art? Okay, we're good. Wait, why did he go backwards? Because I got knocked out?
Rampage.
Why do I feel like I'm so fucking strong? Like, I just need to hit my spike and I win? It does not feel balanced, by the way. Like, at all. Like, once I hit the Shojin, the things I did bot there, I was like, what the heck?
Only actions truly speak.
An enemy has been slain.
Here's a tip. And a spear behind it.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage.
My king commands.
Your team has
I feel like I should honor gameplay. He played this game so fucking well.
destroyed a turret.
He maintained his lead, didn't grief at all. Soraka and gameplay really
Destroyed an inhibitor.
The warrior spirit is never broken.
played monstrously. I don't even really want to dive this. Okay. Oh, nice golden kappa, buddy.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Unstoppable. Victory.
I mean, honestly, Ezreal did really well bot lane. It just... He got... Like, it's just like, please, man, just stop typing. The top lane of A was really bad, honestly. That was my bad. But a lot of it, the game was just like, I could choose between bot, which had full vision, or I could just... Or I could choose top, and top was just easier. I ended up my routes really bottom, or really hard top, and so it ended up being a lot easier. He'll play some ads. Like, even with me going really far behind that game, did I feel weak at all? Like, at any point during that game? Even without Soraka, I feel like I was always ahead of the other jungler. Like, by a lot. And if I didn't fuck up, I would be, like, super far ahead. Usually I have the patience. I would normally just mute them, but I think that game was almost a guaranteed win. As a jungler, those are the games where you're like, well, your bot lane always has pressure. Your top lane, like once I ganked and killed top lane on my first route, remember top didn't have ghosts because of what happened in level 1. The game I felt like it's over. Unless the Vel'Koz played really well. Like bot lane had to play super stupid well to win that game. And it just didn't happen. Oh wow, he's doing this, dude. I don't really have anyone that I want to ban. Honestly, I've been really enjoying Soraka ban. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been really enjoying Soraka ban. Wow, both teams banned Soraka. That is interesting. Okay, guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, I am probably not gonna stream very long today. This headache is not. Actually, I'm gonna take some medicine after this game because maybe okay. Support Nico, dude. What is this fucking team comp, man? What the fuck am I playing? Advil cures my headaches. It don't cure my headaches, but Excedrin, whew. That is the sauce, the OP stuff. Kiana. I'm gonna try this again. Well, I actually like the default skin color. Looky, Lily, is everything okay? Oh, I'm chilling. I actually like right now. I don't have no desire to play TFT. Not until the new set, and I have to tournament to prep for it. Why do you not have the free prestiges unlocked? I don't know. Oh, I don't think they give you that for the other stuff. But tourney, there's a Toast League tourney, and I need to practice.
There will be no war.
Oh, what's up, Weed? How are the games? It's alright. Wait, this is the funniest name ever. Play for mid bot. Wait, that is the biggest Chad top lane name I've ever seen.
Seconds until minions spawn.
Bye, fake Nico.
This world has forgotten true power.
Illumi Zoldyck? Is that from Hunter x Hunter? Is that a character?
I never rest.
Is it Killian's big bro? Oh. Wait, is it his dad or his... Is this guy in the computer chair? The pin... Oh, that guy! The one who... Oh, that guy is crazy. I guess that's the whole family's fucking crazy.
Why are you in my space? I cannot be seen with the likes of you.
Your time has passed.
If that seems reasonable, okay. But then what about his mom? Okay? Well, his mom, his younger sister, his other brother, and his grandfather. I'm really listing the whole family tree here, man.
I never rest.
Wow, I messed up.
So many secrets buried in ice.
Wow, he did more damage than I thought. I didn't want to flash it, you know what I mean? But Shiko, he's here. I saw the puff. Bro, I'm getting the treatment here, man.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
The mom is bashing and say, yeah, I'm pretty sure the mom is like actually fucking crazy. Also, I should have bought something here. I don't know what I should have bought. I was gonna buy boots and I forgot I could not.
I've already won the war. Succumb. It's inevitable.
I think I got the lane seriously for about 1.5 minutes of this lane. And the rest of the lane has been I have to worry about Shaco.
No one will remember them.
Remember, he gets 6 about like full creep wave before me?
There will be no Thor. The Watchers will return. has forgotten true power. Flesh freezes.
Freeze them in their place.
No way.
I never rest.
You have full confidence, Jacob player selection, man. You already know, like, I'm not gonna get to play the game, but it's fine. I will work with it.
In time.
I think I should have bought cloth harbor here.
They cannot fight the cold.
Ah, I fucking missed.
Your death serves greater purpose.
I want the wave to get spot.
Feel the power of true ice. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Embrace the cold.
Wow. Oh god. We need 400 on his fucking. That is crazy, man. It's fine. I messed up. I should just win this. It's my bad.
So many secrets buried in ice.
Was my like if I took cloth armor here, I would have lived there, right?
I see things clearly. Battles come and go. I am eternal.
Wait, the top laner got away with murder this game. What the fuck? Ignite reduction? Pro.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
I missed. Fuck. Oh, he's back.
This is but a battle. I've already won the war.
Interesting lane I'm playing against.
Plans within plans. An enemy has been slain.
No one will remember them.
Enemy killing spree. Killing
Hey, kill him
spree.
here.
Be no Thor.
At 9. We'll see.
Shut down.
Peekaboo.
The Watchers will return.
Your turret has been destroyed.
This world has forgotten true power.
No Shaco. I could press up to the tower. Like, I am fine. I've recovered, but it's like...
Really picked the wrong side.
You have been slain. Has been slain.
I think I played the explode build. I think my job is to explode people here.
Got to recharge.
I never rest. All will kneel in time.
Turret plating will fall soon.
They cannot fight the cold.
Dude, bro, I think they can count. Wait.
So many secrets buried in ice.
Please, leader, you cannot copy protection. Stage is yours.
You have slain an enemy.
I see what's good.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Battles come and go. I am eternal.
Wow, I wonder whose word that is.
Another poison
Probably, honestly, 5.
Shut down.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Where is Shadow Flame? Actually, I probably can't do this now that I think about it. No, I could do it.
This is but a battle. I've already won the war.
Problem is, I can't really play side up. This shit goes so fucking slow.
No one.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
There will be no Thor.
Like, I can't move if we're pressuring this. So I guess I'm chilling.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The Watchers will return.
Shut down.
Ah, let's get off the cannon.
This world has forgotten true power.
An enemy has been slain.
Hope he's not waiting that bush right there. That would be really bad for me. Oh, I have moved. I first moved here.
All will kneel in time.
Unstoppable.
They cannot fight the cold.
That guy's crazy. Am I really making 40 gold here? I guess so. The reason I like Shadowflame on with Ludens is like it's your burst build. You're essentially hoping that no one builds MR on their team, and I see Seraphine Brand. I don't think these guys are building MR. I think I can use this situation to try to spike people.
I see things clearly. Battles come and go.
39.
An ally has been slain.
Ah, he got shaken. Unfortunate.
Dominating.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
Shut down.
This will grow on the grave.
This is but a battle. I've already won.
An ally has been slain.
God, she didn't know it was warded. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't think that was warded either. So I can't even blame her for that.
You can't stop an ally.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh my god. I saw him. I hear the ult sound. I saw the position on my minimap, and I was like, I'm in the wrong place.
There will be no death.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The Watchers will return.
Yep. I'm not even gonna go for a stopwatch. I'm gonna read this. She got me 052 welcome back for 40 months. September means renewing for 6 months. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. The streamers get different amounts of money based on the type of viewers they get? No. Actually, well, kind of. Viewers are separated in the quality in terms of tiers, and I average on tier 3 viewers usually. But I wish my viewers were higher quality so I get more money. The higher quality, the bigger the paycheck. It's no big deal. I'm not disappointed. It's kind of understandable, you know. This guy died again. Oh, he did not.
An enemy has been slain.
They cannot fight the cold.
An enemy has been slain.
Ooh, I'm surprised he killed me there. Wow, she killed me with... I just didn't do enough damage on the bounce back? That is surprising. I should have flashed the Q there.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
I just need to sell this to buy.
So many secrets.
Shut down. Shut down.
So it's this Death Cap Void.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I see things clearly.
Okay. Pretty sure I'm supposed to camp some stupid ass area.
Battles come and go. I am eternal.
I spent the whole time waiting for someone. The important thing you want to know when you're playing Lissandra is you kind of want to pop a Q before your ulti, at the very minimum. Because you sit in your stasis for 2.5 seconds, your next Q will already be up. So just to maximize damage, you want to just throw in Qs, like non-stop. Especially before, you know. Where is this guy, man?
A summoner has disconnected.
There will be no door.
A summoner has reconnected.
The Watchers will return.
I think when I'm doing this, I'm just gonna because of this. I think this guy's gonna start stacking MR. This guy just got a verdant barrier, and this guy's probably going for an MR next. I'm gonna go ahead and just off the void third here.
I am Iceborn.
Wow, Q came out weird.
The cold will numb your
She didn't die? Crazy.
This world has forgotten.
Crazy. What did he live with? Yeah, the Hex Recruiters owed me. Fine. So this key's so powerful. How does it work against Shaco? Does it just auto tap stuff like boxes or something? Like,
They cannot fight the cold.
please catch him in. Please catch him in. Oh no. What the fuck? Oh, damn. That sucks that he queued that. Or W that.
Buried in ice.
Oh, it's pretty logical to do that. Oh my god. Why is a tower on me? Oh my god, that is so annoying. Also, the fact that he went Maw is so annoying.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I mean, we're chilling.
A summoner has disconnected.
Spark's ready.
In some countries, dogs eat crocodiles. Is that true? Wait, I don't trust my chat. They're fucking. I'm not saying they're lying, but they don't tell the truth a lot of times. The truth is a finicky.
This is but a battle. I've already won.
A summoner has reconnected.
Percent true. Yeah, don't trust them. Also, I should have switched just to sweeper like a year ago. I'm a certified crocodile eater. Oh. Oh no.
No one will remember them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know this was worded. My fault.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
There will be no door.
Like, we kind of just need a group. I'm gonna force my ulti on someone and then we're gonna win. Wait, have you guys had crocodile before? Weird question. Because I... Okay, this isn't like a... Oh my god, her damage. Okay, I feel like I've eaten a bunch of random stuff. Because that's a... I don't know. I think if you're Chinese, you'll have eaten like a bunch of odd things in your life. Because at least like odd Western wise, like everything from frog legs to crocodiles, I have consumed. Why is this kind of? No, frog legs not that bad. It's just chicken. Like straight up. It's stringy chicken. It's like the beef tongue version of chicken, which I wouldn't like recommend, but it's not terrible. How do you know the Krug was somebody? True.
They cannot fight the cold. Never rest.
Chicken went down? But that's not good for us. I actually feel like the trade is super good for them. Oh wait, never mind. Our Zeri's still alive.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
That's like you.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What? I died on the fucking charm. No. Oh, my bad.
An ally has been slain.
I got charmed and got one shot, man. Fuck. No. As Culver, welcome back for 8 months.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Favorite soju brand? I don't know if I even have one.
Destroyed.
Battle.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, come on. Wait, I thought I was gonna own that. I was so close to fucking crushing that fight. Please take a keyboard. Yep, still typing on it. I mean, I killed both bot laners. That's probably good enough. I mean, it's pretty impossible, I would say, given that their base state is really bad. Assuming that we don't fight, we can just let bot push. And once me and Philo res, we just win. I will say this, Kiana, I thought was out of the game, but played this exceptionally well to get back. I killed myself, but the mob buy is actually so annoying. It's weird. One item tends to counter like half of my damage. No way. Oh, it still killed him.
It's inevitable.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Flesh freezes so easily.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
No one will remember that. There will be no thaw.
So we have 3 Cloud Drakes, which is slow resistance. Oh, I didn't know they had slow resistance. That's actually pretty hype. That's so good into Nasus.
The Watchers will return.
An ally has been slain.
Intense.
You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Your death serves greater purpose.
Wow, no way it killed me. Wait, that did so much more damage than I thought. Holy shit, 700 damage. My bad. My bad. It's way more damage than I thought. I mean, it's fine. Like, I win the game now for sure, right? I just hitting death cap with 5 items. I got an extra 200 AP here. Did that the new dragon mechanic? Wait, what is the new dragon mechanic? I don't think I did. Phil builds Zeri, Elder buff.
I never rest.
3 lanes.
All will kneel. In time.
Oh my god. Dude, I have to be so careful of the charm there. I missed. We all missed. Oh my god, we all missed. I don't know how to time that fucking cooldown at all. G timing is 1 second from Zonia's. I don't know. Are they the same or are they different? Someone who actually plays this game and is not me, I don't know. I actually have no idea, man. Yeah, this game was really weird. Like, I fucked up on the camp, but like, it sucks because like I should have known. As soon as I had Shaw's Shaco, I should have ditched my build. This is a game where I need to go teleport because there was no chance I was getting the one-on-one with mid. Because in this matchup, I think Lissandra can skill the matchup in her favor, but it's like when it's Shaco, you're not getting like a honorable 1v1. You're getting a fucking brawl. 2.5 to versus 4. Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, Brand did a lot of damage. Seraphine, oh, GG's. You know, I thought there was no way we were going to lose that, and I was still certain of that. But there was one point in the game where I'm like, oh, we may be fucked up. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I need to take some Excedrin or something. My headache is actually killing me. And I'll get some water. Be right back. I have to pee as well. I'll be right back. So there's an ad break for AFK good content? No shit. The ad break is done in the AFK so you don't miss anything. Nice comment. This looks like the biggest bot message ever. I went upstairs and they're watching One Piece live action. I'm like, shit, I kind of want to see this. Legendary VTuber, you ever consider releasing some original music? Yeah, I have, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's weird. Like everyone can sound good eventually with enough tuning, but at some point. The man prefers ads when there is content. That's what I'm starting to understand. My League arc, it's my somewhat arc. Oh, that game felt really weird. Like, I don't know. Like, we struggled a little bit to close it out. Mid. Kind of want to play some funky mid this game. I'll see. Get Infernal Build working. Oh no, I'm playing Fulcrum now. I could not get IB working. It was a real pain in the ass. I could have just went hit based IB without, but it got really weird, man. Mathos face breaking chieftain? No, but I'm assuming it's awesome because you can get so much fizz on the tree now. You can switch out of it? Yeah, it's rough, man. It's real rough. How the game's going? It's going okay. Gray's first pick. It's either, huh? I don't want to play. I took some Excedrin when I went upstairs to see if this headache goes away. If it usually it's like I take it and it goes away in 30 minutes and it's awesome. But if it does not do that, well then we'll see what happens. I'm playing only AP in the game. Only AP. I'm kind of feeling some zigs. Does anyone know if I take cleanse here or not? I only die to cleanse. I think I just take TP. It's really like the cleanse is almost nothing in my mid matchup. What's your legal this league? I don't know. I don't really have one. My build can only map, so it's kind of weird. I was with Nico last game. Oh, GG's. Huh? Huh? No, go wait. What? Wait, why did that guy say he could go AP? Wait, we have AP. Dalabar Shalafi, welcome back for 3 years. Thanks for subbing. Wait, why did he say that? Wait. What is the experience you'd like to do that you haven't done already? See the Northern Lights? I think I'm planning on that sometime next year. I don't know. It's like usually there's no like bucket list things. It's like I just like to experience certain things. I don't want to skydive. I'm afraid of. Well, first of all, I can't even skydive. There's a weight limit to skydiving, and I'm not allowed to go on. Too fat to fly, as the phrase says. But I am terrified of heights, and so I feel like that's the only thing I ever told people I would not do. You not see Northern Lights when you go into Alaska? It's not like that. You don't enter Anchorage. You're like, there's the Northern Lights, 24 hours a day, just up there. You know, it's like usually it's like on certain days of the week, and you have to drive out like hours from the place. Yeah, it's like both a seasonal thing and like a.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Don't worry, I got this.
Minions have spawned.
Come on, come on, come on.
Here. We'll see. Why don't they move the lights? That's what I'm saying. This is such a cursed skin, by the way. What the heck? If you choose any of the chroma colors. Whenever I play Ziggs early, I mostly think about mana flow ban procs. and Comet procs, like ideally your best harass comes from that, right?
Let's blow this joint.
Throw a grenade here.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
That hit me. Play a little bit farther back because I have this weird thing about Graves. A lot of Graves routes I feel like are not full clear routes. They're like one side and then I don't trust Graves, in other words. He's playing off the creep wave, which is really smart. I'm forced to harass him or hit the creeps, which is not a choice I like to make. Ideally, I want to do both, right? I didn't skill in case Graves ganked. I might need E in certain other situations. Here's his top. Oh, he shielded there. What?
What do you mean?
Here's the top side here. I missed.
Bring it down a notch.
Dude, what is this cannon doing, man?
Come on.
He can flash on me and kill me, so I have to be a little careful. I just have to hold the flash button in case something bad happens. Oh. Oh, we could have won that. I fucked up.
Let's blow this joint.
I think the bait here is to TP back. You need a TP, it's gonna take 4 seconds.
This is the fury of an iceborn.
It's 44 to 44, and that should be good for me. But I don't know, it's hard to say. I think this character spikes on like one full item. I spike on 1+, so is this crazy? He gets cannon here because the creep wave split in a different way. Isn't that fucking weird, man?
I'm going.
What the fuck? He canceled my my W there. That sucks. I had to actually flash there. What the fuck is going on, man? What the fuck is going on, man? Why does my mid have 2 kills?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Gotta TP this. Should wait for pink ward, but it's fine. Why is he ping?
Don't worry, I got this. Where'd that bomb go?
Oh my god. That's skill. Wait? Wait. Holy fuck, he played that so well.
Anyone got him?
That's so bad. I mean, he misses R once, but you got the ulti flash Q to start the fight, which I feel like was pretty good.
Impatient? I'm not impatient. Come on.
I did not mean to come down here, but I messed my thing, so.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Don't worry, I got this.
Yeah, I just need Leandra to do damage. I lost a wave there for holding bot side there.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
Shut down.
What do you mean it doesn't look safe?
This guy spooked the shit out of me, by the way. I'm gonna sell for sword shoes, I think. I want the largest spike possible to push mid out.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Does they still the monster? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down.
My god, it... The fucking Duskblade, man. Oh my god. The top laner. Oh, I didn't see him loop here because my ward doesn't. Fuck me, man. There's no way. The level 1 tower, it just auto kills it at a certain percentage. The thing is, how am I ahead of levels of mid lane?
Double kill. Enemy rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
I'm rotate. Fuck this.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We should back. This is a little too far.
Anyone got a match?
Yeah.
Come on.
My Sasha destroys 25%, towers at 25%. The way that Ziggs usually works is you get a little bit of a lead through this. One kill snowball so hard you just take tower, right? Or a lot of shitload of plates. And so with Ziggs, you're trying to get to the point where you don't even need to kill them. If you force them back and their junglers doing another camp, then you are in a prime position. A primo position. What is this? What is this fade? Fuck, I don't know.
Shut down. Shut down. You have slain an enemy. No,
This guy's dead.
Explosion first.
An enemy has been slain.
Anyone got a match?
Oh my god. I didn't think he would be able to make it that fast. That's my bad. This is a free death. Me giving him that kill is so bad too.
Come on.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Shut down. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, this is a follow-up to Malphite ult here. I'm surprised Malphite didn't get a kill for that ulti or like an assist. Did he? Oh, he did. Never mind.
Take cover. Impatient? I'm not impatient.
Ash Arrow is so spooky here. Like, I have no cleanse.
Don't worry. I got you.
I do true damage to these characters because I have so much pen. Wait, he took the Graves? I think the Graves kills faster than he does. I mean, this is just like a gigantic top diff, right? I don't do that much damage, wow.
turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Death cap next, I guess.
I'm going.
I thought my ulti would do more damage. It does 500, and I hit Leandri's proc. And I think I hit Thresh for exactly 20% of his health. Maybe less. Oh, what the heck? This thing juked me.
Don't worry. I got this.
Yo, this Scuttle Crab is actually fucking faker. What can I do? Wait.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
What? The fuck?
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Sure, what do I do? Can't really walk up. $2,350, right?
Come on.
Right now, all I'm looking to do is get the death cap and I just start hopefully one tapping people.
Doesn't look safe.
Oh, we're not even gonna get death cap. This game's over. Thresh has all the MR. Focus these four.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh, we won.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Oh my god.
Down. An enemy has been slain.
Holy shit.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret. A summoner has
Well, I didn't do anything in this game.
a summoner
I just kind of assisted stuff, and I was like, okay, cool. I feel like it's okay. Rolling Thunder woke up for 13 months. Zodiac she woke up for 91 months. My birthday 5 days. You give me a League of Legends show match win. Oh yeah, dude, I got you, for sure. Hey, Emerald 2. Oh, the headache? It got a little bit better. He'll play some ads. I'm gonna ask Breezy if he wants to play. How old am I? Don't worry about it. Rewatch your interview with Ori, man. People really don't see your value back then. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's weird to think about historical context in terms of legacies. Like, if you're a player who's not the best player ever or the best player of the region, I feel like your legacy is always going to be a little weird. Howler, welcome back for 114 months. Can't wait to see you in Challenger again soon. Yeah, I'm literally getting boosted right now. Sorry, I'm playing with my bot laner who just so happens to be a Challenger player. No boosting. 0 boosting. We think the Rise and Return of Tristana. I think the mid lane meta blows right now, and it actually is so boring. Like, I hate the mid meta. I love your stream yesterday. Thank you. The support meta sucks. I don't know. Like, I feel like if the mid meta is ever, if Trist is ever meta mid, it's such an annoying pick. Like, I don't know. This can't be a real name, man. There's no way this is a real fucking name. Tractor Lemonade. Nice. Got LASIK? Yep. Wait, where is he? Hold on.
Hello, hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Yo.
Time to win the Toast Invitational.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You're going a little too quick.
I mean, that's the point, right?
No. We're winning my solo queue games.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Start with Lucky Games, and then we'll go to the... True. Start with Scrims.
Yeah. Oh, scrims? Yeah, we're scrimming tonight.
These are Scrims.
All right, but yeah, hey, what's up, Bree?
What's up? Long time no see.
It's been a while, yeah. I was told you were the man with the best vibes in Challenger.
Yeah, I heard that. I was watching.
Yeah, like, Jake had a lot of good things to say. I was like, bro, if that's all you.
Yeah, I mean, we used to play Flex Cube back in the day.
I'm looking to play actually the dumbest bots possible. I don't want to go into an 80 battle with Turtle or any of the 80 mains because I will lose.
Yeah, it's like what, Turtle, Sneaky.
Yeah.
Who's the other one?
I'm looking for a very cringe bot lane duos.
Okay, well, the cringe ones are like. I mean, you named all the cringe ones to me.
Oh,
Trying to see.
Wait, what is
Another cringe one that's kind of OP is like Senna Yasuo. Like Yasuo bot's kind of cringe. I don't know if you play Yasuo or not.
my Yasuo is really bad, like really bad. But it would be funny. I'm kind of down.
It would be funny. I'm down for anything.
How do you feel about Senna right now? Is she good or bad?
Senna, she's kind of meh. I mean, I don't know how high quality the games will be. Like in solo queue, she's like fine, but we'll see.
I
We'll
mean,
make it work.
Only the highest quality of games.
Only the highest quality.
Okay. Also,
what do you cook in this game? We have 3 AD. It might be time to bring out one of the AP ball
okay,
wingers.
I'm down. I'm down. I'll play this one.
Sure.
Or I'll play the other. I'll play the Karthus one.
You're gonna play Karthus?
Yeah. I don't know what
Okay,
you've been playing with this.
Okay, I'll play Nolus. Nolus Karthus is pretty good lane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, Senna is good with Karthus too.
Huh.
Ziggs though, like Senna Ziggs is not that strong, but like Ziggs with like Nolus or something like that is very strong.
I feel like it's pretty good.
Yeah. You just need like CC so you can actually hit your spells. So otherwise the champ.
Wait,
yeah.
you think I need CCs to hit my spells? Wait, I swear I just hit it normally.
At Ziggs, you're that good? Alright, well then CC is just the cheat code, I guess. Or maybe you don't even need it. Maybe we'll just bring out the Senna anyways.
Oh, hold on. What do I? Hold on. There we go.
Also, another really cringe one is like Seraphine, but I don't know if you want to play Seraphine.
Okay, I'm not playing Seraphine. That
Yeah,
is the pick where like I'll play a lot of stuff, but like Seraphine, I draw the line.
The line is trying to.
Oh, I can play Heimer as well.
Oh, Heimer could probably work.
But I usually play it support, where I feel like it's really good. And
Oh, okay.
And I could play Swain, but I've never played Swain bot. Or like.
Swain's okay.
The new Swain feels really hard if you're behind.
Yeah, it's like there's like this one challenger Swain one trick. His name is Fishlord, and he's like the goat Swain, but the way he plays is just kind of like I don't know. That guy's just like scripting on his E's. Like he doesn't miss.
Okay, no, I'm convinced no one can dodge E's. Like there's no player who plays bot lane understands Swain E.
Yeah, like that guy just headshots every single AD with the Z.
Also, yeah, I don't know how the only reason I don't want to invest too much in I think Senna lanes are the most fun for me, but the problem the problem is someone is gonna ban it. Like if we invest too much time into it, they're gonna just throw a ban in it. I'm like, all right, whatever, man.
Well, we'll get it for the first game of the tournament. We'll get a win, and then it'll be banned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, but so wait, you've played with Jake before, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure everyone has interacted before on our team. Awesome. I literally told. Wait. When I got revenge, he literally messaged me. Thank God you got me a lane I can play through. And I was like, what does this mean? Hello? Hello? Guys.
I mean, 50. He still got it probably. Well,
Bro, you don't need to have it, man. I play jungle. I just buy that Shojin item and I buy that Gore Drinker item, and I got it.
Yeah. Gore Drinker, Shojin are so OP right now.
I tried like Xin Zhao with it, and I was like, why? I don't have cooldowns. I'm just like hardcore beating up people.
Yeah, like the jungle kind of right now is like a little bit unskilled. You kind of just full clear with those champs and get your items, then win the game.
Yeah, it felt like I don't even need to do anything because when I hit the 2-item spike, no one can beat me. Like 1v1.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, there's this one guy named like Ogren. He's like
yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, he got rank 1 in Korea, and he kind of like invented that Jarvan build, and then just got buffed on this patch, and now everyone just like permanenting it.
God.
Yeah. He was playing Gore Drinker's Shojin before, and now it just got insanely buffed.
Yeah. The only interesting thing I saw was the Elise buffs.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Dude, 2.4 second CC? That's a Morgana line almost.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Do you max E second at least? Maybe you did now.
Yeah. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's like a third max.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how useful it is, because like, I don't know well, maybe you can max it second now. Now there's 2 ways to play Karthus when I see it. Like there's like Like, there's the Karthus that just like fight to that 24/7, or there's the Karthus that just AFK farm. Which one are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, it's just whatever we get to, you know. It's
Okay,
it's like I'll throw the Qs out, but then like if they don't hit, like we're farming, you know. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I got you.
I missed all. I don't want to talk about it. Sorry, Rusty.
Hey, we're warming up. Warming up.
Didn't expect unliving ghouls.
Warming up. We're warming up.
Always expect unliving
Okay, I'm down. I'm down to go in level 2. This guy's zero TP, so.
I mean, oh, I need to shove a little bit then if we're gonna look to go in level 2.
We got it here. I'm just gonna hit Alistar. This guy's in there. Okay, you're messing him up. Okay, flashed. Nice. Okay, this guy's a bit OP.
Wait, we're getting level 2? No way, right?
Wait. We're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. I hit Alistar with the hook. I think he dies. Let me look. Okay, we can kill him. Oh, there's a Kane here. Maybe Ezreal? Oh no!
Dude,
Yeah.
they both blew flash.
They're both 1 HP. Oh, he's gonna flash on me. Oh wait, I'm okay. They let me live. What was this Kane's path thing? He did his bot side and then just ganked far.
Wait, he literally did he leveled 2'd us.
Yeah, that was ambitious. All good.
I stopped the Ezreal back. This guy's fucked.
Oh, he has TP. He'll come back. But that's pretty
Oh.
good. Man,
He's not fucked.
Hecarim can look to pull up soon. Their wave is pretty bad.
Wait, I was so excited to fight there. I see the Kane come through the wall. Like, that is not look good for us.
Yeah. How much counterplay to that one? Comes through our wall. Yeah, he's feedback. I'll try to hold this.
I'm just zipping out the back.
A little bit. Yeah.
Oh, that's a little.
That's all good. Also push. They have no flashes now.
Dude, I hit the Ezreal after he flashed, and he must have thought I was fucking fake right there. He flashed into the Skittle that was aiming for Alistar.
Yeah, that's too funny. Ezreal's only level 2. Okay, level 2 now. Okay, I'm just gonna hook to try and get Ezreal's E. This guy's blocking. Okay, good. Oh, no E. I'm going. Oh, it's Kane.
Oh, I'm going back. Man, also I probably should be careful about my mana.
Yeah. And if you can yeah, lasting minions is good for it. Get so much mana back.
But I'm glad Karthus is like decent because
yeah.
this is the character I used to play with a long time ago.
Oh, there's a fight. I'm going. Looks kind of good.
Wait, I gotta fight as well.
Wait, he solo killed. Okay. There's a banger here.
I cannot fight that. I cannot fight.
Wait, Yasuo's coming. Careful. Oh, he flashed. Okay, nice. Wow, you solo killed him. You have 30 CS.
Tanking the entire wave. What is going on?
Nice. Yeah, basically any champ right now that can build Shojin is just OP.
Yeah, I saw like Hecarim with it. I've seen like Sin Zhao. I've seen Jarvan.
Yeah,
the top laners started building it on like lethality champions. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, they kind of. Hopefully they fix this before Worlds, or it might be a bit scuffed.
Oh. All I care about. Usually I don't really care about Worlds. A lot of times, but this time I just care about the EU versus NA match. I want the bragging rights for 1 week. I don't even play League anymore. I want the fucking bragging rights.
Yeah, that'd be hype. It's like TL. I don't know the EU team yet. I don't even think it's decided yet.
It doesn't matter though, right?
Yeah. I mean TL is gonna do some work. You're chilling.
I'm thinning a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, this he has flash. Oh, he also has bot. He also has bot. Oh my gosh. That was a play. Oh my gosh, but that's
like that.
No, it's okay.
That one.
Okay, maybe Zed can do something here. Oh, you have 6 now.
It's gonna die here.
Yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay, nice. Oh, the third one.
Oh my god.
The card this stream. How much dopamine was that?
I can't believe I had triple there.
Yeah, you can go catch mid now. That's pushing out pot.
Yep. Wait, wait. This Ezra has 28 CS.
Yeah, he's pretty doomed.
Honestly, I hate playing against Karthus though.
Yeah, I hate it too.
It's like it feels so bad, like because you lose like the most bullshit stuff.
Yeah, I hate.
What?
Yes. Oh my gosh, this can't be allowed.
Well, my E wasn't on when I got comboed there. That sucks.
That's okay. I think he's still like this. This is also. I have 0 KP. What is going on? You're the one boosting me.
Wait, you got 0 KP? Wait, how? Oh, the fights are so long. You don't get any KP.
Mean, actually, you solo killed Ezreal once, and then the other 3 kills I died at the beginning.
Oh, that is so unlucky.
Yeah, it's all good.
I like Kane's bot side. I almost want to say we just beat the Kane.
Yeah, we can probably 2v3, but Yasuo's hovering as well. Oh, he's going back. Okay. Okay, just hooked Alistar here. Get some damage. Nice.
Oh, nice. You got the free.
Got the free Israel.
I like how even though after I leave, Nautilus is still like such a good character.
Yeah, that champ always comes back. It's so strong right now. Oh, Kane's back. I mean, he can't really do anything here. I have fucking fire. Oh, he flashed on me.
What?
I think you're fine. Nice flash. Oh, I missed. It's okay.
We win this, right?
Yes, we win this. Oh, Ali got your bounty too. It's perfect. Auto him. Oh, no one damaged him in that time. So lucky.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's perfect. Alistar got your bounty as well.
This is so illegal.
This Kane is showing some sort of fan behavior for sure.
Dude, I can't tell. Like, I come back and like some of my games are like normal, and then some of my games are like, am I just stupid? Like, what happened?
This feels very strange, but it's honestly these type of games are good for Karthus.
Yeah, these are really good. I had a game where where afterwards someone came out of chat was like, yeah, I was on the enemy team. The guy was pinging your jungler the entire game. I was like, oh, that's why I added the map cover.
Yeah.
Kane wearing the Dick jersey IRL. True.
Actually true. He flashed out. Hex flashed out.
Damn, I should just went first strike card. This is just fucking ultimate on cooldown, man.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Get a Z. My hook is up first, so if I hook's in 7 and I'll look again. Okay, I'm gonna look here on Israel. Oh, I missed by a mile.
It's okay, it's okay.
You double his CS.
Yeah.
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
No. Oh, well, this is exactly what's gonna happen. Me versus Sneaky, he's not gonna even.
Oh, he's didn't eat. Okay, he's a goner if even.
Dead,
oh, yeah. I'm gonna try and peel Kane. Alright, Ali's low enough. I'll try to get the Kane low.
No,
oh, you got him. Okay. Oh, maybe Ezreal too?
Ezreal.
Okay, another triple kill. We're
What is going on?
When are they gonna learn? Wait, we got an ace at 11 minutes. When are they gonna learn a lesson?
What the fuck is going on?
It's too funny.
Oh, I got the assist gold so I can get large rod. It's
nice.
Look at my items.
Yeah, it's so you're so OP. And honestly, stuff like this will work in the tournament for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'd rather Danny mid because he's a much better mid laner than me, and then he can play with Jake.
Yeah, they've got some synergy, and then everyone's got synergy on the top side too.
Yeah, and I feel like if Revenge ever loses lane, I'm flaming the shit out of him. By the way.
And there's some who are the top laners? It's like Lorlo.
No, I don't like hear the excuses. If he's getting, I feel like we'll be playing weak side half the time. If he gets strong side and loses, fucking reporting the guy instantly. He's off the team.
Oh, this guy is now E. Very aggressive gaming here from Ezreal. Oh, he flashed.
Like, I like my items tell me not to freeze, because like I don't think I should be here.
Yeah, we can do a lot, honestly. We can do Drake in 30. We can even dive bot. Alistar's mid. Ezreal locks up here. He should be dead. Let's go.
God, it's so much more fun to duo with people. Please bring it back, man.
Yeah, high elo right now is so bad. It's so toxic, and like right now there's like no good players playing because no one can do.
Oh, they went to Korea.
Yeah, a lot of players went to Korea and.
Oh, I thought
he didn't. Wow, he actually didn't. Yeah, he actually didn't take it. Okay, spacing.
No way.
He has no follow up.
There's no way.
Oh, maybe. Oh my gosh, we settled to that guy.
Wait, that was.
Oh, there's another one. Oh shit. Oh, it's okay, they're all dead, right? Is he gonna give it to you? Okay, nice. Hey, your ult is such a low cooldown, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's because I got assists on everyone, and so my ulti hunter is like max stacked at 12 minutes.
Yeah, 2-minute Karthus ult cooldown, pretty sure.
Executed.
What the? He died to blue.
Now this is what's really gonna happen in our games, man.
You know, Soliki's better now. I'm playing my Challenger Soliki game earlier, and the enemy Jarvan died to blue buff in Challenger. I don't know how it's possible.
What?
I'm not even kidding.
Dude,
crazy.
Did you still lose though?
He was on the enemy team. No, we took him out.
I like ran it down on jungle twice, and I still won. Like I hit 2 items. It was crazy.
Yeah. No, jungle is really strong right now. Only people that say jungle is not strong are junglers, but
that's every. What the fuck?
Ezreal eat it, and Zed like illegal.
What the fuck?
Oh, he's taking over the lane. Oh my gosh, he's getting. Oh, he's tanking the turret now. Is he gonna die? Oh my gosh, he almost died to turret. I mean, this guy has no flash. We can kill him. Oh, Kane's back. Nice. Oh!
No
I think you're okay! Oh, you're good, you're good. His combo's up in like 5 probably.
Yeah, I'm waiting for your stuff.
Yeah, I have hook in 3. Careful, he can one-shot you. Okay, it's nice. Smurfing.
Just... Okay. This is how I want all my games. This is like a real game of League of Legends. I don't want to fight for dragons. I want to fight in the lane with 6 people.
Yeah. Karthus is actually a perfect champ for that. Like, we want the kid to keep ganking us.
Yeah. I'm killing the back here.
Oh, this guy didn't eat. Maybe he can kill him.
Oh, he's right next to the can. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Nice, you weaved it. Oh, Kane's back. Oh shit, I got a dodge W somehow. Goodbye. Nice, you lived.
Oh, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's all good.
Shut down.
There. I have. Hold on. How much? Okay.
Let's see.
These guys are collective IQ 83. Man, the enemy teams is flaming each other.
This is League. It's rare that there's a game of League now where there's not some sort of flaming.
That's true. Dude,
Yeah.
I played a game. I went blue Gromp, and literally my jungle spam or my bot lane spam pinged me for not level 2 ganking. And they're like, you should have watched the minimap. I was like, what?
That's so crazy. Oh, I'm down to go top. Looks like a banger. Let's go.
That's kind of clean, actually.
Oh, is it Kane in here?
Oh.
Oh shit, this guy's a little bit. You do a lot of
No,
damage.
he's not tanking. No, he's not tanking.
Yeah, you do a lot of damage. Oh, nice, he's gone. Maybe Kane too? Oh, he has to be 1 health. Oh, you got him with Leon trees.
Oh my god.
You're so strong.
Wait, I'm like trying to think of items I can buy because I've never hit this point in the game.
It's just half health.
So I guess I go with alternator.
Comes close to me. Oh, shit.
I think you do Shadow Flame for more pen. I don't think people are even buying MR yet. I've passed the point where people can even get MR. Like they can, but then they do no damage. Yeah, like they can't even
Thinking
get.
about building Knight's Vow or something, but I was like,
No,
maybe you
hell
wanna die.
no. I'd rather you just build Everfrost.
Yeah, I'll build Zeke's. That's pretty good.
Zeke's? Wait, what does that do for me?
It makes your abilities do bonus damage when I CC someone.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, normally like the build. Oh, I also could go Abyssal Mask. I should probably go that. That one like reduces everyone's MR. That one's probably better. Ooh. Please come here. Nice. Okay, they're funneling in. Oh, he flashed.
Bro.
Oh my gosh, we're in the bouncy house. Okay, you're still pumping.
Yeah? He's running away!
Wait, get him, Garen, ult him! Okay, he's on range.
There's no point for me even by pots. Like,
yeah,
I walk the lane and we just fight. I'm sure.
Like Korean.
I'm sure our teammates are just like, "What happened this game?"
Yeah. This is what Korean solo queue is every game. You just spawn and fight.
Yeah. Like I'm down for it.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like if I ulti here, how much damage do you think I do to Ezreal?
Half his health. Actually, maybe a little bit more. Maybe like 60% of his health. You can try it.
I'm down. I'm down.
I think it's like 60%. Oh, what?
Oh, that's so little.
Wait, it only did half. Wow, I thought it would do more.
Yeah, what the heck?
Maybe a lot of damage just comes from Dark Harvest. That's like 230.
Oh.
Oh, what am I reading in all chat?
I'm not gonna look at it. No.
I guess we're just doing this. Akram's OP. Just built these 2 items and you're broken.
Wait, he's already like this strong? Well,
yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, we're 31 kills at 20 minutes, so.
Yeah, it's a bit of a fiesta. Oh my gosh, Kane almost stole it actually. Actually haven't built the Zeke's item in so long.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one because the old Zeke's was like weird.
Yeah, the new one's like, you don't really notice it. Everyone just builds Knight's Vow now, it's just the better item.
Dude, I would build Knights and Knights are fucking jungler. Like I'm telling you, don't even build
Unironically. No, I got Zeke's, don't worry. It's already done. I mean, it makes your abilities do an extra 90 damage.
That's true, that's true.
That's
That is
pretty
a
good.
lot.
Hit 5 keys, that's some good damage.
Wait, does that work on every tick of E? That'd be broken.
Yeah, I actually don't know. Doesn't really say. Oh, it's for 8. Yeah, I don't know. For 8 seconds, you get the damage buff.
Legendary.
I'm I 13 seconds on my 10 seconds on my ult. Oh.
They're just killing them all. Yeah, Zed's kind of OP too.
Oh.
Unstoppable.
Nice.
I
want to have one more fight before we end.
Yeah, but it looks like this. He wants a penta. He wants a penta. I'm down to give it. I'll take it.
Wait, he didn't. Wait, did he? Wait, this isn't even his penta. Someone
Oh.
stole it. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think Garen knows that the Hecarim took the other kill.
Has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know the nice thing about queuing for bot is that I get faster queue times. When I queue for
really?
mid, even at Emerald or whatever, I'm in queue for 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
Like
yeah.
I'm like, wow, I'm playing high elo Emerald.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy actually.
And I had one casting game where my team we started 5 to 20 in 12 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
And then I literally waited 10 minutes to play like I don't know, like 5-10 minutes to play like a 5-minute game.
5-minute game, yeah.
Yo, Hansoni said, "What about for 95
At
months?"
least like nowadays,
Five
there's
times
less
the CT Worlds?
dodging.
Hell
'cause
yeah.
They've made like the LP a little bit higher for
I
dodging,
actually
and then
love that. They
Yeah.
implemented the Valo / or like the TFT system where you get a lot more LP.
yeah, and they also have like the anonymous champ select, so you can't like. I mean, sometimes you kind of wish you do have like it wasn't anonymous because you get inters, but
Oh
the
yeah.
anonymous champ select.
But like
helps
usually
dodge
I'm
it.
the enter, so like I like it. like no, I'm
Nice.
the person that people want to dodge. Like in most of like cause like so I'll just be like today I'm gonna play Rammus top and people like I know that it's not like my best character and
Yeah.
I'm just like, well,
Hey, you got a positive win rate this season.
okay, I started at 38% in plat. So like
Okay,
I've been winning a lot of my games. Wow.
what are your LP gains like? You like 30
I'm
or
still getting
something?
like 40, 35, 38.
40. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's really good. That's really, really good.
No, I don't know what I got. I'm probably getting like 35 now.
Mhm.
Dude, I can't
they
believe
made
I got outgolded that game. Wait, this Zed actually went crazy.
Yeah, he's very strong. He got that. He did double everyone's damage though. They made the LP gain so high nowadays, so it's kind of more rewarding, or feels more rewarding to play.
Yeah, I think if they had not done that and then introduced 3 splits, people would just not play ranked. Cannot
Yeah.
imagine 200 games just to get to reset and have to do it again.
Yeah, I don't think 3 splits is a good idea. Like, I don't know. I don't think 4 months for one season is long enough. Or however they're gonna do it, 3 months per season.
Yeah, I think you need like TFT is so interesting because like the LP games there are like it's a completely different game that it's so nice to be able to play in like that
yeah.
like because like you don't even you can win by not getting first. Like top 4 is like a legitimate strategy. So like the
Yeah, if you
LP
get
games
first,
go
you get,
from
like-
they go from like 60 to like negative 80.
Yeah. And that's pretty rewarding to play, honestly.
But like I'm down for huge swings because I think that's fun. At least my daily gains are like enjoyable. Also, we have 0 CC on this team. Hold up. How's it Garen GG's?
They bet Nautilus.
That game was insane. Like
Maybe.
hope you had fun. I got a triple kill at like 4 minutes.
I'm down to play whatever. Whatever you pick, I'll match you.
You wanna try playing Chosena?
Sure.
I haven't played this in a while, so
Yeah, it's chill.
it's funny because I'm only playing the stuff that I used to play a lot of. Like I used to play a lot of Cho.
Yeah, Cho's kind of annoying to lean against as a bot laner.
Yeah, because like at some point, if you get hit with the Q, you're dead.
Yeah. Q and CC for 5 more seconds and then just eaten. Okay.
Oh wow, people go. I wonder if this is exhaust.
Usually I see people go like Everfrost or something.
Yeah. I'm going Everfrost into some random garbage.
Yeah, I don't know what they build after that. Anything they want.
If we get tier, oh shit. Well, no, you don't go tier this time. I do not go tier. I'm going Everfrost into. Why is it this? I'm gonna make my own item build. This item build is. I'm like looking at like win rate item for item builds, and they're so bad.
Yeah, I mean, Cho'Gath players just build everything.
Is that Alex Blaze guy still playing?
I haven't seen him in a long time, actually.
Because I know he hit Challenger a couple seasons after I played or during, so like he hit his like the peak for Cho'Gath. Like,
yeah, no, he was really good.
Like
no,
that guy
wasn't...
peaked on show. No one else is playing him in solo lanes.
Yeah, no, it looks like last season he was D2. Like it looks like it was like Decayed. He doesn't really play much. This season he hasn't played at all. He's gone. But that guy was crazy at Cho'Gath.
Yep.
He would just find the most crazy spots to hide to in the jungle, and then just one shot.
yeah. It's weird because I want to play League next season. Removing mythic items is like.
Oh yeah, that's pretty.
There's so many AP characters that the fun way to play them is to get like spell vamp, but you can't buy Riftmaker. It's because it is the worst mythic in the game.
Yeah, I wish they'd bring back Gunblade. Gunblade, that was a fun item.
Yeah. Every team 3 streamers won the Kami, yes.
Yeah, like there's like some champs that go like Lich Bane first item and stuff, but like that doesn't exist anymore.
That guy's name is Miss Bayfon. Dude, I would love to see Bayfon in NA. That guy is a freak.
Yeah, that guy would. Actually, I don't know if you've like looked at the Challenger ladder at all, but there's like there's this guy from China that's here, and he's like 500 LP above everyone else, and he's like a Fiora, Gwen, Yone player, and he's just smurfing every game.
Really? Wait, that's cool.
He's been rank 1 now for like a month or two, and he's like 500 or 600 LP above rank 2. It's really crazy.
Wait, what? We're getting dominated by China? Out of worlds? Damn.
Yeah. He said he's like rank like 26 or something in the China Super Server, and he's like here for college, and he's just rank 1 smurfing NA.
That is crazy. Wait.
Yeah, but he's really good.
Oh, where's the rank 26 support from the Super Server, man?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's getting messed up. I'm gonna go try to cancel his base, ruin his day a little bit. Oh, he went. Oh, I canceled him. His lane's over.
Oh, you got it?
I got it. The last like half a second. Actually, he has D shield. Maybe he won't be too low. But
it's Garen. Like that guy.
Yeah, he's gonna heal back up. In another world on a different champ, the game was over.
Dude, I just got to like a couple of games where the support's been really annoying mid, and I'm like, I remember now. Mid lane is a 3v3 lane. Like,
yeah, the mid lane literally is 3v3. Especially if you play like melee champs, they just sit there the whole game.
Yeah, like because I think Cho actually has some decent matchups, but when you're playing like real games, you don't get to walk up.
Yeah. This call is so nice too. Like you ping a ward, it just shows you it's warded.
Yes,
making the game
thank
easy.
God.
Yeah.
I'm just shoving.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we're 2 here.
I'm not a real champ till 3, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
The fakest character ever.
Yeah, Cho'Gath sent us spikes when we get some levels. The fact that we even have push is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just because Karma aimed for you twice, right?
Yeah. I also think they might have leashed.
Oh, I suck. Whoops. No way, I guess we get level 3, right?
Yeah, we actually, yeah.
The way that they walked up there.
Yeah.
It's Talia. Oh, she leveled 3 mid.
Okay. They're getting tilted already. I can see it.
Oh, like this lane, when I played it, I was like, this lane sucks. And then it got to like level 5, and they
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
touch the wave.
Yeah, level 5 is it's really strong. Also, don't think Zaya is very good versus it.
Yeah.
Like the champs they picked are really weak right now. Or at least like they don't
What's
have
the
synergy.
best bet? Is it still Kaisa? I swear Kaisa has been
Mm.
good for like a decade.
Kai'Sa's pretty strong. Zyra Khan is strong. What else do people play right now? I'm trying to think. Zeri's OP still.
Oh yeah, Zeri looks good.
Yeah, you just like build static shiv and you're OP.
It's crazy they nerfed the item and her win rate went up.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a second. I saw that. I was like, what is going on?
It's because people finally figured out like what to build, and people were just building random stuff, and then they started adding shiv, and it's broken. I also think Caitlyn is really strong right now. She got buffed.
Yeah, I heard Saber quit the game to go to TFT.
Yeah,
and then they
did,
buffed
and
his character.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn's actually strong right now. I saw he said he'll come back if they bring back his mechanics.
Someone here?
I mean, maybe, but I don't think.
Dude, I got pinged back
no,
for
she's
nuts.
topside. Yeah,
Dude,
she's topside. Junglers these days just spamming everything. I mean, this lane's going perfect. You have 8 CS, have TP advantage.
Yeah, how does she have level 4 on me?
Yeah, wait, that's.
Oh, Karma got this one CS.
Karma missed, yeah. See if I can hit this. Oh, he got the knockup.
Oh, I suck.
No, it's okay, it's okay. That was a good try.
He's walking up.
Yep. I mean, we're fine here. Oh, nice. I think I can kill her. Oh, she used flash ghost heal. Nice. And these guys are pretty boned.
Yep, I just need a CS to get mana.
Try to snipe this guy. Oh, what? That didn't hit. It's crazy, just face tank all their autos and it doesn't do damage.
I don't even have to go D-shield for this matchup. Oh, I hit it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's 1 health. I'm Not to push this in base. You can TP back.
Okay, I'm not gonna ward this. I'm not gonna ward this then. For sure,
Yeah,
there's no way the jungler's here.
Yeah, no way. We can just run even if he is.
Pain doesn't own you.
Okay, nice. We're out of here. You have 20 CS as Cho'Gath. And that was the easy part of the lane for them.
Yeah. Now, when we hit 6, it is over.
Yeah.
Oh, let me actually sell this health pot. These guys are not harassing me. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, where do you want me to pink ward? Do I do this and then you go farther up or what?
These days no one really pinks lane, but
Oh,
they usually
okay.
they just pink this, yeah, or like
Oh,
if they're on the other side they pink this, yeah.
Okay. I can just.
Yeah, but Sweeper is like such a short cooldown these days that no one really pinks lane.
So what happened with Sweeper?
Yeah, there's just 2 now. Like there's like you have 2 sweepers now, but it lasts really short. So it's kind of good, but you can't kill 2 wards unless you have like someone with you. You only have time to kill 1.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm grabbing my souls.
Alright, I fucking troll.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I should have told you I was grabbing the dragon souls.
No, it wasn't you. I was just like, can I cut this? I can't cut this.
I see. All good. They have no flash on Zaya either. If I hit 1 root, I think she just dies maybe. Oh, nice.
I'm back.
Yeah, good poke. 1-6. 1 root is a kill. I'll heal you a bit.
Nah, I won't even lose life here.
Yeah. Oh wait, what? Now she's just killing our bot lane. Okay.
He's smurfing. I still have TP, so I'm not worried.
Yeah. That's true.
God, Cho just clears waves instantly.
Yeah, nowadays, like, supports are just usually using their pink in this bush here, like, just for mid.
Oh.
Yeah, that's usually where supports are dropping their pinks.
I feel bad for mid. I literally looked mid and I just... Wait, he lived?
Oh. Okay. Take those. Oh, yoink.
I mean, we can sit.
Yeah, I kind of want to just base because I'm Oom. You can.
Oh, chow.
I'm Oom and I got some words. You can TP back if you want. Guys are.
I don't need a TP back. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way. Alright, nice. This is where we really messed them up here. Oh.
Oh,
good.
no.
Goodbye, Yi. Oh, the laner not happy.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh! He lived?
Oh my gosh, he's out of there.
I can't believe that. Okay, we're freezing this.
Yeah, we could. I'm down.
I'll take. Oh,
Yeah.
You are taunting this cannon.
Let me heal this way so I don't hit the wave. Your Q is such a low cooldown too. It's like 3 or 4 seconds, right? 4 seconds maybe.
It's up again.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
Oh, she missed mantra. I'm just poking.
Going now? Yeah. Oh.
Oh, she ulted. I have to run. Okay. Nice. Headshot.
This is. I kill. Is that one hit? I do not.
I think you need level 7. You got it.
Yeah.
Wow, you haven't even needed to use TP yet.
Yeah, I think when you do, it's just you're owning. And then when you play like unconventional bot lanes, like it's really hard because no one gets practice against this shit.
Yeah.
The cooldown is literally 6 seconds on this Q, by the way.
That's so OP.
So what have you been doing ever since NACL? Your team got third, right?
Oh no, we did not get third. We did not do very well.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I've just been playing solo queue. That's pretty much it. I'm actually at my parents now, so I'm just visiting family and playing solo queue. Okay, this is where we messed them up.
Dude, the Yi mispinged us, and I didn't go in there. I was so confused. I was like, what is going on?
I've become numb to pings. Oh, nice. She has flash, but nice.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, just one shot him. Nice. Okay, it's perfect.
Okay.
No, we kind of got unlucky in our NACL tournament because it's like double elimination bracket, right? And we lost to both of the final.
The top two?
Both the top 2.
Yeah, I was just saying how League is such an RNG game. Like, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Wait, so were you seeded for that tournament, or you just like, oh, bleh?
Yeah, I mean, we were seeded. We were like 6th, I think.
Ooh, who's your usual AD?
My AD?
Yeah.
His name is Lynx. He's a newer player.
Oh, so I have no idea who this guy is, right?
Yeah, he's newer to competitive.
No way this guy just ulted in. What?
That was crazy. But yeah, we got in the first round we played against EG, who made the finals, but they were seeded like number 7 at the time, so they were like super underseeded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
And like in reality, they weren't actually the number 7 team.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wait, was that the team that they switched their? Was it the jungler came from LCS?
They switched their. Yeah, they switched their. They got their jungler from LCS.
Yeah. Okay. Whenever that happens, I'm like, That's.
And they also got a new top. They got a new top laner like halfway through the thing too, so they improved a lot.
Oh, is it Surdy?
Yeah, Surdy. Yeah, he was their
that
top
guy.
laner.
I heard is doing really well in Challenger.
Yeah, him and Fake God were like the top 2 tops, and
Damn.
they played versus each other in the finals. So yeah, Sardi's playing well.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know him either. He's from another region, right?
I believe he was born in Australia.
Oh. Yeah, there are a lot of Australians in it, eh? I'm on my way.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, sure. I'm just scrapping here. Oh my god. Do damage. Nice. He's from Australia, but I don't believe he ever played pro there. He's just he's been here for a couple of years, just trying to go pro, and then he made it.
Dude, I was talking to Toast about ACL, and he's just like, yeah, because he doesn't like contract jail people. He just wins. He just wins, and then he just loses all his
Sends
players.
them off.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. I'm pretty sure he spent more money on the dinner than he made from his players.
That's crazy.
On
Yeah, it is not very profitable. It's actually insane. I actually think for amateur too, like, you're not even allowed to contract jail. Like, Riot made rules.
Oh,
where,
not
like,
anymore? It used to be there were
Yeah.
teams who were famous for that.
Yeah, and it's an amateur. Like, every year your contract you can only sign 1 year in amateur, so you can't get jailed.
Oh, what's up,
Yeah.
DM? Yo, is this guy? Dude, I got a headache, and all I did was I just took Excedrin. And we're just going through it.
I've got a decent amount of souls, 69 already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see top. I see top. I see top.
Yeah. I'm looking for ult if he needs it. And he's chilling. Oh my gosh, his Talia doesn't. Oh, it's getting kind of low there. I think. Oh, you got him. The comment took him out. So you have a root here. Oh my gosh, he's movement. It's okay, eat him for dinner.
No, he's running away. Oh
He's
my
back.
god, man.
Just gonna have to get the minion instead.
I didn't even get.
I'm just gonna go home.
Yeah, I feel like I need to climb so I can play against people who will shit on me more. Because like
Yeah,
sometimes I play and I'm like, oh, this guy doesn't like. I know I'm better than this mid laner, kind of deal.
Yeah.
But like,
I mean,
yeah.
you're climbing. I mean, you get good LP gains and you're winning a lot. You'll climb fast.
Yeah. So, is it that you're banned from dueling at Masters 0 LP?
Yeah, that Master 0 LP is when you can't do anymore. Or the ultimate, if your account, like, if you have like a really good win rate on your account, and then you somehow get Masters of MR before you actually Masters, you also can't do.
What?
Yeah. Because like, so what people, because people used to like.
Yeah, I
like
understand.
challenger players. Yeah.
Wait,
like,
2 seconds.
be
2 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so they have some restrictions.
I mean,
so TLDR, don't win too many games or you're gonna get duo locked.
But like oh, okay. I mean, I don't think I can play. Oh, I can probably. I mean, I think
you have to have like
we're owning.
a pretty high win rate. Yeah, we are owning. But once you start seeing Masters players in like, if we do it and we start seeing Masters players, you're gonna get locked out soon. I think we've got a few games left for that. This guy took Master Eel. Oh, he's
Why
so
is he
fast.
Oh,
he took Master Eel.
I didn't even realize.
Oh my gosh, they both just flashed on me.
I don't have you. Oh.
Oh, I got him. It's fine.
An enemy has been slain.
He's so fast.
Dude, I did not know he took Master Yi, old man.
Who would ever take Master Yi on Silas? That sounds so troll. Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my gosh, he flashed on you. Oh, you do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, wait, there's someone here, right? Hold on.
Yeah, there's a Garen. Hopefully he doesn't one-shot you.
Hold on, which way is he going? Oh, he's just out.
He's out of
He
there.
backed this up.
Oh wait, he's right here. He's right here. I slowed him. Oh.
I kill him from that health, by the way, but I don't think I can reach this guy.
I have a root. Oh, he's rooted.
he's
You got
dead.
him. Nice.
So that's killer ranked. I'm essentially masters. Yes, essentially.
We're kind of smurfing.
Yeah. Wait, you're. It's so easy to play AD with a good support because I don't have to think about anything. Because like usually I play AD like because I'm more focused on the map. Like I fuck up my lane so much.
Oh, I just yanked your cannon. I'm sorry. As you were talking about good supports, did you just yank your cannon?
You know, that's what good support does.
Yeah, it feels the same thing.
I'm running straight in. I'm leaving.
Sometimes playing supports like you is frustrating as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. Because wait, I can just sit here, right?
Yeah, you can, I don't have any wards. Well, we can, someone's gonna come surely.
There's no way. I guess we go bot.
Yeah, you can just kill this Aya. There's a big Cho'Gath in the zone. They have no idea.
What the? She's here.
Okay, this looks good. They're gonna collapse on this guy. We're coming, bro. We're coming.
Dude, can you like loop this?
I'll ult to give him some health if he needs it.
Okay, I'm going
Okay,
up.
nice. That guy's out of there.
Oh.
Hey, maybe Master Yi can cut him off.
Rampage.
Right, he went up. Or in that bush. I think oh, he's. Wait, what? This guy's the Juke Master.
No, my stacks.
Our team is too fed. You can't get your stacks. Every time you rank up your ult, you just get such a big spike because you get all that HP.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I do 700 tree damage.
Yeah. Well, you can eat the big worm. How much does damage does your ult do to monsters?
1400.
Okay, nice.
Shitload.
Yeah. I remember they buffed it because they made Smite higher, so like we had to make sure I got the ult higher. Nice.
Oh, I realized I built the wrong items, but it's okay.
Yeah, it looks fine to me.
I think.
Build anything. It's like
Yeah,
Bard.
that's true.
On that train.
Yo, if you want to play Bard, I'll just leave. You leave me, and if it's desperate, I'm down.
Nah, we're gonna smurf. I'm not a big Bard connoisseur. I can play it if need be though. Oh, Fiora?
Wait,
Okay.
no way.
That's the rank 1 guy right there.
Oh, she's
Must be
smurfing our
him.
elo.
Must be him. I have my E.
Oh, whoa.
That is very aggressive from Silas. Oh, I missed.
Oh,
I
you're
can just kill this guy.
You kill him?
Yeah.
What is your damage?
I'm so fed.
Oh, I heard the old build used to be like Rage Blade.
Yeah, that was the build a while ago. And nowadays, I'm not really sure what the build is, but trying this out seems good. They buffed this item recently, so.
4 to 7, yeah.
Hopefully.
It's a little one-sided, yep, but it's okay. There's only one item I feel like is kind of mandatory on this character. Efficiency-wise, Demonic is so crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Because it scales with your ulti health. I think it gives you more AP than any item in the game. I think it's like 120.
Yeah, it gives like uncap amount. It's crazy.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh, what the?
Oh, I was not paying attention. I'm so sorry.
No,
I literally was looking at my chat when I walked over.
She just randomly popped out.
Wait,
like
she was
wasn't
there
even
the whole
in vision.
time.
Yeah, she just breaker flipped me from fog.
Okay, so let me chat. Oh, but it's just true. Chucky Chi, welcome back for 5 months. Sorry for missing you. Thank you for resubbing. Like, what else am I gonna say when it's? I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just saying I was looking at you guys. Oh my god, man.
Yes, phase rush. She's so fast.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I have ulti for you. Oh my gosh, it worked out. Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. I mean, honestly, if there's any other champ besides Zaya, you'd kill her there.
That is true.
Yeah.
Wait,
His ult-
my ulti did 800 true damage.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. You're able to scale. It's crazy.
Oh my god. Mechanics.
Mechanics. Mechanics. Wow.
Be a distraction on purpose? Yeah.
Good look so far.
Why did this guy call me a dirt dog? What does that mean? Like,
Just take it as a compliment.
why did he call me a dirt dog, man?
Dirt dog.
Oh, I'm getting 34.
That's really good. Human Mars pretty
He'll
good.
play some ads.
That means you probably get like -20.
Yeah. Dude, it's crazy because like I've played the TFT, like I've gotten -90 before.
Oh my gosh.
It's like
yeah.
I think I lost the most I ever lost was like 160 in 2 games, and it
Oh
was
my
like
gosh.
after
Like
those it's like damn okay.
That is insane.
I've seen people lose 600 LP one day, which
That's like a whole. That's like going from like challenger to like D1 or something or like masters. I mean, I don't. Is it the same in or diamond? I guess I don't know how the the TFT rank system works, but it's the same thing, right?
Sorry, what did you just say?
The TFT rank system. It's like the same as League, right?
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, they just go from like challenger to D1 in one day. Or
No,
something like that.
yeah, it's you can't demote is the only difference. Can you demote for masters in League now?
Yeah, you can demote.
Oh, yeah, it's like hard locked.
Oh, I see.
So like,
masters, you can't demote. Got it.
Yeah, there's no emerald either, which, huh?
Oh, interesting.
I mean, but like all the games are weird. Like TFT has a reverse system of Valo. I think Valo's lucky because they grew up in a system where you want to duo with people, and so people do it all the time for ranked. But League grew up on like players who wanted to solo queue.
Solo queue, yeah.
And so it feels very awkward. Dude, I'm banning Soraka.
Yeah, I mean, when people are like, when duo was here, like people were complaining, oh, it makes the game unfun for people not duoing. But then now it's like it's kind of time to bring it back.
Yeah, it's like sure, it's unfun to do that, but also just the game itself is less fun overall.
Yeah. Imagine like a team game where you can't duo or like have any teammates.
Ooh. Yeah, it's League. It's fucking League.
Yeah, that is League, I guess.
Okay, wait. Let me look at these items.
Did you play Arena at all?
Yeah, that was fun for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, Arena was fun for a bit, and then it kind of fell off.
Yeah, it kind of falls off, but it was still enjoyable.
Did you get the top rank Gladiator or whatever?
Yeah, but it like the Gladiator Reiki felt like it felt like I could be gold and hit that. Right?
yeah. Like you know the ranks, it's like wood, silver.
Yeah.
Like and then all of a sudden I just said Gladiator. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, I literally was like, thought I still was climbing, and then I stopped. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, that's how I was too.
Okay, I'm down to either run back a different. Okay, do you think we can play Senna into this comp?
Not really, honestly. I think.
Yeah, I'll play Heimer.
Heimerdinger. Okay. I will play Alistar. Alistar is good for Samira. I think Ali Heimer could be good too.
How do they feel about popular clay games? Smooth brain in the beginning and she goes south. Oh. The breaks exist to give people progression. I think that I wish Clash didn't break the first time. I think Clash should be like the competitive thing. And then the solo queue is like whatever, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Clash is kind of dead now a bit.
Yeah, and I don't think it should ever. Oh wait, hold on. I don't know what to build on this character. Give me 1 sec.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure I just comment this, right?
Yeah, it's usually comment with like Leandries, and then second item. Not really sure. You can go like Rylai's, Death Kai, whatever you're cooking. You guys are playing Samira Lulu bot. I don't think that's very real.
I've never. seen this bot lane before.
Yeah. I don't think anyone ever has.
Wait, also I came back. Somehow Pantheon's just fucking the best character in the game. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
Pantheon is kind of insane.
I play against that champion. I thought he also got outscaled, but late game he jumped on me and one shot me. I was like, what?
Yes. No, it's not like the same Pantheon now, because like I think it's his R passive gives him like armor pen. So like when he's level 16, he gets like 30% armor pen for free. It's kind of insane.
All I know is like he's the scariest character in the game, and and like apparently his top lane is good. So like he's got a good early game. So it's like he's just, and then somehow like this new streamer Spear Shot is in my TikTok a lot now. And, like I'm literally being infested with Pantheon. And I don't understand how.
Yeah, it's so OP. I don't know if you've seen Yone at all too, but this champ is so broken.
Really?
Yeah, it's like super OP at every point in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, like it's like wins level 1 versus everything because you get lethal tempo. It's like the hardest scaling thing in the game. That champ is gross.
I came back. I tried playing Karthus mid. I got matched into LeBlanc Shiv. I've never wanted to forfeit the game more than that. I was just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, Bob Chin like found that build out, and he literally made it like meta for pro play and permaban.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Everybody,
also,
everybody like posted about it. Yeah.
The build is Amptome Health Potion, and you come back.
Is it really?
Yeah, apparently, and you come back at 665 gold. Interesting.
When I was playing. Wait, what? Oh, on Heimer you're talking about? They're talking about LV. I was like, yeah. I was like, on LV they just go longsword refill and get like an 8-minute shiv.
Yeah, I fucking hate that.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, do I leash for this guy or what?
I mean, ideally we don't, but.
Oh yeah, thank God you left.
Okay, hopefully he starts top.
Minions have spawned.
Fuck, man. Okay, whatever. But...
Oh shoot. Okay, we'll give him a leash.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, it's just like I could get Lost Chapter in 3 waves.
Yeah. Do you have what's
No.
that thing called? Futures Market?
No, which is why. Wait, I do.
Oh, you do Futures Market. Yeah. 3-wave Lost Chapter. So OP. Heimer sounds pretty good versus Samir, honestly.
I think Heimer is broken. Every time I play Heimer, I think this champ is broken. Because like the most unfair way possible.
Yeah, when Heimer support was meta, that was really gross. Oh, maybe you can auto this. Oh wow, my attack speed is so slow.
I didn't realize your attack speed was that bad.
I mean, it's the same as yours. Maybe I just didn't see the word early enough. 0.63. I mean, everyone's. Oh no, it felt really low.
Hold on. Heimer mechanics.
Boom. Counterplay.
Literally, no way they can dodge it.
Yeah. So dumb. Wow. These guys feel like they're getting outskilled right now.
Oh, you know the one thing I've been banning over everything else is Soraka recently? I swear she takes over all my games and the counters all my champions.
Yeah, Soraka's really annoying. Only way you can like, I don't even know how to beat it honestly. You just AFK farm verse it and then hope you have someone to one-shot her.
Yeah. But you support me, yeah.
Because you can't really trade versus her, she's so OP in lane.
Oh, the mid's getting level 2'd.
First blood.
Goodbye, brother.
You are poorly designed for this.
Oh,
I can't believe we got shoved with Alistar support. Like, I feel like this is the most illegal shit ever.
Yeah, they also picked Samira though, so maybe Samira usually loses push in most matchups. She's really weak.
I thought that other melee was really weak. I forgot what it's called, but that one girl.
Oh, Nyla.
Yeah, but then I've been getting owned.
Oh no, Nyla's really strong in lane. Like, she's really OP in lane, but she doesn't scale well. So.
Oh, it's because her item
Yeah.
builds suck, right? But I feel like.
Yeah.
Wait,
Item
I'm dead.
builds.
I'm dead.
Well.
I'm running. I'm
Nah,
running.
you're okay. You're okay. I have flash.
Something Darwin?
Oh, nice. Thank you. I don't have to flash.
No way he goes in on this.
I'm okay. I have combo in 4. 3 seconds.
Wait, he didn't even back
Darwin.
up?
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
No
I'm
way
gonna
he
demap
combos
this
this
to
again.
try to get. I dare him to. He will die. I dematted the cannons to mess up their push. Okay, nice.
Huh.
Oh, well, that's pretty good. Where's she staying? Nice.
Alright, how do I play this? Am I supposed to let it push?
I mean, I think ideally we slow push, and then you TP back, and then...
Yeah. I need this last chapter soon.
Yeah.
Not
I
like
think
super soon.
I mean, you can even... I know he's even coming back to us, but these turrets are not going to let it freeze, so I think we should just slow push and then base and you TP back. And she'll get stuck in lane.
Wonderfully efficient.
Alright, I'm pushing with the turrets after this.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, you can just base TP, and then she's kind of GG'd.
Raise your what?
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, you can just TP back now, and then they're
Alright, I'm out.
they're doomed. They're doomed. And when you come back, we can just perma push, and she tries basing here. I'll cancel her. Okay, she's not. Oh, she is.
I did not buy boots, by the way, so I'm
that's
gonna
fine.
grieve super hard.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
I bought Amp Tome. I'm gonna go pink this. So.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Walk a little bit towards cannon. Okay, nice. Okay, Jarvan's top. I'm just gonna poke this guy a bit. Nice. Maybe she's dead. Oh, she got shielded. 1 HP. I mean, Dinah can come dive these guys.
They'll try to shove.
Yeah, we can dive this. Jarvan's top.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Dinah. Take the grump. Wow. I feel like every game we play, you're just double CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not fair.
Help me push this.
I swear to God, the lane was just them conceding everything and you just looking at them. And I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
well, like,
just pressuring them.
yeah, you're just
Yeah.
intimidating them to death.
Yeah, I based. I'll be coming back. This matchup actually sounds so hard for them, though.
Yeah, it's impossible. And they don't scale with Lulu, so it's like.
Yeah, they picked a terrible combo, and then our champs are just good for stairs too.
Oh, what if I make in our games? You just make revenge first pick top.
Oh my gosh, he loses his mind.
We got him on the team just so that he would first pick top lane, so that we can counter pick bot lane.
That's every top laner's nightmare. Oh, nah, that is decent damage.
If you ever hit like combo them, like I will do insane damage.
Yeah,
Not
I
insane,
think I have to look a little less intimidating because they're so scared.
Alright, I'm gonna move up my turret line.
Yeah, she's just standing under their turret. I can't really combo, but it's fine. We're free scaling. Oh, they have a 4-0 Jarvan. Monkus.
It sucks because you can't even roam mid here, right? Because it's LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, I can, honestly, but...
Like, they're not even contesting me.
Yeah, you can probably 1v2, honestly. I'll just go mid.
Yeah.
You can probably dive.
Like, I win the dive if they dive me here.
yeah, you actually do. Yeah, I'll just get LeBlanc's mana or something. Oh, Pantheon messed up his combo, or she would have died. All good.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
And I'm coming back. LV's.
They're even more
chunked.
I
got LV to 1 health.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and then Pantheon threw it away. Oh, never mind. Oh, there's just a Lulu here.
I'm not with you. That's fine, right?
Yeah. I'm chilling. This looks so doomed for them.
Oh, Scorch. Whoops.
Oh. Wow, that turret.
I can get all in
Turret
here
did
now.
damage.
Fuck, man.
It's a little bit hard because I'm playing Ally. She can't really go on any.
Oh,
If
that
she ever
is
comes in,
true.
I'll own her. So funny.
I feel like I'm playing top lane but bot. Like I'm like literally just like
Yeah.
vibing out.
Hitting their turret non-stop.
We
Oh, Jarvan's behind us. Oh no, he's very fed. I'm gonna just try and.
wait,
Oh
you
my gosh.
stopped it? Oh.
Yeah. Oh, LB's here too. It's a party. Wait, she failed her R over the wall.
Wait, I thought you didn't stop that. You're fucking crazy.
It's. I actually thought we'd kill him, honestly. but-
Yeah, yeah, same.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Look at my items.
Yeah, your wave is good too. Yeah, Leandri's now. Yes.
Yeah, fucking 8-minute Leandries.
It's crazy.
Or 10 minutes, sorry. And now.
Very interesting.
This is great.
Oh, they have to shove in the wave. Oh, it's so over.
It's so over. There's a free dragon coming up soon too.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Oh, maybe I can
One
get. Yeah, I
step
got
closer
this.
to greater understanding. Yeah.
No way.
Oh, I missed that one.
An enemy has been
My one
slain.
turret does so much damage
An
now,
ally
man.
has been slain.
It does.
Have you
If
seen the new
Diana-
Kassadin? I tried
New
playing him.
Kassadin.
It looked really. He looked pretty good.
Yeah, he's strong if he can get items, but I don't know. I feel like there's not a lot of mages in solo queue right now, like which Kassadin's good versus. It's a lot of like.
Yeah, it's a lot of the guy plays Trist and mid lane's fucking miserable.
Yeah, it's like Trist, Yod, and stuff, and Kassadin can't really play versus those. Or like Pantheon and stuff like this. Not really many mages.
Yeah, the way they changed his E is so interesting. Like you don't have to wait for it to stacks anymore.
Oh yeah, it's just cooldown.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. He was really broken at the beginning of this year, like 5 or 6 months ago. He was like permabanned.
Weird how these champions are just perma banned. What?
Yeah, he was literally permabanned in the beginning this year and like competitive and stuff. And then they nerfed him a few times, but he's starting to come back a bit.
Brain over brawn.
It's like right when they like changed like Rod of Ages, like they brought Rod of Ages back, and they buffed Seraph, so then they buffed Kassadin.
Oh,
So like
they
it was
left
just
over.
his dream.
Yeah, that's true.
It was literally his dream. This looks pretty free, I'm not gonna lie.
Wow, he's over.
Variables.
You can dive. Come dive. Go behind them, Diana. I can just tank the turret with my R and we can just blow him up.
Okay.
Goggles on.
Alright, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna flash on this guy.
Ah, the sweet smell of
No, he's dead. Maybe kill this guy too. I can
I
tank
am-
forever. I'm tanking. I can tank one more. Nice.
Wow. Huh. They did not get to play the game.
They did not.
this behavior is highly inefficient.
Your team
Nice.
has destroyed a turret.
Well then.
I kind of agreed into this wave.
Yeah, I think you're okay.
This calls for a prototype.
No way this guy's chasing me. What?
Oh, there's a Jarvan behind you. It's okay.
Man.
Agreed.
Okay, that's my bad. I have full boots now.
Nah, it's
though.
fine.
Is it?
Hey, we're down. Our team is down 4 kills, but it feels like we're winning so hard.
It does not feel like we're down.
Yeah, I think we're definitely up in gold. We could book top turret and bot turret.
Do we have enough damage
And
for, or for me to go Rylai's or?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Maybe you can TP behind this guy.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like
I'll
what you're
hit him.
cooking.
I'll hit him here.
Oh my!
Okay, it worked, it worked. I didn't want him to dash through me. I should just
That's true, that's true.
It
Right,
worked
it
out.
all worked out.
It all worked out, calculated. Oh, Jarvan's coming. I'm coming, I'm coming. Yes. Actually, I think I'm fine. I have ult.
It's you.
Oh wait, we have your own TP. Just gonna... Oh, another TP.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Like, are we winning or are we losing?
Doesn't look great. Does not look great. But maybe we can... Jarvan too. Maybe can win. If they come into us. I'm just gonna combo this guy. Nice.
Oh yeah, I do some damage.
You do. You're very strong.
They'll have a few screws loose by the end of this.
Okay, I'm gonna base some kind of
When you actually see like Hyber's numbers, some of them, I don't know where some of the damage comes from. I'm like, oh, I guess I win.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The little beam from his Q does billion damage.
So much damage.
Yeah, there's like this Heimerdinger one top one trick in Challenger for a while. I haven't seen him for a bit, but he just goes Death Cap first item on Heimerdinger top and just.
What?
He literally goes Death Cap first item on Heimerdinger and just like sits in bushes and kills people.
Wait, I just realized this guy's 9-0.
Yeah.
Wait, but he doesn't feel strong.
Yeah, I don't think he can do much for Heimerdinger. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, this guy is.
It's smaller than the diagram.
I fucked up. I should have. It's fine.
All good. Yeah, it's all good.
Should eat first there.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Oh, you do so much damage.
Oh yeah.
I think we can one shot the if she walks up. I'm gonna look for combo. If she. I'm gonna look here. Oh. Close. Good damage check. Whoa, I don't. Do you have stopwatch if you need it? Nice. Okay, nice. Good bait. Oh no!
No way, he's on the left side there.
Okay,
oh, yes!
Okay, big bounty, big bounty.
Huge bounty.
Super worth.
Wait, his bounty was only 309.0?
Yeah.
What?
It's because it's like based around like team gold.
Oh, and we're owning.
Yeah, we're owning, so.
There's no way he wins this round. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, he was 9-0. I thought he was gonna give a huge bounty.
Shut down.
I could do that better.
Breeze is a good sport. No, he's in ACL for a reason. He owns. Like, I don't think you guys understand how easy my games are. I don't have to worry about any vision. Last game, this was lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. I just walk in, fucking vibe. I'm listening to my music. I'm reading chat half the time. I don't have to do anything. It's so easy for me.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm there, but wait.
I think it's okay. I have combo in 2. Oh, big ult.
I mean, I can't do anything with that though.
Yeah. We need them to come into us, not run away.
God, we're fucking playing against LeBlanc.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, she's coming for you. Oh, nice dodge.
It's smaller than the diagram.
I'll give you a little heal off this wave.
Nice. Definitely forgot Alistar passive even existed.
Yeah. Pretty sleeper passive. Alright, how do we... Oh, here we go. I canceled
What?
it.
Oh.
This guy's... I mean, he's kind of trolling. Wait a second. I can cancel her. Oh.
The way you canceled it was not like where I expected him to land, so all my spells missed.
It looked really weird. They got canceled halfway in the wall. Oh my gosh. Feels like every game we just get like a 20-minute soul because we're winning bot so hard.
Yeah. And like, yo, this is why Riot's not gonna do duo queue. It's us. We're the problem.
We are the problem.
Let me fix that.
Because if Riot decides to survey any of the enemy team,
yeah, they're
all say,
gonna it's fucked. Also, do you even think I need? Do you even think I need Zhonya's yet?
Nah. Full graph cannon. I think I can peel you pretty well.
Yeah. I'm going to avoid them. This guy ultied on me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like playing Jarvan into our comp is terrible. Like it feels must feel so bad.
It is not good at all.
To the drawing board.
He's really 10 and 2, but I mean I guess I'm like 80 CS to our jungler, but does not feel very strong.
In the diagram.
Man, I hate playing versus Yorick.
Wow, we
Just cut the guy. Yeah, we can do some work here, I think. They keep chasing. Just gonna go on this Jarvan. Oh my gosh, you're one-shotting them.
Oh. Wow, that turned did a lot of damage.
We can do Baron for free.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Come, Diana. We've got Heimerdinger.
Oh.
Oh, no, she's got other plans.
I mean, okay, well, we're not doing it. I'm just playing this guy here.
Yeah.
The diagram. What a reaction!
That looks so funny.
Oh, I'm back for Void. I don't like this. So
I'll go base, yeah. Nice foul.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Part of the reason I built Void was I looked at Samira's items and they look so bad. Like this guy is doing what damage?
Yeah, he's literally he doesn't do damage, he's not tanky, he's just there, he just exists. Kind of.
I put the scheme in schematic.
Man, we do Baron really fast.
Yeah.
Really fast. I'll try to keep the Jarvan out of the pit. I think you guys can 2-man it.
Working as intended.
I fucking hit it. Oh no.
Oh, Jarvan's bot. It's free. As long as Diana can smite. Jarvan's literally bot. Come on, Diana. No pressure. Okay, nice. I'm gonna go on this guy here.
I'm getting blocked by this fucking Yorick wall, man.
The wall. Yeah. Oh, I can't reach him. It's so fast. Oh. Nice. Wow, we didn't even need to combo. I mean, low key, we can probably end.
Yeah.
I think we could just siege this.
If you want to just combo someone.
Yeah, any combos a one shot. Oh, what
the fuck?
Yeah, she's kind of fed. She has 10 stacks of Arxia. Oh my gosh, she just died.
I just had back.
Yeah. I'm not there. She flashed. Oh my gosh, our Diana has some different ideas. Maybe you can just TP bot and play for Dragon.
An enemy has been slain.
Yep.
An ally has been slain.
I'm coming. It's Sardana's dead, but I think we can 4v5.
I'm getting
Oh, it's
TP
4v4
right now.
actually. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, he just went to Dragon.
Oh, I thought I was gonna bush camp this guy, man.
I'm down to fight.
I'm gonna try to steal.
Okay. Oh, close. Oh, he's going for the end. We just can stop their bases. We can stall and he'll end.
Just bait into. Oh, that guy's for sure dead.
I'm stuck in the cage. Oh my gosh, he left you!
Dude, wait, he backed up and then ultied.
He left you to ult, yeah. Well, maybe Yon's having the 1v1 to end the game. I don't know if he's winning this though.
I think he's gonna die right. Oh, he missed.
Also, the Hullbreaker is such an OP item. Look at the super minion, by the way. It has the Hullbreaker buff.
Oh.
It's literally 300 armor or 220 armor. These supers are unkillable. Oh no, he's gonna die.
No
and lose the buff.
way.
Oh, dear God. Oh. Expeke. Oh, nope. Nice try. Imagine if we had Pantheon up.
Wait, I feel how does our Pantheon have? I guess he got the shutdowns. He's like 50 less CS and he has a spree.
There's just something about
The bounty system, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to get it removed somehow. Like,
yeah,
I feel like they're like they want to make it so you can come back from stuff, but it feels really weird sometimes.
Yeah, it's really easy to. It's honestly really easy to come back these days in League.
Yeah.
Like, and if you throw one time, like one big throw, and the game's just over.
Yeah,
Because of the bounties.
I've had so many times where like I am doing goofing around and then like I literally just get one shot.
Yeah.
Wait, I am
like,
not there. I am not there.
It's all good. This looks terrible. Goodbye, Rod. I should have helped that guy. And honestly, it's just like LB. She's like the only strong one.
Yeah, T-Bat's the only character that I don't counter.
That's true, actually.
I realized I thought she was Shiv, so I wasn't that worried. And I looked at her items and like, oh my god.
Yeah, I've actually haven't seen like fully feel the bonk in so long.
Yeah, that guy does so much damage.
Yeah, he's really fun.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Oh my. You watched a bit too many montages. Oh, Pantheon's trying to backdoor, I think.
Huh?
Hey.
What are you guys running?
Oh. They're ready to... Oh, there they go. Wow, you are kind of one-shotting that Jarvan. Oh my gosh, I'm rolling so hard. Wait a second, this game just got hard all of a sudden. Wait a second.
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
Stop that! You will damage my turrets.
It's all good. Play for Baron or Soul.
We still got 30 seconds.
The enemy's inhibitor
Yep.
has respawned.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Wait, this Samira, surprisingly, she's getting some items somehow.
Yeah, no, she like her build is not legal, but she is definitely she definitely has items now.
Yeah. Man, we should.
Wow, I have to go death cap here, but I don't have any MR.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit hard for everybody to get on you unless she finds like a flank.
I mean, I have Zanya's, it's fine. I think.
Wonderfully
Yeah, I think it should be okay.
Like, oh.
I'm gonna peek this. Oh, there's a word here.
I mean, who's clearing that
This
shit?
looks sus. Yeah, this looks sus. I think we just push mid and play for Drake.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
Oh, she's just hitting the Baron. Okay, I guess we go help.
Okay.
I'll try to keep driving out of the pit. Alright, looks like you guys got it. Yeah, you guys got it. Okay, I guess so. Drake.
Oh, free. Wait, you know what character that I found out could actually like duo Baron at 15 or 20 or whatever?
Who's that?
AP Amumu. You just need someone
Oh,
to tank,
true.
and he just like you just
Yeah,
one
yeah.
shot it.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, you got the soul.
Okay, we just win.
I feel like a Mumu Heimerdinger together would like do Baron so fast. Cause like a Mumu's passive makes everyone's AP do like some true damage.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna set up my stupid turret here.
Well, I don't think this is very legal. Him.
I ultied because I thought the fight was gonna go longer. The fight did
Yeah,
not go longer.
He just got one shot. Oh, there you go.
Wow, that.
Nice. Okay, we did it.
Oh,
wow,
my
just one
god.
shot that guy. Okay, big dub.
Yeah, I like how our teammates are literally yelling at each other. And,
Yeah,
and the whole game. And I'm just like, wait, don't we win this game for free? You can Heimer Argon turn off. Does it go on cooldown?
Like
I didn't know
games
that.
that aren't free. It's just so. I think a lot of people these days just like turn off their chat.
Oh.
Because I mean, it's pretty rare that you see something
Oh,
useful in chat, to be honest.
Then never mind. Oh, I'm already down to 27 LP. My elo's evening out. I'll play some ads.
Oh no, it's because you got promoted. So like
Oh, it counts from interesting.
It carries over, yeah.
Okay, well, we are gonna have pretty easy people till I get to Diamond, probably. And even then, maybe.
I assume Diamond's next, so I assume we're already playing with some Diamonds. Let me check.
Charles Sky WT, welcome back for 5 months. 637. Thank you for all the fantastic content. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, like that game was. There's some D3s and D4s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know, like, oh, whatchamacallit? I think I played against Fake God once, and in the Renekton. Oh, it wasn't a Fake God, it was another challenger player in the Renekton volley matchup, which I thought was super vulnerable sided. And I got owned, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I think a matchup used to be, but I think it changed a bit. Renekton's a bit too OP right
Yeah,
now.
I was like, wait, I just don't like if he play. I found out if he plays it well, like it's me who loses, and I don't skill.
Yeah, I remember like a few years ago at Worlds, that was like the counter to Renekton was Volibear, but
Yeah.
it's changed. Yeah.
That's what I thought, but nope. I'm like thinking about other things to play with Senna. I don't know. Usually went like a big body, right? And I was gonna pick Ornn, but it feels like if you're Ornn Senna, don't I never get levels?
Yeah, Ornn Senna is not that great. Like these days, Senna's not like a true carry. She's like she does some damage, but she's not like 1v9. So she needs someone else that's like strong too.
Yeah, I know. Like, I wonder. Are you down to try it with maybe? I don't really want to do Scion. Kind of want to do with Singed.
Sure, I'm down for whatever. Singe Senna, that sounds...
Oh, I think we're gonna get Flame. I'm gonna get Flame.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if this lobby doesn't dodge.
Well, I mean, Singed Senna doesn't sound okay. Maybe it's kind of bad because I can't pressure the lane early. Okay, you're right. I would never play this normally. It's fine.
One time I was in Korea, I had Ruler on my team, and we played Senna, Gragas bot together.
Oh, sick. Well, I mean, that makes sense because Gragas like has CC and stuff.
He has like built-in sustain too with his passive, so it's not bad.
Yeah, I think I'm griefing. I think I'm a griefer. Also, why is the primary runes for Singed fleet footwork? Okay, I'm gonna just go Conquer and ignore the things I'm looking at.
Yeah, I don't think fleet footwork is gonna be getting procced this game.
Wait, people go Celerity, Nimbus Cloak, Singed? I guess that makes sense.
I think they just play as CC bots, yeah.
I mean,
like,
I'm
like
wondering if I go Resolve or not.
I think you need it for lane, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was
actually, maybe against Zarya it's okay.
Well, like,
actually,
I'd have to
Eco
second win
score.
plus something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think you need to go for lane.
Is it second win plus unflinching or overgrowth?
Yeah, probably unflinching against their champs. You could also go revitalize if you're really feeling it, because I have some healing, but probably unflinching better.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how we get out of lane. Like, I'm like really looking at this. I'm like, damn, I grieved. But if we get out of lane, I think it'll be fine.
Zeri, Nico. Zeri's not too strong in lane. I think we'll be okay. We'll see though. If it was like something a lot more strong in lane, we'd probably be scared. But
Zeri passive? No, I don't think I'm getting out of lane. I literally think I'm not making it out of lane if I go Solari.
if we don't know what we're doing, they definitely don't know what we're doing. So
yeah. This is Lance played support. Support makes more sense. AD is fucking weird. I almost say we should flip so that you're carrying and I'm the support. But like I think that would make more sense than this situation.
No, we could do it. We could do it. Oh, you want to know a champ that'll actually be sick here into Zeri?
What?
Send a Nasus bot lane.
Oh, I'm down.
Cause like, I mean, if someone picks Zeri, like, you know, like, Nasus Wither, it like really fucks with Zeri. Like, she can't play.
Oh,
like,
really?
Cause Nasus W reduces attack speed, right? And then Zeri's Q is based off her attack speed. So when she gets withered, she can't move and she can't even press her Q either. She's like,
oh, her Q just doesn't work.
Or it works, but it's like really slow. Like once like every 2 seconds or something. It's really, really.
Oh, I'm down.
Really
I'm down to try.
Like if someone goes Zeri, Sudden Nasus would work for sure.
Do I go D shield here, right? Because our
D shield.
Our fucking bot lane is top is terrible.
I remember when I used to play Flex Q a lot with like Insanity. He would always play Sudden Nasus bot with me. Because he always is cooking different stuff.
Yeah, Sandy is actually crazy. That's why I like him.
No,
I'm like, you're fucking insane, man.
Yeah, his name is literally him.
Cause like, do you know how he came up like from like kind of like the very beginning?
No, I don't.
He
think
would
so.
play the most random shit. Like he was like famous for AP Zac at one point. In 2 roles, jungle and mid. And I'm like, you're fucking insane.
Yeah, that guy he's always ahead of the meta. And he played really well in LCS this split.
Yeah. He was supposed to be on DSG and then he got offered like 10 times the salary. And I'm like, yep.
yeah. He was, yep, sounds about right. And he was initially supposed to just be a sub until like their EU mid laner came, and then the EU mid laner came, played 1 week into it, and then Nintendo just got the spot back.
Yeah, I feel like on one hand I feel really bad, but I do like NA players doing well.
Yeah, I do too. I felt bad for the guy, but at the same time, yeah, I was like, NA players have to go do well.
Oh, I feel like I have to do some weird stuff here to make our lane work. But maybe it's just you hard carry me. Because like even when I get to 6, it's not good enough, you know? Like, I need like 6 plus 1 item, I think.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, honestly. We'll cook. Maybe I just spam heal you.
Like I don't even have flash. How do I even walk on these guys?
Yeah, they're not really harassing us yet. Hey, we're getting pushed somehow. I'm just sitting to wait for 2. It's kind of even.
I mean, I have revitalized or what's call it, resolve a D shield, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. Yeah, I think low-key Sun and Nasus could work if someone picks Zeri. You just like you just go like Emax Nasus, you know, and then just like stack whenever you just stack when you can, and then it's pretty strong.
Any excuse for me to play Nasus, I'm down. Like,
okay,
I played so much AP Nasus before. It's just really weird because why would fuck with anyone play? I suck. I didn't time that.
All good. Oh, nice touch.
I really wish it wasn't Nico. I think Nico is like the most aggressive support you can play outside Soraka.
Yeah, that champ. Oh wow, trolling my Q. That champ is really annoying to lane against. Okay, we're not doing too bad. Hey, you're only down 3 CS.
Okay. Oh, I thought that was.
Oh, he knows. He knows the helicopter.
Isn't that banned?
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to do that in.
Wait, I'm
Play.
just pushing up to try to get shoved.
Yeah. Hey, this. I think once you base and get your item.
Or
be
he wants a
okay.
lane. He wants a lane.
Oh, okay. I don't know if it's worded.
It's not. It's
Probably
not.
is.
Unless they had that freakish thing before. Oh, it's
Yeah.
worded now.
Oh, he got the. Wow, that was a nice gank.
Crazy fucking gank off the ward.
Yeah, that was well played.
It's not your fault.
I can't even harass this guy. I'm out.
Yeah, no,
Jungle's
get out
good,
of here.
jungle mid, you're good.
Nice, alright, I got my soul. Alright, this is going good so far.
Yep.
I don't know if against Sneaky Smoothie or whoever their balling is will be able to be able to go this even again in Cinch on a lane, but never know.
Yeah. Let's look at the good side. The good side being I buy lost chapter on base, and I'm just like fucking useless.
Oh, we'll mess him up here.
Dude, every
wait.
time I play, like Rengar used to be my permaban.
Oh yeah, that
Because
champ
not
is
only do people
really-
have one tricks, but like all the Rengar mains are psychotic.
Yeah, they're crazy. It's like Draven players.
It's
They're all the
actually
same.
insane.
Yeah.
I don't know if Scrub Noob still plays, but I remember playing with him and then him being like, "Yo, you're the GOAT," and the next game him flaming the shit out of me. Like the next game.
That's about right. And he still does play. He's in Korea right now, I think.
Oh.
Sure, I don't
No
think I can-
way my attack speed is this bad.
Oh, I can't even help you farm the minions. I just one-shot them.
That's fine.
All good.
Wow, this guy went Colbot too. That's actually smart. There's no way I can do anything to that.
Yeah. Nowadays, ballers are becoming really greedy. It's like coal and like long sword refill are like pretty common starting items now.
I
And,
love
like,
Scrub
AFK
Noob.
lanes.
I don't know, man. That guy's crazy. He's so good at Rengar though. That's the worst part is that I think he's legitimately one of the best Rengars in the world. But it's just like, dude, this guy's crazy, man. I blocked the cannon.
Nice. His
That's
area
not
is no
gonna die.
jump. This is actually going so good. Okay, he's half health.
Okay, yeah, just let me through the lane.
Sun is a bit OP like that. Oh, nice root.
I'm just chilling. I can't push.
Yeah, yeah, it's all good. She dashed. Wow, they're very low.
Let's see if I. Oh my god, that's
Oh, I
that's
missed it,
spot.
Drake. Yeah, we have Rengar near though. We're okay.
I feel so bad for mid lane.
Yeah.
I think I just shove.
Yeah, we can just shove, sure. I mean, we can.
You
we can dive them honestly. With Rengar. He's leaving. That's okay.
No way he stays, right?
Maybe Jarvan's near because he used to dragon.
Yeah, it feels like we're getting baited, but like.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Oh, Rengar's there. He doesn't care. Oh, he missed his root.
No.
Nice try.
Okay. I'm running through tower.
Yeah, I'm going. I need a base soon. Oh.
You're fine.
I'm flashing, yeah. Are you fine though? That's the question.
Oh no.
Goodbye. Darn, Jarvan's too OP. It's all good. You have TP.
Oh yeah. Do I? I'm gonna greed this. Yeah, I mean.
I'm gonna base here.
Oh my god.
Oh, I missed it. I was shopping. Oh. Oh, nice flash. Did you get Zeried?
I don't even know how I took that much damage.
Probably Nico. Dang, I wish I saw. I was just shopping. Nico things.
Yeah, that I don't know how Zeri killed me there. Like, I don't know how she. Is there ulti? Initial ulti is like just crazy.
Yeah, her new ult's pretty. It does a lot of bursts.
Like I
kinda
literally
like
got hit and died instantly.
Oh wow, yeah. She's got a lot of bursts actually on
I'm
Zeri
just gonna fucking
nowadays.
shove this. I think what happens is we go mid.
Yeah, I'm down. I can't really do anything down here.
Yeah.
Let's sweep this sword.
It's nearly time.
Huh. Oh?
Maybe?
Do you
He's
have
pretty
E?
low. No, I don't. I have a slow here, maybe? Oh, well, you walk up. You, like, change the
I don't.
pathing.
I think.
Garvin's gonna be here. Oh! Maybe something? I have to space a bit.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, can you? No way.
Oh, I died mid ulti. Maybe a root? Oh, no, they're out of there. Darn. Wow, Jarvan does so much damage. He didn't even hit his EQ on me. He just ulted me and smacked me to death.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I have to buy cloth armor.
Yeah, I think
Dude,
so.
it's. Damn. I roamed it through our bot lane.
Yeah.
Save, thank you so much for the raid.
4 plates.
Well, I hope your September is going well.
Maybe we can do something here. Oh, she ulted. I'm running. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Okay,
nice
they're
kill, nice
dead?
kill.
Okay, nice. Okay, worth.
Wait, I can't. I'm looking to see. I took 700. Damn.
I think Nico probably one-shot you, right?
Yeah, Nico did all the damage. It wasn't even the other guy.
Yeah, Nico does a lot of damage. So annoying to lane against.
Okay, I'm not gonna
Okay,
lie. Our mid lane is getting a gap that was good. After the Jarvan game, it was not good.
Yeah. Our both top laners are just chilling. They've got like starter items pretty much, just farming. Most top laner thing ever.
How's League? I have to go farm mid through this wave.
Yeah.
Did we lose bot? Like, I guess.
Oh my gosh, I might be dead here. And she flash ignited me. Maybe?
I can't
Jarvan's
chase
coming.
this.
Yeah, wow, she just flash ignited. Oh my gosh. Wait, she got it really low. Close, actually. Just stall her 60 seconds and I have my ult.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, there's a party ball lane. I'm pulling up. Don't really know what's going on over here.
To be super honest, I don't know how Ruby's supposed to play this.
Yeah, looks a little bit hard.
I don't think we go in.
Yeah, I'm leaving. It's very ulted.
Problem is, I need Leandries, but I literally can't buy the item.
Yeah, it's hard to get gold.
Like,
Actually,
can you
Leandries,
heal me here?
Yeah.
I think I just have to farm in like a weird way, but do not walk. Oh, I'm dead.
Goodbye.
Oh my god, she has fucking Medchai's full Leandries. I got owed.
Oh, she can.
You're dead.
I'm probably dead too. Oh, I'm dodging. Okay. Maybe Rengar. No, Rengar's. This guy's level 11. Level 7 Senna. Oh, I'm
An
dead.
enemy is legendary. Turret plating will fall soon.
Oh my gosh.
Am I dead again?
An enemy is legendary.
What the fuck? Oh shit, okay. Well, we're gonna chalk this up to my bad. I've never played fucking Sages again.
Fuck it. I mean, honestly, Ballad was like fine.
Yeah, bot lane was
but-
fine, but like I can't even help if I'm not playing.
Yeah. Okay, we clicked a little bit too hard, but now we know.
Yeah, now we know. This is going
Now
on
we
my
know.
no pick list.
I mean, honestly, it makes like a little bit of sense if you think about it, but
Yeah, if I can get a lane and get to one item for free.
yeah. Oh, is there? Oh, good right over there.
Has been slain.
Like, how does our jungle even play the game? Like, how?
Yeah, he has no turrets. Can't get any camps.
I just die here, right? Like, it doesn't matter. I'm just staying bot.
An enemy is legendary.
It's nearly time.
Okay. I'm kind of down. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm kind of down, but like,
Enemy killing spree.
Oh, I got smacked with the little sword.
all right. I'm gonna say this is my bad.
No, it's all good. We're winning too hard early. We gotta humble ourselves somehow.
Yeah, true. We don't want to win. You're right. We don't want to win.
We don't want to win. Don't want to get your account duo locked.
Defeat.
At least your skin is kind of cute.
Yeah. Okay. We learned. I lost 23. Okay. I'm gonna play some
23. Yeah, that's a decent amount. But when you get 37, it's all good.
Wait, give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, I actually, apparently, I have to go. I have a group that needs me because something happened.
Okay, sure, no worries.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the games. I'm down to play
thanks for playing.
a lot the next couple of day or week or so.
Okay, sure, yeah.
I don't know how free you are, but just message me or I'll message you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sounds good. All right,
Alright.
see ya. Thanks for games.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's.
I think I want to hold on. Let me do this. Okay. So okay. Wait. Let me see. Rip the stream. No. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me just go pee. I'll be back. Okay, I'm gonna get water too. Apparently, I got too early, but we're playing it with more league. I just don't worry about it. All right, guys. I'm playing League, but just give me a sec. How was the convention? It was really small. The convention was like, it was 3 conventions in one. It was a KCON convention where I got some photo cards. A New Jeans photo card. I'm gonna wait. Let me switch camera angles real quick. I got this. This is Kazuha. I don't even know what group this is. La Seraphim. I don't know if you guys can even see this. And I got the SIM card. This is the most important card. A fan made these. And she gave it to me, and I was like, holy fuck, thank you so much. This is the best thing I got. Encore Expo back for 8 months. Anyways, we'll be playing League with Jody in a sec. In a second. I don't know when that second is, but... License to sim, actually. Do you pair your glasses? No, they're still broken. They're upstairs, but it's like something that I can just put tape on. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they're A-ramming. Kazuya card is the same highlight. What band is she from? Is it La Seraphim? She's a Japanese singer. Yes. She has bad eyesight. Huh? Why is that the first thing that came up? They returning solo queue? Oh no, I've been playing a lot of solo queue. If you look at my match history, I just played a lot the last couple of days. So I'm trying to play every day. So if you're coming to my stream in the next 2 weeks, you'll see me playing. But like, I'm not trying to play every day. I feel like playing more than 6 hours of League, I don't feel like I'm getting better. I just feel like I'm playing to play, which it's not very fun. So it's like, okay, no more TFT, not till next, not for 2 weeks at least. Maybe when the new set releases, I'd be down to play. But I have a TFT, a League tournament to practice for, and kind of an Apex tournament to practice for. You peak challenger with it? Oh, you're a fucking freak. Nice job. What league tournament? TSG has a league tournament, and I'll be playing with bot lane probably. So I'll be playing a lot of cheese bot laners. Not cheese, but like AP bot laners. Because I'm not good at AD. And I think, why go for my weaknesses when I can play toward my strengths? And especially because our top laner Revenge is someone who's used to and very willing to play carry top laners, you know? Let me go ahead and grab. This is a good time for me to make a group actually, for all the players because I just got all of their friend requests. Okay, I don't know how to make a group. Am I stupid? I think I am stupid. I think I'm a big dumbass. Oh, I got it. I got it. No, I got it. I'm fucking stupid. Okay. Not this guy. What? All right, there we go. I see you chose Senna. Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to over-invest into Senna lanes because it's such an easy ban. And also, like, I'm pretty sure there are counters. You bet all the streamers means you fuck up the other team and drop. Yeah, but also like I feel like the tournament's kind of lame if you do that. Also, I think we're waiting for them to finish playing. I'm gonna open up one of their streams right now, so you have something to watch, and not my face.
I rooted her. Good luck. I randomly killed Shaco on accident.
Let's go.
He went invisible, but I just popped trying to kill 2 other guys and he died.
Yeah, what I've learned though is I never want to play
He did it though. You
Yeah,
won.
I don't know. I'm good.
They have hella.
I just never want to play Singed. I think bot lane Singed, that's a grief. I don't think bot lane Swain is good either, unless you're support. Bot lane,
Skills infinitely.
I need to see the
Yeah,
champion
but
list
I
again,
don't think he's
man.
like that crazy. He's not like Veigar scaling. His ult just keeps. It's kind of like Bard scaling. His ult just keeps getting like better and better.
Oh my god, the Shaco clone that popped in front of us.
Okay.
Bot says Singed was little hands. Yes, but it's a support. Mm-mm-mm.
He's dead.
Was he Lissandra bot lane? Lissandra? I mean, it technically makes sense because he's a lot of CC, but that's interesting. Chosen is good. I know it's good. I don't want to do that many Cho lanes though.
I got him. I'm gonna hide behind you guys, not because I'm a coward.
Oh my god.
Wait, where? Veigar. I don't like Veigar support. I feel like you can see too much. I'd much rather play like Heimer or something.
Thanks to for a sub. Welcome back for 2 months.
Wait, how long do you guys think this ARAM game is gonna go? I heard ASOL is really good in ARAM.
Next minion wave, I'm gonna do wood ult, whatever that is.
Wood ult. The Maokai ulti.
Yeah, when I think about my strengths as a player, I have a lot of experience playing Karthus, playing Ziggs, playing Swain, playing Cho'Gath. I played a lot of random characters before, right?
Yeah. No? Okay, fine.
Did you play Lissandra? Wait, okay, well, Mickey X might be 7 times the player that I am, and that's maybe like, I'm being generous.
I really wanted the ASOL.
Nice. You saved my life.
Also, he's support.
Soon I can crush her. Soon. No. Wait, more, you can just ult her?
Oh.
Oh, I got the kill. Good work. How did the second character die? I was talking to chat and I walked into a camp full of minions.
Lissandra isn't a hard champ. Okay, I don't think you understand.
Crazy.
The champs with the easiest mechanics require a lot of mechanical skill to play. Because you have to add knowledge, because you have to make up for the fact that they're shit in their role. Like, you have to be a really good player to pull it off. Like, there are some things that are good, and some things that I'm assuming, like that, which I've seen people play because like, Mickey can play because he's fucking good. And it may not be the best pick, but he can make it work. Kind of like Lehans and a bunch of his random ass picks.
I got the vein.
Like, you get huge value off like very, oh my god, off certain things. Like, that's why, like, yeah, Garen's a really easy champion, but how many, but if he was so easy and so, like, you could always, like, win with him or something, why aren't there more people Garen mains in Challenger? The fact of the matter is like, the decisions that Garen players make, like, there's still a lot of nuance that you can kind of get away with, or help a lot.
Oh, don't get sucked.
Yeah, like, Yi's a great example. Like, I think Yi's like an okay character in some situations, but like, there's one rank 1 EU West Yi, and then there's a multitude of people who can't can't cut it.
Yo. Come.
Oh, that's a really good swing spot. Oh,
Fuck, I got feared so I couldn't zone yet.
oh, that's unlucky.
If you brought Danny mid, you probably want some AD picks too. Nah, are you serious?
I would have probably triple killed.
No, they got a turret.
There they.
I'm gonna get two.
No, they're
Two
gonna get
turrets.
another turret.
Nah, Singe stops them here.
Oh yeah,
Oh
the power
shit,
of
go
Singe.
Singe, go! Okay! Okay, I'm TPing.
I'm TPing too.
Oh, Pantheon is amongst the only such simple kits not too much macro to be good at. That's not even true. Like, Spear Shot is like fucking incredible at that character, and I feel like a lot of if you die early because the mid game isn't so good on Pantheon, you'll get owned. But like if you can get the snowball to the mid late game, like the character looks like the most broken piece of shit champion in the game.
Step behind me.
I'm so dead. Goodbye.
I got her.
Oh!
Oh my god. Holy fucking one tap.
Thanks for blocking.
Yo.
Oh my god, thanks for the shield. What the fudge, dude? I don't know what Aesol does. I gotta play that champion in a practice tool.
Yeah! Confetti! Confetti! Confetti!
Confetti!
Why is Spear Shot always my recommended? Now that you said Pantheon, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, Spear Shot is just always my recommended. But like, I like streamers that are like non-toxic and kind of chill. And Spear Shot seems like he fits that angle. Like, I like Baus. I like watching Spear Shot. I'm telling you, a lot of the European streamers are kind of crazy. They're really good entertainers.
I got him.
Interesting people. Oh my god, that root into the bind was sick.
Oh.
Whoa.
It's Jover.
I mean, I remember before I said a lot of the streamers, the new League streamers, weren't that entertaining. But recently, I think that is a incorrect statement. I think this new generation of League streamers are pretty fucking good. NA's got some heavy hitters. EU's got some heavy hitters.
Helps you one.
No, I think even NA's not bad. I definitely think Dante's is a good entertainer. I have personal qualms with him, but it doesn't stop me from recognizing that he's pretty good.
Right here. I missed.
A hit.
Shaco's ult.
Zarin the Shiz, welcome back for 18 months. Thanks for your subbing.
Yeah.
He makes two of himself.
Oh.
Hey, dude.
Hey, bro.
Hey!
Hey.
Sup?
Yep.
Sup.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Wait, have you two ever played against each other on the LCS stage?
Yes.
Whoa.
His team
Who's
usually
better?
shit on me though.
Who's better? Not team. Who's the better individual player?
Balls.
Well, now you guys get to go against each other again, right?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I saw you
yeah.
guys on the
Toast
thing.
journey thing, dude. That looks so fun to watch.
Oh,
Oh my
That's
god! Wait,
some
wait, wait,
interesting-
wait!
wait, I
Decline,
didn't-
decline. We're not ARMing.
dude,
Or are we?
You say interesting? I literally invited Danny out to my team. He messages me, we lost. The first thing he sends me, I'm like,
You know, I wasn't even awake for the draft. I just woke up and I was like, wait, what? It's over?
You're just drafted.
I was
Boss doesn't
just-
even know he's in the tournament. He has to just show up.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
It looks so fun.
It is interesting.
I was like, wow, this is the League of Legends I know.
Yeah, I got an interesting team.
Does anyone have a really tall stick in their room that I can use
No.
to close a vent?
Nope.
I did the exact
Have
same
a
thing.
ladder?
Sean, you can also search for an umbrella.
Wait, sorry,
I
Kai?
use an umbrella.
To block the AC?
No, to like press the knob,
Your
like
team
to
is
like
pretty
nudge
strong.
the knob up.
Oh,
so that
you're
it would
hella
block
smart.
the
I'll
We'll
be back.
see.
Yeah.
I feel like depends. I'm really curious if Speaker's gonna
Tall
grief.
stick, hard to find.
He's so
Umbrella,
funny actually.
much more accessible.
Speaker is, but he's like the. I feel like his serious and his
Okay,
like
I don't know if
average.
smart.
His
I'm really
average is
trying
like
to
he's
stand on my
griefer, like the
best.
biggest griefer ever. But
That's
his
just
serious,
like
he's like
Discord
so good.
Cuts out. You guys know what happened.
Desk is okay.
You 2000 MSI finals. That's true.
Cosmic capsule. What are these?
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
When I close my vent, it makes a sound like a ghost wolf is slightly howling.
Yeah.
Jake Swarm, has he been playing? I think he's been coaching. But the problem is, can we play on the preseason patch? Because I'm not gonna lie, the current mid meta, and the mythic items kind of aren't that like I'm not enthusiastic about playing on them. But like the new when they get removed, that's gonna be cool.
I'm gonna ban this champ because she is broke, and I don't know how to beat her.
Celine, I'm playing like all the AP bots, if that's okay.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah,
This
Toast
goes
can't get
well
set
with
up.
any-
Dude, no lie, I've been banning this every game. I feel
Soraka?
like yes, I feel like she's fucking so.
No, she's really strong right now. Like actually,
so
really strong.
Crazy,
What
man.
makes her really strong?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like the way her skills are, but she's really strong right now. In lane, out of lane. Something about her scaling, I don't know. Or her flat ratios. It's something.
Yeah,
She does a lot of damage. She does a lot of sustain. It's not too hard to position on her.
Ooh, Kaisa.
Kaisa.
You,
What?
No, he saw me. I just fucking laughed. That's okay. I am okay.
You want top, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna take top from me?
No, I was just wondering.
I'm a top main.
Okay.
Hold up
I
a sec.
remember when Sean used to play Poppy Top
Really?
very frequently. Yeah.
Wait, what? When?
Like old Poppy, like the Poppy where you like ult lock down one person.
Oh, that is
beat them
so
down.
old.
Yeah, that's the Poppy
That was like the
Sean
Trinity
played.
Poppy.
Yeah.
Just
That's
one
the
shot
Poppy
them
Sean
when you
played.
ulti them.
That's just my favorite, and I just get all these GP5 items, so I scale hella hard.
Can't play 80s bot? Nah, trust me. IAPs are better than my 80s bot.
Oh god, I hope it's not Rise top.
Oh. Okay, I don't want to.
Oh, it's Cho'Gath top? Okay.
Oh, not perfect character for our team comp. You've balanced our damage
Cool, thank
incredibly.
God, because I was gonna lock him in no matter what.
I like that you really took into consideration our team comp and then built around us.
Yeah.
I did that exactly. I knew we needed him, you know.
Yeah.
Because
Thank you.
Attack damage.
Okay.
I'm craving something, but I cannot pinpoint what. It's really
Ice cream.
It's something
my
like I
God.
want
Savory,
something.
sweet.
Shaco, he's gonna do something stupid in my jungle.
Yeah.
What can I do that will counter that stupidity?
We protect.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's just will help ward the buff you're not on, or something, and then you'll be fine. Cause your champ just farms for a little bit. Like you're vibing.
True. True. I won't see you guys till 6. Peace.
Okay, wait. I don't know. Wait a second.
I like that. I like
Wait,
that.
no, wait.
down.
I kind of. We need to see you like once. Like you gotta high five us at least.
No.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh.
Everyone, wait.
You can farm, but if something happens,
Just remember, if
You
someone
just
is
screamed my
low
name.
and your ult is up, Jody, that's a free farm right there.
Alright.
Oh, and on. Oh, we're all. I see.
what will
It's like
happen?
this rank is a lot higher than I thought it would be.
Good.
you want me to
Good. I
swap
need
after
practice.
this?
I need practice, Celine.
Want me to
You
swap
guys
after?
do, honestly, nah.
That's fucked up, Celine.
Should I
Scar, I don't
start?
think you need practice.
Yeah. Wait. I mean, I hope Boss plays against a gold player mid. Like I hope it's just like.
Wait, is the Rise gold?
No, they're all
Welcome to Summoner's
emerald,
Rift.
whatever that is. It's like higher than plat, lower than diamond, right?
Oh, yeah, that's.
No, I
It's their
think-
flex rank though. Their solo queue rank could be whatever.
Emerald players are the new plats. Like they showed the math behind it. Everyone
Yeah.
who is like hard stuck plat are just emerald players right now.
Oh,
that's
so
okay.
emerald is below plat?
Oh well.
No, it's above
Emerald is
plat.
above
But,
plat.
but because
It's
of
most
how
of-
like your number of players like percentage wise, if you
I
play
see,
against
I
emerald
see,
plat,
I
it's
see.
plat of. It's what we're used to as plat.
I see.
Diamond is
And then
supposed to be
plat
like
players are
the,
just gold
the
players.
higher up.
Oh, they're trying to make diamond fancier, I see.
Oh,
It's because there's a D1 was really clumped.
Yeah, it's because like if you have too many seasons without progression, it's really bad as a player. Like, so you need to have
Yeah, so
like
they put the illusion of progression, but
they,
you're really
they
just
need
the
to have
same
like
player.
minor like
Damn.
progression, you know, like a little bit.
You right?
Wow. Okay. Ooh, what do we do?
Yeah, I haven't played. I feel like I haven't played in like 2 weeks.
No, you don't need
What?
to play.
Aren't you
like-
playing in a tournament soon?
It's
When is
2
your
weeks.
guys'
Sean, you're not gonna
thing?
help me?
Yeah.
Sean.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sorry, I can't come anymore.
Oh.
I don't need you.
See, this
They
is
start-
where
they
you
started
just.
bot.
This is where you just never getting top.
I'm never ganking top.
Why did the
They
creep
started
wave
bot
move?
side.
They got silence first. That can't be right.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a value Q. Oh, I'm gonna step. Oh, watch out.
Okay.
Dude, those banners used to scare me all the time.
Going up.
Yeah.
We're gonna hate Shaco, by the way. I hope he camps mid.
Oh, this is Warden.
Did the way this guy moved up, man, he misclicked. I thought Shaco
There's
was
zero
here.
chance he comes mid. Oh, he's coming mid. I mean, I just jump away. Like, what's he gonna? He's top side.
Top no flash.
Oh, it's still.
Oh, my lane is just here, pretty good for me.
Oh my god, we're owning.
We do be.
Shaco's
Oh,
going
damn,
top.
first blood.
Ally has been
What did you say about Shaco?
And he loses his top turn, and Shaco's top.
He's top. He's top.
Oh, they TP.
Shaco's his top side jungle.
Perfect, perfect.
Wait, choke out this top. I mean TP.
enemy has been slain.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Oh.
Cho'Gath no sums.
Yeah, Rice no sums too.
Oh my god.
Fuck that. Go.
Nice.
That guy is so sad.
Yeah, he had to dodge my bubble and then he couldn't dodge your Q. Oh my god.
Wait, actually, the guy going Zillion support. I wanted better practice. Zillion support is so bad, man.
Sorry, Rice was running bot side.
Okay.
Rice going bot. He has no flash though.
I want to shove him back. I have TP, so.
Okay.
Oh, I got locked again. Oh, what the fuck?
There goes our plate.
Oh no.
Hmm.
What guys are doing? Crying.
Cho'Gath's missing top.
Yeah. Shaco's bottom.
Shaco's
He's
on
mid.
here, yeah. We see Shaco. He's got blue buff.
Explosion first. Questions later. Let's blow this joint.
You're fighting tough, right? The AD can't walk.
I'm okay.
Shaco should be bot side, getting like his red and stuff.
That's the info I like to hear.
That's great info. Great comms.
No. Did not mean to fucking no, man. Like, I'm just worried that the jungler is gonna be here soon.
Yeah, he should be.
I'm gonna think this real quick.
Okay.
Fuck, that's not a kill.
Well, I like the skin flames.
Yeah. Is that a chroma?
Oh, mine, yes. It looks. This one looks disgusting. It's the bee
Without the
skin,
chroma?
but with the chroma, it looks like a terrifying.
Oh, this is worth it.
Where'd that bomb go?
Oh, what a relaxing
Rice
life.
will probably be able to move right here. It's like Rice hovering towards bot.
Okay, I see him.
He saw me. Oh, I'm coming.
Oh my god, I got bombed.
Yeah.
Okay, well, but here, oh, let's go. Wait, how much do I need? 1030? God, I'm fucking trash. I should not have died there. It's fine.
I'm like almost 6.
Wait.
I need like a
Okay.
minion. This give me the. I don't know if it will.
Yeah. I think these two will give it to you. Oh.
Going.
Oh, there's the exhaust.
Unlucky.
Wait, no, it's still fine. It's still fine. I'm walking.
Oh my god, that turret did so much damage.
It's fine. You got the exhaust for us. Definitely
Hell yeah.
knew that. Didn't know she had exhaust, but you know she has exhaust now.
You also got Zillion Flash. It wasn't just exhaust.
Yeah, perfect.
Alright, man. Oh.
Yeah, Jody has not played
Holy
that much
crap,
League.
that turret did so much damage.
I think she had a period of time where she played a lot, but then it was like, League is just such a game where it's like kind of demoralizing to play. I feel it's like you lose. Oh,
Selena's mid.
Yep.
Yep, I'm out.
I'm just a freeze for like 2 waves.
Dude, what? This shit is just off cooldown non-stop.
Yep.
His Nami skin is so cute.
The good news is the Cho'Gath will at least be squishy. He's just going like full AP Cho'Gath. I will say if you want, Jody, he is probably killable.
Okay.
Try and go like around him though. And I'm on my way to... Okay, he has no stun. He has no stun, no eat. Perfect.
Someone's here, right? Oh, I don't know. Good. The way they move spooks me so much.
I know.
I swear. I'm like, they're here.
I
No,
got-
they're not here.
He has fucking Zonias? Excuse me?
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
I did diveable bot. I can live bot.
Yeah. Well, Zillion's ulti now.
Yeah, probably not.
I actually cannot believe what just happened to me.
Yeah, I didn't know he had Lance either.
Shaco's top side.
Yeah, he's dead.
He is. Yeah, never mind.
You could definitely die bot then if you want. Well, I mean, I can
Oh,
chunk though.
fuck.
Okay.
Did I miss cannon there?
Oh, is he gonna keep going?
Oh, I'm running bot. I should have TP. I'm just getting TP.
I'm gonna run.
Shake an ult, shake an ult.
Ah.
Oh no!
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm not in range.
Wait, you okay? Wait.
Oh, wait, he can see you?
Oh, there's two. There's two.
Oh, you killed him. Yes.
It's the right guy? Fake guy?
Yeah, it's
Rice
only
has
guy.
TP. Rice
Yeah,
has
the
TP
only
now.
guy.
Nice.
Let's go.
I've cleared. Do I do
Yeah,
this
yeah.
lane?
Clear,
Do
sure,
I-
sure, sure, sure.
Mhm.
That was really good.
Nice.
That was pretty good. Damn, she moved.
Well, it's one
I
plate.
should
That's not
disengage
bad.
way faster.
Rice has TP on me.
She actually saved her ult to disengage or dodge my ult.
Yeah, smart, smart, smart.
Is Kaisa's ulti a dash or a blink?
It's a dash.
Dash.
Oh, okay.
She will get hit
It
with
can be
stuff.
blocked by Poppy W.
Crazy.
I have Leandries now though, so it's kind of hard for them to walk up here.
Wait, they actually have so much AP damage.
They do. It's pinked.
Fuck you, bitch.
Ow.
Rice missing.
All has been restored in the world, everyone. All the inting I did, forgotten.
She had nowhere to go.
Yeah. Oh, we break
Okay.
tower here, by the way. Oh, he's
Okay.
jugglers here.
I can hover.
I'm around. I have ult in 9.
I also have Empower TP. which
Rice
I'm
has
not
TP
gonna
too.
stop. Chico's
Chico
here?
is bot
looking?
side.
I ult on him?
That's where here.
Oh no, am I gonna miss another plate?
Oh, you see Rice? Maybe. It's where here.
Cho'Gath's missing top. I'm looking with TP though to match. He has Rift. Okay, I'm gonna lose top turret here.
No, I'm dead.
Wait, Cho'Gath left top. I have no idea what he's doing.
He's right here.
Wow.
I guess he wants it mid.
Oh, we still can't kill turret.
It's 2 autos away, but like. No, we
He
leave,
has,
leave.
he has portable at me.
I'm a TP mid.
Yeah, I'm here as well, actually. I have
Aw.
ult.
I'm gonna go in
I'm
red. I'm
so
going in red.
sad.
Easy
Right, Shaco's here.
for her.
He's gonna be feared. I'm gonna fucking die. There's everyone and their mother is right here.
I'm dead. As much damage as I could.
Down. An enemy has been slain.
Nice.
Oh,
What?
Ally has been slain.
Wait a second.
One more
Wait a second.
I misclicked my R?
I'm gonna run down mid and get your tower first, okay?
Oh, fuck me.
I like
Yeah,
that,
that's fine.
Scarra.
Yeah.
First tower gold. And then Celine's gonna solo 1v2 these guys.
I can TP bot soon after I spawn. 14 seconds. Oh, no.
Has destroyed a turret.
I'm really far. 6 seconds. You can just let it go.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, I thought
Actually,
it
I'll
was
just-
easier to
I'll
get
just run
first
bot.
tower through mid.
I'm surprised we couldn't break the bot tower.
I needed
here.
one empowered auto more, but it was just like just super close kind of deal.
Very unlucky. Like we stayed for the tower and
Pickle
then
Yeah.
on his froggy.
they were just back.
You guys are so fucking lame. Oops.
Your
Fuck.
bottom's missing. Wait, you're blocking me. I can't.
An ally has been slain.
What did you say?
I literally couldn't move. I think I was stuck on you.
Oh. Yeah,
I was literally stuck on you right
I'm
here. I couldn't
blocking
move.
your vision. We aren't playing Valorant, bro. Like I was so confused.
No, I literally,
Here, Scarra.
my hero couldn't move. I was so
Oh, that
confused.
sucks. Oh, we're good, dude. Thank you.
Gotta use your words, because I don't know shit.
Oh, no, no.
What
That's
is
not
that?
a foul. I was going for a kill.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm out. I'm gonna die.
No, you're good. He has a flash.
I'm alive.
Whew.
I'm literally so confused. How did that block me? I couldn't move. I think you have to move like up a little bit more. I was trying to auto the ward.
Oh, hey, they're right here.
Can I burst this guy before he bursts me? That's the real question.
He's stealing my chicken and my wolves. Fucking little shit.
I'm a TP behind. Can you chase? Can you chase? Can you chase? Can you chase?
Can
Give it-
you chase? He says.
Just wait. Don't die. Don't die. Oh, there's a bot.
Can you chase? He says.
Shut down.
Now save me from the Shaco that's chasing me.
I know.
Because
Oh, never
mid. They're all mid. God, I couldn't walk up. Wow, they didn't stay there for tower.
This guy is so annoying.
Every time I see you get to shake out, bro, I need to start banning this quick, dude.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sean, what do you think about if I TP top lane here?
Has destroyed.
Bad idea? Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Are you dead, Sean?
Yeah, this fucker just walks up and eats me.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. I deal with him later. I have Landry's.
Perfect.
Dude. Okay, how do you want to do this?
I feel like I should have gotten a moonstone, but it's whatever.
Hey, we want to win?
Well,
Or do what?
I don't know where to go now.
Just push mid.
I guess I just.
Dragon's probably theirs.
Oh, really? No, Cho'Gath has no TP if you guys want to fight for drag.
They already have troll. We're two top.
Hey,
Oh
what the
shit,
fuck?
I'm coming off.
Hey, you, get the fuck off my turtle. Are you scared? Mine.
Oh, I don't think we're going for that. You guys can get this.
Wait, they're not even on
Wanna kill this guy?
Oh, shake his
Yeah,
bitch, shake his
kill
bitch,
this
shake his
bitch.
bitch.
I'm gonna just do this until he
Oh my
comes up.
gosh, Sean, why are you using Lollipoppy?
The best skin. Yo, let's kill bitch mid. Right here, okay? On my ping. We're gonna fight this rise.
Well,
They're also low. Oh
Got
my
double, got
God.
double.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
wait.
oh, wait, you got it, you
We
got it,
kill.
you got it.
You're just resurrecting right there.
Yeah. Don't worry, Scar. I'll
Oh,
get
we
the
can get dragon now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna break mid. I'm gonna break mid here because I have a really unique timing.
I'm gonna go farm bot because Scar didn't come dragon.
Oh!
Scar,
Take a look up now.
Okay.
Coming to the dragon.
I'm dead. I forgot that Kaisa had.
I knew I should have farmed bot wave. I knew I should have fucking
Hey
farmed
guys,
bot
I don't
wave.
have spike for 13. Just want to let you guys know that.
That's fine.
Has destroyed a turret.
I don't know if it's actually fine, but I'm just telling you it's fine so like no one panics.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna push the switch away.
Okay, what do I build here? Death
Well,
cap? I'm
yeah.
down.
That's crazy.
Not the worst.
You know, I wonder if we had a Ziggs here.
Whoa, whoa.
What? Oh.
There's a Rise chasing me.
Nah, that wouldn't have changed anything.
Well, we
If
can jump
we
this
would,
dude, okay?
probably would have gotten dragon.
No, I don't think that.
What the fuck? I did not think Zillion cooldown would be up for Zolt.
He's resurrecting.
Dead. Goodbye.
Remember when Scar went mid?
Yeah, remember when Scarra went mid instead of, you know, taking the
They might
easy
just Baron.
objective?
No, they can't Baron. Not on our watch. Stop them, balls.
Nope, never happened.
That's weird. They're not even going for it.
Yeah.
Careful for Protobelt eat on the Cho'Gath, okay?
Oh my
That's gonna be
god,
his
he
cheese.
actually has protobelt.
That's gonna be his cheese. He does a fuckload of damage.
That is so cheese.
I respect it though.
Are they on
It makes
Baron?
Cho'Gath fun.
I don't know if they're on Baron. They might. Nope, they're not.
I guess not. I mean, they totally
What
could.
about ulti him to stop his back? Yep. No,
Yeah, I like
doesn't-
that.
doesn't sound good.
I like that. I like that, Scar.
No, no, I'm good.
You coward. You
way.
coward. Guys, I think I have to shave my beard.
And why is that,
Why?
huh?
It's just like not
Oh
that.
my god, bro! Okay, this is warded somewhere.
They're running towards Baron. They're running towards Baron.
Yeah, they're
I'm on
running
my way.
towards Baron.
I'm on my way.
Who do I ult? Like, who's my...
Might be dead.
You kill Kaisa or Rise.
Okay.
The only issue is Zillion kind of
I
like.
think
in-
the Baron
They're
is
on it.
gone.
No, no,
They
no.
can slide- no, you can
Scar.
still.
Wow, they're so slow.
They have fees for it. They have fees
Well,
for
I
it.
am here.
Wait, go on, Kaisa, go on, Kaisa.
Oh.
Coming for present.
She's front row.
At least they're off it.
Yeah, you can show.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here. Kind of, but
If
not really.
we
I'm
can
scared.
live.
We're fine.
That was good. Oh wait, never mind. They did it.
You're telling me.
Hmm.
Wait, maybe I can get his red.
Are you serious? This is warded. I freaking could not reach that.
Oh, we're here. All right, Joe, you ready for the cheese of a lifetime?
Yeah.
Some bitch stands up here, I slam him into the wall,
Oh
and then
my
we
god,
kill
don't tell
him.
me Kai's has vision of this too.
I'm ulting 16 too.
Okay, I don't even know if we'll need you all. We just go pound town, okay?
Cool. All right. I love
I
Pound
want,
Town.
I want the guy to actually come like to here, but like we slam him, you know. Banana slamming is what we call this.
Right,
Okay,
no
we're
one's
going
coming.
mid.
Cool.
Oh,
Go, Cho'Gath. Oh,
well, let's get
shit,
mid.
I
Let's
got
mid. Let's get mid.
15.
This is more important mid. Can you guys
Yeah,
go
we
mid?
I have ult.
Okay, we're collapsing. Kill Rise.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on Kaisa. Is Kaisa into the wall? Dead.
That's dead.
Hey, Rise, go. Nice.
Yeah, yeah, I'll come up. I'll come up.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Okay, not bad. No way, he kills me 3 autos, man.
Oh god, Sean.
That's not the real one.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, these
Keiko is cringe.
boxes.
I don't get him. I don't know what he does.
Mm-hmm.
This goes in bed. He does a lot of damage if you turn your back to him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fuck, I should have got Sunfire way earlier just for damage alone. Alright, balls. That's Suya in the top laner.
Oh, whoa, what the?
Yeah, he's got swag. That guy's got swag, man.
What? No way.
Yeah, my ult.
I'm coming. I have ult. I'm
I
going
need
for
to
it.
take
Yeah, I didn't mean to, but we're here.
You have a ward you put down?
Flashed.
Oh, I try want to get a flank here. Okay, Zoe, no, I'm coming. I'm wrapping these bitches. Okay, keep them interested.
Okay.
Oh, they're interested. Oh, they're looking.
We're gonna kill Rise here.
Juicy.
Careful,
Oh,
careful.
Kaizo.
I hate boxes. I hate Shaco boxes so much.
They're probably trying to do dragon.
Yeah. But it's kind of hard for us to stop.
It really is.
These fucking boxes.
I know. I hate them so much.
Ooh, what do I do?
I'm gonna camp here. I think that they're gonna push mid.
I'm kind of strong. I like death cap in like 100 gold. Oh, right here, right here, right here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I can poke, I can poke, I can poke.
There's a...
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to dash here.
I feel like I should have went PD.
I roll.
Yeah, I'll TP back in.
The 80 chunk, 80 chunk. I don't think they.
Okay. Yo, look at this flank. You guys see this flank ward?
Yeah. Okay, I'm like.
I'm going in.
Here.
I'm
Okay,
flanking.
I'm also gonna go in. I'm like scared though, but like I will.
Okay.
I'm dead.
I'm so
Kill
fucking
Zillion?
dead. Like, what am I supposed to do in that scenario?
I can go in 3 seconds. I'm trying to get them into a wall if we can.
She doesn't have ulti, right? That would be really bad for me. Oh, he has
Oh
flash.
my god.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Rise no flash. Don't know about your Goth.
Oh, if you run over here. I
Oh,
can
yeah,
keep
yeah.
your
Run over
thing.
here before you get shaken.
Somebody help me! I don't know them! I didn't know them,
Oh, right
honestly!
here.
Honest to God, I didn't know.
Oh.
You know, you
I
didn't
could
get an
kill them.
assist. That's good.
That
Dude,
was
my-
enjoyable
we're-
to watch.
I can't believe my team didn't even save my life.
Oh my god. Everybody and their mom.
Goodbye.
No.
Dude, this is a holy shit. This is a sad game.
This game sucks because they have Zillion.
Yeah.
That's like Zillion against assassins. Like
I feel like my build sucked ass too.
Ooh, I'm scared.
Navori Quick Blades? Wait, is Navori Quick Blades good on Tristana?
OP. It's her best item.
Yeah.
Oh. Doesn't it
Well, I
just
should have went
reduce
PD
cooldown
instead of
stuff?
BT or something.
Do you not do damage? I haven't been looking.
He just proto belted my bubble.
Well,
Yeah, that guy's got
before like
swag.
we died 10 times, I had 3k gold.
Yeah. That's our bad.
That's our bad that
I was
Baldwin
farming-
spent his
There's a red
gold?
here.
I'll
No,
get it.
I was 200 from what, BT? But then like they got banned.
I want to assassinate someone with Jody, and we can just like pick them off, and then the game is ours. You
Yeah, I
know?
would also like to.
Oh.
Oh, this one. Well, that's crazy. I don't have vision. Oh.
I should have triggered it for you way faster. Whoops.
I'm just scared.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Shaco owed me. Nice
Dead.
kill, nice kill. You guys chill, you guys chill.
Cool. I'll
2
go
seconds,
close
I can
blue.
go.
Just watch balls.
Balls, I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Balls. I'm actually watching you.
Dude, what do I get here, man? I feel like I just get Zanya's, right?
I'm being so dumb right now. So dumb they can't predict it though.
No, yours genius, actually. You counter juggle perfectly. Fuck it, you can just shove the other wave, too.
Oh yeah.
Are you serious? Oh my
But she
god.
flashed.
I'm gonna go push the wave,
Oh, fuck!
and then I'm gonna die.
Run. Run for your goddamn life. Take Celine!
Oh my god!
Celine, I had to sacrifice you. I'm so sorry. I couldn't
gonna
make it out.
die. I'm gonna push
It's
this wave and I'm gonna
okay.
leave.
Our game just went so wrong at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
it
what
went
point it
so
was,
so
Celine.
fast.
We
I
both know
also
what
know
point it
what
was.
point it was.
starting to think you guys are thinking of the wrong point.
No, no,
No
not it.
way. We're not
Does-
thinking of that point.
We're all near Baron.
Oh, good damage. Zillion is so annoying.
Yeah, it's like a champion that sucks that we have a diver.
Yeah. Dragon's up.
Oh.
Wait, we have 3
Okay.
Yordles. We could totally win this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What does having 3 Yordles have anything to do with what?
Absolutely nothing, Jody.
There's like a hidden
Okay.
passive.
They add attacks
Okay.
to the rest
Okay,
of the team.
we got it.
How do you wanna?
Okay, we kind of do this. Oh, hold on. This shit is annoying as fuck.
I can't clear that ward. I don't really know how to play this, but I will sit in this bush and ult someone if you need it. There's a ward here. Okay.
Oh.
I'm dead.
Okay, we need that guy who just died.
Okay.
Oh, I fucked
Looks like
up.
they were soloing Dragon already.
Oh, I fucked up.
We can't go
I need to
up. We
look at the
can't go
build. What the
down.
fuck was the
Okay.
build?
Oh, I'm going down. I'm holding on the Jacob. Good, get out. I just flashed into a wall. Oh no, I didn't. I get weird.
You know, it was a good try.
Did Zillion ult? You guys know Zillion ulted?
I do
Oh,
not think so.
You did not. You are fucking annoying, Jacob.
Oh, I guess my build was correct.
Oh, what? So I could learn. What went wrong?
I mean, it was just a snowball.
Okay, so you see this character? This character sucks in lane. But if they get out of lane with the character late game, you can't beat it with a lot of comps. So unfortunately, they're 80 and they got fed because like
Kinda
we gave away a
lot.
lot.
Game early.
Oh, we
Yeah.
we were
We
owning
also
bot,
threw.
but then we gave away a lot of random deaths. And it
We
was
also
bad.
threw quite a bit.
Yeah.
There was a certain play.
I don't remember that play.
where
No, I don't think that play
we were
matters.
supposed to take dragon or turret, either one, but we
Wait, I got
kind of
turret.
split off.
No thing.
It was just throws.
Yeah.
I'd say we're probably like at least like 5-6k gold on them at that point.
It was.
Just threw a lot.
Yeah, it also sucks because like I don't know if you play against Zillion a lot, but like he kind of counters like assassins. So if you're playing like Nocturne and you want to kill one person, like he just ults the person.
He pretty much directly countered your champ.
Yeah.
What is his ult?
It revives.
Revives you when you kill him.
There's these like 3 glowing hourglasses around the
Is that
character.
the resurrecting thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go play some ads. Just throwing? No. Like we had like we were ahead by so much this game. Like you have no idea. I was so far ahead. And then so was mid, but then like we just threw. Like we gave away too many deaths to Kaisa Zillion on just bad play. Ooh.
Oh, do you want to trade?
Sure.
Oh well, I'll go first. All right, let me think. Let me think. I feel like I said the Vanguard, which is really boring. I think Ziggs is actually pretty good. Like honestly, I don't even think I needed to change much there. It just sucks the way it turned out. Ooh, they banned the character I wanted to play.
Did you not play Karthus?
Yeah, let me.
Dude. I still can't believe I got freaking blocked there. I
Oh,
tilted
the
the shit.
block tri-brush.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
because we died because of that.
I'm gonna
I
try
like,
something.
We would have killed the pink ward instantly, but I was just stuck.
Yeah, I was wondering why it was taking so long.
And then we got like double bombed, and then I think you died.
Oh yeah, I insta died.
Okay.
Yone?
I think this character sucks bot, but I'm willing to give it a shot.
Rek'Sai and Yone, huh? The reason why I don't like the mustache right now is it almost feels like I can feel the weight of it now.
I hate
Why an
that.
electric shaver?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. What?
I'm rugged.
You're
I'm gonna play Silas.
That's top right or
Mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I'm against Yon, right? Yone?
I feel like
Well, I guess we're gonna find
I
out.
feel like I should go TP. I feel like going a Flash Ignite or Flash is so greedy. Get out of lane.
Check it. I might try Luden's Silas.
Go for it.
Ye-
You, whatever you.
Ludens.
I'm gonna see if I'm against Yone. I want something that doesn't have, like,
I don't
stay
think
in
you
the
should go
lane.
Ludens this game. Because it's like usually when they go Ludens if you're like the only AP, but we have so much AP, the extra pen's not gonna help you that much.
Oh, that's fine. You guys just build AD then.
Oh,
It's Vayne top.
Oh.
Yo, that's fun. Actually, you're right. I'm just gonna go Kong because I'm into a melee matchup anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna be Sasuke Silas.
Do it with Flash?
What does that
Bro,
mean?
I want a lot of
My
things.
character looks like
but
Sasuke.
I'm not making it out of lane without TP. Like, do you think Swain's
Oh.
early game is good enough to make it out of lane? I'm gonna tell you right now,
They're
it's
full AD.
probably not.
Frozen Heart and Ninja Tabai, it is.
Hey, that's not true. They have Sona.
That's what I was gonna say.
And they have Pizza Siver.
Like, I would love, don't get me, I would love to do that, but it's just like, I don't think that's happening.
I'll take Corrupting Pot. Wait.
Yo,
no,
what do you guys think about invading?
I want to invade. Let's go.
Hello? Run. Oh, like over here, I guess. Or like,
Okay, I'm gonna
I think it's easier to
wait
catch if we go this way.
to see if I.
yeah, you don't need to skill anything.
I'll go first.
I will go. Wait, what? No, I'll go first.
Wait, I have longer range than you.
Do
Oh,
you?
this Swain's gonna
Yeah.
be pretty.
Oh, yeah, I chose the
If I
hot
see
Swain
them,
skin.
I'm upping my Q. Same. Oh.
Wait,
Oh.
I don't have Flash.
I'm gonna now.
Wait, I don't have Flash.
It's okay. I don't think he saw.
Oh.
Wait. Let's double down and take blue buff.
I'm down.
Okay, well,
I'm
what if we go
down.
this
Scar
way?
ghosted.
Yeah.
So should I take Q or W?
I see you guys.
Yeah, really.
Take
you
whatever
should
helps you in
take
the jungle.
you should take W.
Yeah, W is
Unless-
best.
Level it right when those.
Yo, where the fuck
buff
is Swain
spawns.
going?
Wait, are we actually doing this?
I'm taking this shit.
Yeah, we're taking this
okay.
shit.
It's mine.
You think we're messing around here? And then Balls is gonna stop them from taking your blue.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Good job,
And then
Balls.
this,
Thanks, Balls.
and then this guy's blueless, even though he's Rek'Sai.
What does that mean?
He doesn't use
I feel like
mana.
the
doesn't need
Rek'Sai
blue.
would not start
Ah.
our blue buff.
So then they're starting red no matter what.
Yeah, but they're not gonna have like
Money.
your thing.
Right.
Is so
Thank you
lame.
guys for that. Well, fuck.
give
Can I
it-
just steal the whole jungle then?
Yeah, you can, yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
But if they
Funny
collapse, they start running at you, then
Whatever.
Just be
fuck it,
careful,
then.
yeah,
GG's,
yeah.
man.
yeah, I
You
like
go
that.
next. Just throw up the surrender vote.
I like the.
white flag.
I like that.
Oh, DJ Sona wubs. Wub.
Wow, how did the Soda take so much damage already? What?
Peace.
It was me. That was
Oh,
my
you
W.
did that much damage?
Yeah, I went like a.
Oh, you went
a
comic.
hitting build. Yeah.
Wait, I actually like that build with this comp. Like
I've never tried this.
I want to do more
This
damage
is
in
my
this
first time
matchup.
trying it.
Don't even max E. Like we don't need it. Max W.
I took all the jungle.
It's missing.
Yep.
Now I don't know what I'm.
You go to your.
Go to
you go
your,
to your
bot
side.
side.
Oh, off I go. My side of blue, my side of red.
Go to your closest.
You're red.
side.
You're red.
Cool.
You assume that they
Thanks.
would take your opposite side if they're playing well.
Okay.
Oh fuck! Fuck! I didn't flash it. I didn't
There
think
they
it
are.
burst me.
Rek'Sai's heading
Yeah,
bot
go to your
soon.
jungle. Go to your jungle, Rek'Sai.
I think he might
Stupid.
gank us because he has nothing to take.
Yeah, care.
Yeah, but luckily I can just ghost away. Don't
Yeah,
don't
ghost
even
away.
skill. Don't even skill E. Celine.
Okay.
Like
we'll
or
even
skill one
skill
point E and then.
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
wait, we
so
gotta help
she's-
Jody.
Yeah, we're running. We're running.
Their main's missing.
I just got. I couldn't even do anything. All my shit was down.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's a dueler, so it's rough.
Yeah,
I put a
Mumu
ward
can't
there,
win.
but they were past the ward.
A Mumu can't win 1v1s really, like at all.
Oh,
He
yeah.
loses to everyone. We gotta run. We gotta run. By the way.
If you insist on that.
There's a lot of creeps. That's a lot of creeps.
I don't have a ward. I used Ignite on Rek'Sai. I'm so sad.
That's good.
Should've used
No, it's good.
Ignite
It's good.
on him.
I'm coming bot. I'm looking bot.
Nice try.
Okay, no spell shield. Perfect.
Wow.
Crazy. She's crazy, actually.
Blue Rek'Sai here.
I don't know where the vein is. Did she take your blue buff?
No spell shield. No spell shield.
I'll let you know
Yeah,
in
yeah.
one
But
second.
there's a Rek'Sai here. I can't just path into it.
Okay.
The
She
blue's
DC?
taken. Yes.
Oh, she took it. I don't think that was worth for her.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, Rek'Sai's bot
she's,
side.
she's top, but 1 HP.
Petty squabble for pettier men.
An enemy has been slain.
I
Nice.
think she,
Wait.
that's interesting. She gave me the blue buff at least.
Okay.
Do I want Shirelia's
Um,
or Moonstone?
up to you.
I actually don't know. What
I don't think I've ever seen that before. Top laner just went.
Damn, that Vayne lost 2 waves and blue buff.
Wait, I saw the silver's back. Okay, they're fucked.
Oh
They're
shit!
both
I'm coming to
on
you.
me. I don't know. I'm gonna flash.
Okay.
I'm fucking dead. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Let's go.
Bless. What's up?
She's alive.
This is the least of my crimes.
I don't want to cue the wave.
She's gonna steal my chickens. Is there anything I can do about it?
No.
Really?
You,
Really?
No, you have to
Swear?
recall.
you're one life. What do you want to do?
I can't
You probably have
watch-
to recall.
You just have to
watch
watch your
my
chickens die, okay?
Unless you smite it away.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
don't have smite.
The
We might
fuck
get
is
ganked
this
from
guy
Rek'Sai
doing?
through our try.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yo,
So-
Yone just went missing.
probably just let this.
You have time. Like he won't be there.
An enemy has been
Oh, it's
slain.
made. Okay, we're good.
Hey!
In my hand.
This fight is going so far.
Enemy
What?
No this bitch is everywhere.
I mean, they're
Who the
fucked
hell?
bot lane. Like that guy hasn't shopped yet either.
We must
Brawl of Ages here. I feel like Brawl of Ages for pussies.
Yeah, he's fucked
I'm not
top
getting
too.
that.
Ow.
Nice try.
This turret takes taking forever. What the fuck?
Almost. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna shove. A little bit. I think the guy has to stay, right?
I don't know.
Just run. Just run.
Have been slain.
Did Sona just flash?
Yes.
Fuck, that's weird.
Rek'Sai bot. Okay.
Yeah,
In other
she's going
words.
for Scuttle now.
In other words.
In other words.
Should wait for the
Oh
cannon.
shit. He's 1 HP top.
How
Oh. I'm walking up.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk this way.
Oh wait, I killed him.
Good job.
Oh,
Good
we
job,
can kill
Fox.
this guy.
Well, I'm stealing red instead.
Perfect.
I accidentally killed him.
Okay, I am super
Kill my
strong
mid lane.
now.
Oh wait, never mind. He's killing my wood.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Mid is killable.
is this your pink?
Sona's missing. I think so.
It's killable even though he's full health and I don't have ult.
Okay, I'm gonna pick
I'm a little
this.
scared, Sean.
Well, if it's a 2v1, yeah, we can kill him.
I see.
Oh,
I'll
they
walk
just
straight
a
down now.
dragon.
Okay.
I can win.
this
I can
way?
win. Oh god, these 3-0. I think I can win it.
Walking up now. The minion in my way. Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh. Oh, there's
Sona's
someone here.
mid.
Rek'Sai's there.
Goodbye.
Oh fuck. Sorry, I didn't know someone was gonna be here.
Enemy rampage.
The whole team is there. Good God, man.
Sorry, I can cover.
Wow, it's so unlucky time for me. I have 20 seconds on TP.
And to think, they called
If I take Rek'Sai ult, do I have to hit them once before I can ult them?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Fuck.
Wait, I'm gonna TP to this. Oh no, I'm not. I'm just gonna come to you.
sacrifices must be.
Fuck me.
Oh, I didn't fucking pull
I
it back?
fucked up.
No
Fuck, I
way.
fucked up.
I fucked up. He just hit. You're
Oh,
crazy.
shoot, I'm
You're
just-
crazy with that ult. You're crazy with that ult.
I missed my everything else.
I'm walking down just in case. I'll walk around.
I
Oh, you
missed
got
my
this, you got this, you
W
got this.
and my Q. They have no flashes.
Okay, with that. Going for
This
this
is
guy.
easy, yeah, this is easy.
Okay, yep. Stunning.
Hey, nice.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I missed my Q and
Should
my
I stay with
W.
you?
Freaking
Really?
W
Nah, nah, I'm
Dominion
good.
and Q nothing.
Shut down.
Nice.
Nice.
I think Celine. Oh,
Alright, Yona, you
should told you
bitch.
to roam top here. I'm not even kidding. I think roaming mid top is a game winner.
Sure, I'm down.
But it's a little
Yona.
yeah.
Rek'Sai's bot side.
I think you need a bailout shot. I mean, not that he needs one. I'm just saying it's nice to have
I don't
one.
need help.
I
Get
don't
the
know.
fuck away from
I'm
me. I don't
here,
need
I'm
help.
here.
We can dive
He
top if
doesn't
you come
be
top
here.
too.
Alright, let's go.
Hell
It's
yeah.
solo, you bitch.
Nice. Get soloed.
Good work, everyone. I'm just pretending that guy's Tenzin. That would have got to her.
I'm here.
You go around?
Sure.
Gosh.
Nice try.
Aw.
Shut down.
Sorry, I thought she saw you.
What the heck?
Did you win right here?
No. I don't think she saw
Okay.
me.
He's
I thought she saw you,
going
so I went.
mid.
You can leave. You can leave. You don't want to stay here.
Vayne no flash, yeah.
Yeah. She thought I was gonna flash on her.
Oh, they get first turret though.
I'm supposed to go stop that.
It's okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think you could have stopped it. It's just experience.
Yeah, the other jungler is like really far ahead. He's fine.
Yeah.
There, you're gonna get 4-man bot, Scarra. I hope you have a stopwatch.
Scar, win the 4-man. Don't
You're
feed my
actually
line.
No,
Alright.
he can't right
Performing.
now. There's no wave.
There's all here.
I'm coming.
right
I'm coming. I'm
here.
coming.
I feel like that's really good for us.
Yeah. That's another kill.
Ooh. I mean, I tried my
No,
absolute
no, you
best.
did a great job. And there's a third
He
kill
has
right
no
here.
flash top, Jody. If you want. But she might go right here.
How come enemy turrets do 1 billion
Might run
damage
through.
and our turrets do
He's running
nothing?
around me.
That's what I'm saying.
Fight me, fight me, fight me.
I swear to God.
She has ult.
No! I lost vision. Fuck, I should have warded the bush. I think I could have killed him.
Turret is up. I'm a baby. I'm just a baby. I'm gonna turn on her.
Yo, that was a good ass hook.
I have her.
Okay.
Vayne has
I'm
no
here to
flash.
just defeat the turret for you.
I don't have her.
Wait, I'm actually in a good spot now after that bot dive. Like a really good spot.
You would do well to die before.
I was a little worried before, but now it's
Damage.
okay.
Hey, so do you need help over there? Cause
Nah, he's
I
dead.
trolled.
He's dead.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
To be fair, there's no way you could have predicted the flash Sona exhaust.
Oh my god.
There's like
Fuck.
so many people top side.
I didn't realize her Q comes up so fast.
Oh, there's a Yoni.
I fucked up my combo too.
I do like me a Sona ult though.
This feels like League of Legends if like I wasn't playing against bronze players.
Yeah, they're definitely not bronze.
You guys see this?
I knew for sure she would walk up there. No one can resist. Oh, I'm not walking up there until Jody gets here.
I'm here. I just don't know how to engage.
Oh
'cause I
yeah,
don't
it's a
have
little hard.
ult.
Oh, I'm fucking dead.
They're going for it.
Okay. Now what? Why
I'm
did they
running
just
over.
throw that in there? Did they see me?
This girl has tremors, so you can
Oh,
like.
I hate her, so fuck you, bitch.
Okay.
I smited her because I'm scared of her.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, good NATO.
So she has tremors that show you her where I am?
Yeah.
Where you're walking.
There's like little pulses on the ground if you move. So if you
Jeez.
stand still, she can't see you.
We can fight this dragon, I think, if they start it.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming. I can take Sona ult for this.
Sure.
I'm sweeping.
Vayne won't be here. Actually, fuck. I'm just taking Yoni. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, they're starting it. We just killed
Yeah.
him.
Can you come?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm ulting both.
Oh my god, a dragon.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking for his bitch. What's up?
We're coming.
Oh shit.
So fast.
I'm sorry, we were coming, and then the Rek'Sai freaking jumped us.
Wait,
I'm not gonna chase this. I'm gonna go farm.
Weak of body.
Us getting dragon there was so good actually. Ooh. Do you want me to go top here? Balls or how do you want to do this?
If you want to cover it for now, but I'll just go top when I spawn.
Okay,
I can go mid too. You
Rek'Sai's
should go.
bot.
Yeah.
I really want
I'm
to fight
performing?
this
I
guy.
don't know about that, Revenge.
Oh shit, Sarah's here. Service 4 and 3.
The more I see, the more I realize how much remains.
Dude, what are they doing?
Oh,
Over here.
what the-
No flash.
Yo,
I'm off with him.
Coming down. Jody's here. Oh, hold on though, it's okay.
I don't care. I'm going in.
I'm
and
flanking.
And then I'm gonna.
I'm on main.
Nice ult.
I'm dead.
Goodbye.
Careful, Rek'Sai's there. Oh, 2v. 2v1. Oh, 2v2, never mind.
We go on
I-
or on Vayne.
She's ghosted, you have to run.
Oh, I'm so dead, dude.
Yeah.
Oh.
That Rek'Sai might be a bit fed.
No, it doesn't matter. Once I get rallied, you can't play the game.
Okay.
Yeah, just stack armor.
Yep.
This is where we pull out our
I kind
Rammus
of
pick.
fed him. Fuck, I gave him such a free kill.
Oh god.
They move.
Play with the enemy, yeah.
My blue. And
I'm
gonna
not
assume it's
fucking
gone.
TP.
You can go check it.
Can you wrap
Wait.
Vayne right now, Sling?
Yeah, I'm hecking for though.
If I ult Vayne, can I Q to go invis, or does it not work?
Yes, you can. I
think you
think.
can.
They're on me.
Wait, oh.
Oh my god.
I'm coming.
Oh shit, I'm just dead.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Careful, I don't think you guys... Actually, maybe? I should flash.
Sona? Ashe?
Yeah, she flashed. Someone flashed.
Have another one of those? Come on.
Come
Has been
on.
destroyed.
Damn, I've never
They
seen
want
like this.
you so bad.
Almost.
I've never seen such a
What the fuck
Scarra.
am
We
I
need
supposed to
you.
do?
Yeah,
Oh,
okay,
we need
okay.
Scarra. We need
What's to do?
Scarra.
Nothing.
Just
No,
wait,
you
you
can't
just
do
wait.
anything. You cannot do anything.
I have all in 16, but
You just go in if balls goes in.
balls doesn't. Okay.
I'm
Like
so
your
sorry.
character is mainly just for like AoE CC, and then we fight.
I thought you guys were okay.
I think until
Where are
that
these
Rek'Sai
fucking
dies at least
circles?
once,
There are tunnels she can take.
many.
Rek'Sai.
might not be
Too
okay.
many.
Oh
Oh, come here,
god.
Scarra. I got ult. I'm coming in.
I like that. I'm gonna TP in for this. Yone's right here on my ping, okay? Come up river now.
Say ult.
I'm on Vayne.
I'm on Sivir. Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, I'm not on Vayne.
Okay.
Oh, good. Kill Rek'Sai.
Sivir
Oh, he
wants
missed.
me.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Oh,
what
if
to
you
do
canceled
with
the
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai's tunnel.
Close, close.
Yeah.
Okay, I eat
There's
this, and then I get Zanya's.
That's
It's alright if you
winning
go to like
condition.
super late game.
I have to focus on who do I go in and ult kind of thing.
I don't think it's so much like you're focusing on like an ult. It's like you just try and get as many people as you can in your ult, and then we have to kind of do the rest.
Yeah, because we don't have a priority target for you to protect. It's kind of you just figure out.
I think if we're nearby and like you could get anyone, then that's pretty much it.
Okay.
We're just trying to get picks. At this point.
One win condition that's in every single game is like some guy come. Oh, like this. Okay, never mind. I'm fucking dead.
You're by yourself.
Oh, you're dead.
I think
Rek'Sai's
it's
top
just
side.
the rule is just play numbers. Since they're stronger.
They might Baron here.
Yeah.
They're running. They're running. They're running.
Yeah, let's just Dragon.
Okay.
I think we should just
One guy's
Dragon.
on dragon right now.
We should.
On the left.
There's no way we can fight Baron.
They're split right now.
We don't have a Mumu ult or anything.
Yeah, I think
Just
it's
do dragon.
Yeah, I think we just do Dragon. Vayne's here.
Bitch.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Just run, just run. This dollar is solid.
Nice.
We're fine for a team.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I got nothing though.
Oh, you're gone.
Okay, Tur's dead. Just ate shit. Awesome.
Oh, this guy bought a full Sterix cleaver.
He got 2 items after that top play.
That is
Very
crazy.
fun. Might be a bit fun.
Don't worry. He has 1,000 gold bounty on him though.
She's so fed, that Rek'Sai. I've never seen such a fed Rek'Sai, actually.
I've seen many fed Rek'Sais.
Oh.
A champion early game. But she falls off later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How late is later?
Yeah, I thought that was gonna happen.
I mean, no,
5
she's
minutes
just
ago.
too
I kid
early.
you
Like
not.
I'm talking about like 30, 40 minutes when we
Yeah,
get.
it's only 22 minutes and she has like.
Yeah, so
7
this is really
hours.
early. Like we're
crap.
22 minutes in.
Can't believe we're only 22 minutes in.
All right, so do we just look at her? Oh, do you want?
I mean, I'm here.
Cause like I can.
Oh, maybe. Oh, can you? Oh,
No.
I'm running at the
Go on,
moment.
Yone.
Oh.
Oh
Nice.
my god, he actually
run.
almost 1v freaking, I don't even know.
Oh, right here. Oh, somehow.
Might be GG.
The good news is they're all AD guys.
Oh,
Sell your
yeah. I don't know if we could do anything.
So they're ending
I think
early
that's
because
just
they're scared.
GG. I mean, that's just smart, no?
No, it's because they're scared.
They're scared.
I
I think.
think it's very smart.
They
of
know
them
if
to
it goes
end
to 30
early.
minutes, we just insta win.
You're welcome.
Oh, we won. If they don't end here.
my God,
Oh wait, no,
they
Celine
won.
got it. Never mind.
No way, we're not okay. Yeah.
Oh no.
Here. Come here.
Yeah.
We're so doomed.
It's okay. I could have easily carried this game.
I don't know.
No. I was Omega fed. I freaking died to that guy after covering mid. Or died stopping Rift.
I mean, I also just died to the freest gank mid. I just didn't think I would die in that CC
We go
chain.
play some bats. Yeah, but at least we killed Rek'Sai.
Yeah, at least we got him.
I 1v1 the Sivir. I'm happy.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
all about the
I was
small
so
victories.
fed. I just threw my lead like that.
But okay, what is there a world? I'm gonna decline this.
Yeah, and
there
swap
a,
accounts.
Is there a world where I go support and somebody goes jungle and I just fuck around, play Syndra support or Lux or something?
I mean, I feel like it's okay. Like, it's not a problem.
I can
I'm having a rough
want me to swap
time.
accounts?
Wait, really? I thought the half of the first game, you were out jungling the other jungler.
Yeah.
It was like
Really?
not
I
an issue at
don't know
all.
if that's true.
It was.
That's
It
true.
is.
Okay, I'll try again.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
it's okay. It's just
Reinvite me back.
that situation.
Aren't you
sucks.
swapping accounts?
Should I?
That's fine.
It depends like what your MMR
Personally,
is.
I think.
Well, this kind of played a lot of flex with Vincent before.
I know. That's why I think you
And
should.
my other friends,
but
Vincent.
It's fine.
Vincent sucks.
You agree?
Okay.
Isn't Vincent Grandmaster in Flex?
I don't know. He might as well be challenger already.
He's
Once they
master.
play.
True. You might as well be challenger.
I have
If you
thrown.
combine all the accounts he played on in Flex,
I
he's
have
definitely
thrown
challenge.
so many of Vincent's games and he's carried me through them. It is insane.
Yeah,
I
no,
have
Why did you
gone-
phrase it
I
like
have
that?
gone
If I
2 and
wasn't
14 in 3 of
freaking
his games
washed.
with him, and he's carried me. And I'm not support. I'm the mid laner.
Also, I'm down to swap roles if anybody wants to.
Yeah, I feel like I'm
swap.
griefing Celine because she wants to play enchanters, but I'm playing like only AP characters.
It's okay. No, I can play
so
AD.
it's like super bad.
There's like no synergy.
Yeah.
Why don't you play something almost helpful like Kennen? Because that's almost an ADC. He's like right at the cusp of being an ADC.
Both these games we should have won. I was so fed. Holy shit.
I mean, I didn't want to say it was your fault, balls, but it was like pretty obvious. I didn't bring it
Nah,
up.
it was definitely my fault.
I can fill.
I was like Tristana top or farming top with like 2k gold, and I was like, oh shit, what's happening?
Wait, that game we were so fed, but
I was so
yeah, we
fed.
were really
we
fed
missed first
bot.
tower by 1 auto attack. I was
Oh, we
so
were fed
fucking
bot in
pissed.
both games.
It was
yeah.
200 CS 20 minutes with the call.
Oh man.
All the planings.
Can I ban Kaisa?
Anyway, I'll fill. yeah,
yeah.
you can ban Kaisa. Kaisa's broken.
I just like don't feel like playing against her.
Or
right
did
now.
you want to support? I can AD if you want.
Balls, show us your Azir.
Let me think.
My Azir? Oh god, I haven't played
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
while.
Actually, go play AD. Go play AD. I got something interesting.
Take the fucking spatula away from Scarra.
What do you mean? No, don't worry. I will.
Okay, wait.
will.
Let's
Wait,
all build
what's that? Is that
Scarra.
top?
He's gonna build turrets. We should all get hook champions into his turrets.
Wait, who's playing what?
I'm support.
I think
Okay.
I'm jungle, no?
I'm top.
Yeah. Literally play whatever you want, Jody.
What's a really good
Yeah.
jungle against this guy?
Jarvan?
To either one of the
Darwin
answer to
counters
that.
is Karthus.
Does he?
That's a
Apparently,
no.
50%, 50.8.
Oh.
I'm being Nocturne because I don't know what else. to
No,
do.
no, no.
Unless,
I
no,
like Nocturne
Amumu.
here.
Silas, no.
Both are good. Both are good. She's either one of 5.
That's not what she wanted to hear, Scar. She's
Just
stressed the
saying that
fuck out.
Karthus. Wait, I didn't. Oh no.
Oh, it's not Valo, so you can't hover it. It's okay.
It's okay. You've never done that before, so it's forgivable. If you had done that like at any other point in time, unforgivable.
Is Caitlyn good right now?
I think 80 carries in general aren't
I
super strong.
talked to Breezy. He said he thinks Kayla's pretty good. Oh my
yeah,
god.
I feel like Zeri and Kaisa just outshine so many 80 carries right now.
Oh, Zeri's so good. I played against a good Zeri and it was insane.
Yeah, Zeri's crazy.
It felt so skillless, but I could tell it took some skill.
Apparently, the tech is to play Nasus and just wither her because she can't play the game.
She just hopped over a wall.
No, she can't Q. Like, because the wither shits on her.
Oh, wait, that's hella smart.
No, I was talking to Breezy. Yeah, he told me that like
Dude, do you run Nasus support though? Or is that your top laner?
He played Nasus with like Setter or something. Kaisa's there.
4 minutes and 43 seconds. What shall we do?
Word game.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh, just say Apex Legends.
Let's see.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to put on Fugi's last game.
Oh, Ash Melio is definitely broken.
Yeah, I will judge you if you play that though.
Lethality first strike Caitlyn. That sounds fun as heck.
We can ban every engage support and run Lulu Cog bot though for the free win.
Oh my god.
I don't think.
Wait, Nightbringer
won?
Nasus looks awesome.
We won lane, and then I was so useless because there was no hyper 80 carry.
Yeah, you're like looking to shield someone, and it was like you put the shield on Silas, and he dies.
So pointless. Like we won lane, and then I was just like a disengage bot, and it's like, well, what are you gonna do when a Rek'Sai just sticks to you like glue?
If anyone wants to play word game, join. And then let me know. And once the game starts, you can show screen.
Okay.
Just don't show screen once I don't know how to hide the link. I'm gonna be so real.
Oh, you just F11.
No, because I F11 and it shows the link still on the
Oh.
top left.
Okay.
Wait, F11? Why don't you just delete it from the URL?
No, it doesn't matter because it's part of that literal.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Can we like stay in here?
Who is? Oh, it's Bob. Yeah.
I don't
Oh
know.
shit, is that me?
Probably.
Wait, did I join? Oh, I don't think I joined.
You didn't join.
Sorry, I'm trying to add it to my.
Oh wait.
Scarra?
Okay, wait. Can I
Jody!
show this?
That's the first thing that I thought of. I was hoping no one would look.
Did I die? Oh, I died.
Just kill me.
Scarra
Just kill me. I don't know why I can't think of this one.
No, you got this. You got this.
Oh.
I can't show this until Balls gets here. I
Dude, this
think.
game is so stressful.
The sound when it's ticking, I'm like.
My
testicles.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Test, yes.
My brain is so
Wait,
blank right now.
I guess I forgot to join.
Yeah, I'll show it. Oh.
Why does it give me no time?
I don't know. I
I
actually
understand
don't know
why
the-
sometimes it gives you time and other times it doesn't.
Me neither.
Annoys me.
Wait, isn't it because it's like, who's holding the bomb?
Isn't it that when it's on you, you're holding the bomb?
Well, like, isn't it like the time we all share the time and it's like hot potato?
No.
Oh.
I don't know.
Can't believe you missed that word. That's what I've
I
said.
do such
Dude,
a
you
long
keep-
word. Why could
Dude, you
you
keep
act?
thinking what the word I keep thinking, actually.
It could have just been act though. Oriana? Fuck. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Can I show this? Wait.
Oh, that's hard.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm. Oh.
Obviously conscious, Scarra. Jesus Christ.
Fuck me, man.
No.
I would argue to say roadie is a word. Wow.
What?
That's a word?
I don't know.
She just tried to.
I can't think of.
Better.
I just blanked. Fern. That was my word.
Tizzy.
Okay, join
Oh,
up.
that was hard.
Tizzy.
All right, balls join.
Oh my
You
god,
can
I'm
take my
nervous
spot.
now.
This person.
I don't know.
T,
Whoever's in the
KNNT.
Discord, probably.
Well,
Oh, someone's random.
okay.
ID.
Oh,
of
people
what
are
crowd
randomly
is.
joining.
What account are you on?
Oh, I'm on Canadoxy. Wait, Jody, can you invite me?
To the thing?
The league.
League.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, you're gonna make me lose.
Joey, don't lose. That'd be
No, no,
fucking
no.
embarrassing.
Okay,
I'll
what's
never
your
talk to
thing?
you ever again.
It's Canadoxy. I'll just type to you.
Type it.
Hold on.
Oh, you're here. I can't believe
Guys,
you're trying to
I'm a
ink me,
pro.
Balls.
Do you guys
Oh,
know
shit.
words? This game works is you have to type a word with the middle words.
None.
And if you do not,
Trying to fight Balls, trying to get the fucking game.
that's
Hey, that's valid.
What
Oh
the
shit,
fuck?
you popped.
Why can't I think of it?
The enemy.
Somebody accept. Somebody accept.
Sorry, I did not accept. Dude, I'm literally typing. Go again.
Dude, these words. It's such a weird.
Oh, I just realized that we
What
have
is
two
that?
lives. Fuck, you popped.
Wait, you actually got that?
Yeah.
What is? Dude, like.
This one looks a little tough.
I feel like it's not if you like get more time
Wait,
to think.
really?
What?
It's one of the game, dude.
Wow.
Right.
Like, what is that?
I can tell none of us are banning champions.
Fuck!
Fuck, I forgot to ban.
I have to.
Approach!
Oh shit.
Sponge. Oh.
Coco? Puffs?
Coco.
Coco? Is Coco a word?
It's octopus. No, I don't know what the fuck.
No, I totally get it. Like, you stress, you try to type.
I'm trying to do my runes.
It's the fucking bomb sounds.
Okay, hold on.
What?
The fact that counts as a word is crazy. No.
Yes. Yes.
What is that?
Shut the fuck up, Sputnik.
Sus! Temp.
Mittens.
What am I? Next pick. Wait, what?
Hurry.
The animals. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm in the top lane now.
I can't think of a single word with double N in it.
That's such a word for.
Ass is a word.
Oh, wait, I have to. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
What? RE is a word?
Wait, am I?
Lock in! Lock in! If you don't lock in, I'm gonna punch you! Oh my god,
Oh
thank
my
you.
god, you can't. I lost this because I couldn't know.
I don't care!
Alright, we're done. I'm leaving.
Wait, that's true, boss. If you didn't lock in there, I also would have punched you.
No, I'm locking it for sure. It wasn't close.
I believe you. I heard that Jarvan is broken right now.
Yep.
So crazy.
And that Karthus beats him.
Jody, most times when we
Yeah.
lose in League of Legends, it's because the
Have you
enemy
ever played
team is playing
Sejuani?
very, very OP champion.
Yeah, it's not like. Well, okay, we also throw a fuckload. Like, that's
Yeah, we
part of
do.
it. But, like,
Karthus is really good here. Like, really good here.
I don't play Karthus.
Okay,
Can I
a
play
Moo-
Nunu or a Moo.
Nunu, both
Fully
are great.
Nunu.
All three are great.
Nunu's great.
Wait, Diana.
I like Diana.
That is
these
good
guys are all
here.
AD. These guys are all AD.
Wait, this is not really a first strike game. But I can't do my runes fast enough.
No. Play first strike.
I mean,
Play
I have
first
terrible news for you. They are going to kill you.
I know. That's what
These
I'm
guys are
saying.
going to eat you
My
alive.
matchup does not feel that good.
You're against Irelia?
Wait, you want to trade? I can show
No,
you.
no. That's fine. This
Wait,
fine.
wait.
I wasn't trading with you.
No trade.
No trades.
Oh wait, am I supposed
Dr.
to go
Kilo, what
first?
about 43 months?
Oh shit.
Oh, you can go electrocute. It's not a big deal. Oh.
Oh no, I'm against the Chinese Fiora. It's over. We're fucked.
Me and Sean are the same. We're from the same world.
Cosmic Paladins.
Cosmic.
Whoa, Cosmic Paladin, is that new?
It's cute because you're Cosmic
Yeah.
Paladins because there's two of you.
There's two of me.
Wait, we should have been Cosmic as heck. I kind of match you guys.
Whoa,
Why
language,
did I
Celine.
go this and not this? Whoops.
Celine just did an emoji that she never uses. She just did happy hands.
Me hands.
I don't know if I like Cosmic Paladin Scion. He looks weird.
Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, you do look kind of funny.
I look like a dude who like stands at guards a door and then lets you in for food.
This is recall.
Oh, they're invading.
Prove it. Scar, fight them.
I don't really know what to do with that information. I'm gonna be honest.
Just be careful of them walking in.
Okay.
Wait, it's Dark Harvest Jarvan. What the?
What?
That's shit. That's not it. That's not the play.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go back up and place another turn, okay?
Okay.
Alright, we're good.
Oh, I thought you were BMO. You're
He's close. He's
Beimerdinger.
Yeah.
Beimerdinger.
Wait, how did they pun Heimerdinger?
Heimer Stinger.
Oh.
Beimerdinger sounds like a nickname for someone's dick. It sounds like an innuendo. What?
Yes.
Celine, we all have dicks, okay? It's totally normal.
Well, I don't have a Beimerdinger.
But you have a Beamer Stinger.
I prefer a battle of wits, but yours...
This is such a
the
cute
Scarra
skin.
skin is so sick.
Yeah, the skin's just so.
It's so cute. I also really like your skin, Celine.
Whoa, you give me like starry hands. That's cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot Nunu's passive is attack speed to allies.
Yeah. Oh my god, I remember old Nunu support Blood Boil. That was crazy.
Bloodlust or whatever fuck.
Yeah. Oh my god, I almost forgot that I was AD.
Oh. I don't like this. This guy's only plays Fiora. It's cringe.
I don't like this. Wait, what just happened mid?
Oh, he tried to
Battle
kill.
of the Century.
Oh my god, if I triumph, my wave sucks now.
Did you both die?
Yeah.
That seems worth.
For who?
I don't know.
I died, but my wave is not good.
Oh.
Very interesting.
So we've been getting
I
like
think the wave matters more.
ganked every game. So like, maybe we won't get ganked this game.
You gotta be optimistic, just like that. Raise your
On
weapon.
the bright side, this Nautilus has missed every hook.
Who
I
has,
have
like, an
dodged
easy
every
lane
hook.
to gank?
Oh.
I would say
Okay,
top
now
B.
it's
See
good,
this?
now
How
it's
she's
good.
so like pushed up.
So you're saying is I get level 3, I snowball, come.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also the most mechanically.
Oh
Like,
my god, that was
there.
actually sick.
Oh, she's gonna go
Putting
ward
ward.
now.
That was
Yeah,
smooth.
yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. I slowed her.
I have the biggest snowball ever.
Okay, now we kill her.
She's gonna be frozen. She's spell immune. I'm gonna auto this bitch.
Good work.
Oh
Very
my
buggers.
god! I didn't even ignite.
I'll
it.
never let you down.
I'm scared this jungle's gonna come for the scuttle, and I'm gonna die at scuttle. But I have hope in myself. I actually.
You give me mixed signals.
They fucking came. They fucking came.
Oh, yeah, IRL is moving too. Careful.
I'm flashing away because I'm scared. They're gonna come for me.
Careful, IRL is moving. IRL is moving.
Really's a bitch.
Okay.
Damn.
Amen. Fuck Aurelia, she's stupid. Stupid hair. Oh shit.
Surely, if I'm going lethality, I go dusk.
Yep. Ooh, good trade balls. Wow.
I like that.
Oh yeah, I like it. I like that. That's a beamer stinger if I've ever seen one.
My finger.
This is gonna be really bad, but I need it back.
Huh?
You said that so guilty.
I ruined Our Lady phase because I didn't back correctly because I wanted to wait for 50 gold.
Wonderfully efficient. Think again.
You know what, Scar? It's fine.
He's 1 HP, no flash.
Careful, the bot lane's moving right now.
Wait, shoot. Eh? She just backed up like she knew it
Yeah,
was
she's
there.
scared.
I'm gonna face check this. Oh, there's no list.
Yeah, basically, if you guys want a gank, I do really well if you'd say it.
Right.
I got you.
Because I would say I'm not really looking at the minimap like too often, you know, because I gotta be bronze and stuff. You get me.
That's fine. All you know is Sean never needs a gank.
What the fuck? I got you a kill though, you know?
No.
I communicated with my word shooter.
Mmm.
You came, you conquered.
Hey, there's a jungler! I'm coming down.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
This guy's fucking crazy. Who flashed there? Sleeve?
I did.
Oh,
This
no.
game
Did
feels
they
easier
flash?
now.
I don't think they flashed.
They're not in there.
Oh. Good check,
Can
good
you
check.
jump over walls?
No, yes,
Uh-oh.
you can.
I just killed myself.
Don't know if they flashed. I flashed.
Oh, I didn't kill her.
You're the best, Sean.
I'm the best. Sometimes I forget I'm the best.
I'm here to remind you.
Boom. Headshot.
Jarvan's coming back.
We kill him if he ganks.
Yeah, I'm here with giant snowball. Okay, I'm not even gonna come behind. I'm actually just.
Oh?
I'm here for pressure.
We can. Oh.
Wait, that snowball looks sick.
That snowball's
I know
so
that's
cool.
a really cool snowball.
Oh.
Oh!
Wait, you're a beast. Wait, you're actually a monster.
Let's go, Jody. The double snowball
Here we go,
knockup.
get the dragon.
Wait, what if I ulti Aurelia mid? Okay, never mind.
Wait, he backed. Okay.
That would have been cool
I
though,
think-
right?
I made it so that your turrets ate like half that wave.
Hey. Please let me get to this push early enough. Please slow push Fiora.
One step closer to greater understanding.
I'm a little scared about this.
Oh my god,
Oh,
Jody.
IRL might be coming.
Oh, fuck me. Goodbye, everyone.
That you.
Well-
That's where you blame your mid laner for not rotating.
Agreed.
At least you got dragon.
Dragon.
Oh.
I'm down for it.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. I didn't see that.
I do good conundrum.
God, Heimer's passive is so funny.
What is it?
He gets more attack speed around turrets and his own turrets.
Oh, I thought he used to like give HP to turrets.
He used to get HP regen, which is really funny.
Yeah.
Wait,
Now he gets like a fuckload of movement speed.
There is no way.
Does Aurelia have like a escape? Like a dash?
She just has a dash that creeps.
Only to enemy minions.
I will ward. I hope I did not die. I did not mean to kill that. Whoops. We're taking this, okay?
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science. The cosine of u divided by.
Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind.
Down to stay.
After you get blue, we kill top.
Oh, I missed.
She'll never know, Johnny. She will never know.
What is she not knowing? Sorry?
Gang top after blue.
Gang top after blue.
Okay, I guess we leave.
You could actually even come now.
Okay,
Look
I'll
at
come
shit.
Well, oh, you have the mana. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, we.
I'll move.
Making the biggest snowball ever.
Yeah.
Ah, I can stay for one more wave.
Make sure she doesn't parry
Why not?
me.
You have Hex Flash with this.
Yeah, she flashed. We could run. I can
No,
fuck us.
fuck this
Go
bitch.
What is the sound? Oh my god, that
sound?
was in my ear.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
What the fuck is that? What does he do? I see he's the most powerful.
Sean, bait them. I'm coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he'll EQ on me.
Okay, I'm here. See a W?
I'm literally running up. I don't
Okay,
care.
now do I go cooldown boots? I'm gonna go cooldown boots.
Just know that I'm taking this because he wanted it and now it's mine.
Okay. No. Yes. Dude, Balls KS me and he's taking my farm.
Oh, I thought you're
Do I
back.
go Axiom Mark with this?
I think I
Balls
packed
have
them all.
limited.
Yeah.
Dustblade, Collector.
Fine then.
Dustblade,
Aurella's going bot, I think.
Axiom.
Careful,
Aurella's
people.
going bot side.
Jungle or support was missing. Oh, support's back.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Oh, yep, Irelia's here.
Wait, I'm gonna greed like a huge bitch because I need this.
I don't know
gold.
why she went bot, but
Oh, weird. There's a lot of people.
Ooh, good flash. And also good
Wait.
trap. Oh my god, look at that!
wait a
You guys are-
second.
You guys are cringe lords.
Where should I put
No
the
way
scuttle
she
thing?
lives doing that. What?
Mid?
Normally
You
mid,
could
but it-
save it for now. I'm gonna
Too
recall.
late, I'm doing it mid. What'd you say?
Wait.
Okay, okay.
Jody, why don't we kill it and then use it?
Are you telling me lies?
No.
Oh, okay.
We have
Guys?
all
Guys?
five
I'm
people
walking
bot.
now.
Guys?
You get blue first. Celine, don't
Honestly,
worry.
Like, I also like can't kill her. Like she killed me last time. My ult did no damage to her. It was sad.
I don't know why I flashed as if I could run from a Jarvan as a Caitlyn.
He a big snowball.
You literally should place her.
I really
Oh,
just set
got
up a
it,
tent
got
up
it.
here, no?
Yeah.
Really have.
You got knock up on her? I'm gonna ult her in that.
Oh my god.
Can you run?
Hello?
I stun her.
Yeah.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
I'll come back with a big snowball because I'm annoying.
An enemy has
I must see
been
right
Now summon it.
Oh, okay. Can I leave now or do I
Yep,
stay
you
here?
can leave, you can leave.
Wait, but then I want the gold.
I know, but I want the solo gold.
Yeah, that's too fucking bad. Don't be rude.
Okay. Hit the turret. We want to do as much damage as we can
Oh, I'm
because
so
you're taking
sorry.
this damage.
Support was missing.
Oh
It's okay, he's
yeah.
Aurelia ganked us.
Oh yeah.
True. Not.
I can't believe you were gonna do that. That was so selfish, Sean.
Do
You weren't
what?
gonna say it.
Do what?
Take
That
all
was-
this gold for yourself and not say.
I don't even want the gold. Oh fuck. I say we fuck this guy up.
Okay, I'm turning back around.
No, it's okay. We can leave. We
Into
can
a
leave.
wall.
But look at that. 2 kills, huh? Every time.
Oh, I do so much damage.
Yeah, I have empowered TP for Dragon.
I'm gonna try to steal blue here.
Go for it. The Kaiser's super low.
He fucking took it from me.
It's okay. It's on Nautilus.
Okay, never mind. I'm gonna TP here. Fiora and Scion will be dueling top.
Oh, goodbye, Scarra.
Scar, you win that, right?
Oh!
Wait a minute.
Oh! What? She can't get past the turret! Oh my god, Scar, you're playing with fire. You're playing with fire.
Alright, has anyone ever told you the best goddamn player west of Mississippi?
I'm walking down right
No,
now.
this is good.
Oh my god, Scar's shooting! Oh.
This cheer, man.
No, look at this snowball.
Oh, you got him.
Oh, they're dead.
Let's go, Fiora, you and me. Oh wait, I just realized I could just build Thornmail and Fiora loses.
She's alive?
I don't know. I think we're kind of goated, no?
Yep.
Goodbye.
Absolutely.
Yep, perfect.
Amazing.
Double kill.
Wait, I'm pretty sure that build, if Celine's play, is so funny.
That is so loud. It is louder than other abilities, I swear.
I'm getting this dragon. If somebody
Fiora, no ult.
doesn't help me, I'm going to be upset with you.
Oh, God.
Is that targeted?
It was
Well,
targeted
I'm
at balls,
helping.
actually. It was.
Yeah,
It was.
so I'm
Because-
just-
Because this motherfucker hasn't helped me with anything. He walked past me getting the scuttle. Fuck you.
I'm coming back.
Oh, I smited early. You scared me.
Oh, I'm here.
Fine, I got it.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Help!
Giant snowball.
I could do that better.
That guy is so sad.
You have slain an enemy.
What the fuck?
He has no flash. Fuck me.
That guy is
Okay,
so sad.
not the worst. I got his turret.
I concur.
Aww. I didn't get to play this build.
Dude, I just got my heart steal. Are you fucking serious?
Wait, this is
Dude.
2-3.
Okay, fine. Go back on your main.
Rolo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys.
No, that's too
I am
much.
playing Flex Q with some of my friends right now. Sorry I missed you while you're raided. Welcome to the stream.
I guess we just lost John to T-Pain.
Yeah.
God, the one time we flip, Celine didn't get to play. The game was over in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm gonna play some ads. But I actually think that bot comp is sick. Timer Caitlyn.
It does
See my
look really
cats.
toxic.
Mm-hmm.
It does look very insane. Where does Sean
You
go?
guys think cherry pop tarts are any good?
What?
Yes.
We have cherry pop tarts. I'm
Oh,
afraid
cherry
of them.
pop tarts.
Yeah, the turrets felt really good. But Heimer feels really fucking fun. Like, I don't know. I play Heimer, I have a good time. But, like, I don't know if I'd have a good time if I play against a really good player. Like, am I gonna get my ass beat by Turtle? Yeah, probably.
Is everyone back?
I am back.
I think Jody's still f***ing her kitty.
You know what's crazy? I used to never like feed my cats at a certain time. They would just like come over to me and then like meow at me. I'm like, okay.
Really?
Yeah. But that's just how I've always raised my cats growing up. Because like when your cats are hungry, they let you know. They like really don't let it go. They have all the time in the world. Who is a awesome, fun mid laner?
Huh.
Azir, you're right.
Wait. What if
You're
you...
right, sir.
Oh, Azir. He is very meta right now.
Yeah.
Banter KKI thinks it's somewhere of this stream.
It's mostly like in pro play, right? Is there?
Yeah, he's
Wait, there was a new patch, right?
yes. Our the new Caston build mid looks crazy, but like you kind of need your jungler to be like literally your second laner.
Oh, they buffed TF.
They changed Caston to, like his E doesn't need charges.
What?
It just has a cooldown that goes down whenever spells are cast nearby. It's like a really long cooldown, but it means that
is it a buff or is it a nerf?
he scales super hard. I think it's a buff overall. And yeah, I don't know. He got like a hidden AP ratio ulti buff, so like he's actually pretty good.
Interesting.
Casting gets fed is just over.
Yeah.
I hate Casson.
Okay, let me think about what to play this time.
I kind of want to play Nefuri here.
Okay. Sorry,
Or
I didn't mean to
Talon.
laugh. Okay, no, that.
Why'd you laugh, Scarra?
Sorry, no, that was
Wait,
just came
Scarra,
out.
do we have rice?
No, we do not. Well,
Okay,
it's
should've
too
went.
old.
Oh.
Pretty sure.
Because I want to eat your chicken.
Oh. Yeah, I do too. I'm gonna make that as soon as we're done.
Yeah.
Chicken?
Yeah, I marinated a bunch of chicken breasts because Sid accidentally got like too much. So I just it's been like in a bowl that I just throw in the pan.
Sounds yummy though. Yeah, that sounds
Damn.
yummy.
Mhm.
I don't know. I dream about what were those Scarra keeps making these beef mushroom things?
Oh, they're good.
Oh, they're
They're
so
so
good.
good.
Those are so good.
I think
The
about them
brisket wrapped
often.
like enoki
Yeah.
mushrooms. Yeah,
Yes.
they're so good.
The
I
only-
gotta come
the thing
over.
That I hate about them though is I hate big bites. Like in any food that I eat, and those are you have to eat it.
Yes,
in a big
you
bite.
have to eat like
They're just
one or two bites.
giant bite. Yeah.
You think Alistar mid is never mind, I'm not playing Alistar, fuck that.
Oh my god.
Do you want to do the same thing, Scarra?
Yeah, kind of. Go for it. I'll pick support, and then you can just pick Caitlyn. I mean, it's Ezreal. We're gonna smash this.
We gonna smash.
And before we hit level 3 Shaco ganked into like level. Am I chefing up? No. I don't like saying that. Like right now, it's like.
Okay, who counters Shaco? Fuck this little clown. Look, Lee Sin. I take everything back. Apparently Diana counters Lee Sin.
It's
and
probably
Nocturne.
support Shaco, right?
Could be. Could be Lee top.
Oh, I'm gonna play the thing.
Why does Diana counter Lee Sin?
She
Get it.
doesn't really.
Hey,
Yeah, I would
according to 2,644 games with a 52.7% and a 61% lane phase
Fuck, what are they gonna
percentage
play?
counter.
Like,
Just say
you're right. It does.
it. I'm gonna play
Like it's
Nocturne.
it is.
I don't actually know. Like, I'm trying to think why she would counter Lee Sin, but it doesn't. Like, in my mind, I'm like, I would rather be the Lee Sin.
I think it's just she power farms really well. So if like the lead doesn't make
Mm.
plays on average, it's worse. But
There's a lot of ignites on our team, huh?
Would you guys rather have a Diana or a Nocturne?
Oh my god.
Why did you say, oh my god?
Because of their team comp.
it's Dark Harvest.
What'd you say?
It could be Nocturne. It could be Diana, Amumu.
Diana.
I think Diana's better here because if
Silas.
you're Nocturne, like Lissandra's good against
Nocturne.
you. Pretty hard to kill. Shaco.
Nocturne's good too. I think any which one.
Listen to balls. He's higher elo than me.
Which one? Which one?
Sure, Nocturne.
Sure.
Yep.
Not what I want to
Sure,
hear. balls.
Nocturne. Sure, Nocturne.
Sure.
Sure, Nocturne. Is that Shaco support?
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna clown this Lissandra mid so free.
Scar, is your mushroom brisket hard to make?
It's so easy. It's like one of the easiest things. It's fun too because you spend half the time just wrapping mushrooms
Yeah.
with beef,
So
Me,
I get really like I get the ick from raw chicken and like tuna.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, maybe I just need to make beef.
yeah, no, honestly,
Like-
that's it. Go comment. Wait, really,
Because
Breezy?
chickens are cute.
Wait, I'm literally
No,
looking at this
raw chicken is,
dumbass
like,
Lux build right here, and it says
gooey.
an Emerald plus people go fucking
Like
Dark
slimy?
Harvest.
Yeah.
Am I getting? I got griefed.
Slimy.
That's why I was
But
like, "There's
other
no
meats
way."
are
But
not.
okay,
Like,
whatever,
I don't give an
man.
ick. Like beef does not give an ick.
Yeah, beef is sick.
Beef is so sick.
Beef is masculine.
I'm starting red. In other words, who's
What?
top? Sean.
I'm mid.
Oh.
Who's top?
We can do this.
Oh my god!
God,
I just
Scar, you're
realized it's a
playing well.
Graves top.
Wait, that's lit. That's a skill matchup.
Minions spawn.
Yo,
Wait.
can you try the Shojin Gore Drinker build?
Shojin Gore Drinker?
Gore Drinker.
Is that
Wait,
what
there's
they
a
do?
wait. Can you guys kill? Can we kill Lissandra? Come with me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like we go this way.
Wait, this is illegal. Let's go.
Okay, Scar leads.
Go, go. Jody rapped
What
from top.
the
Oh, shit,
fuck?
just kidding.
Wait,
Never
sorry?
mind.
Hey, you cowards.
I'm rapping from top. I'm not
Nope.
rapping.
Oh, no,
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 you're fine,
no,
you're fine,
no.
fine.
We got stopped.
You're chilling.
We got stopped by a Shako.
Minions have spawned.
Yo, but check,
Shoji.
yo, but check this out.
Lighting the way.
I almost went to go sweeper. I swear, there's a fucking box here, man.
Uh-oh. What's he gonna do?
Is that a build for Graves, Shojin Gore Drinker?
Well, it's just the OP build right now, right? Every jungler.
Oh, I heard Shojin got changed, right?
Yeah, Shojin's Gore Drinkers broke on every jungler in the game.
Oh, what the fuck? Even on range jumps?
I don't know, but like literally, like Sin Zhao Jarvan, best junglers in the game right now.
Shaco's bot side. Oh, Shaco's support, right?
Shaco's bot side. I literally look at him.
Yeah.
You cannot beat me, Lissandra. I am Santa. I am Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Ow. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Oh, this is a. We're chilling. There's a box here.
Comes our
Careful.
level 2. Oh.
God, Christmas.
I swear, I'm the ward here. If we get level 3, fuck it.
Oh, that didn't hit him.
I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones.
They're trying to-
Hello.
Hello.
What the? Where was my
Oh,
auto?
where did your stuff go?
Yeah, I don't know. I actually couldn't auto.
Wait,
I don't know where it went. Wait, where did my empowered auto go? Oh, it's because I don't have a level in W. That's why.
Oh.
Right? That's how it works. It's my W's passive.
I'm not
that gives me-
sure.
I don't know.
What? For headshot or what?
For headshot.
No, that's your
For
passive.
my E proc? I don't know.
bitch is
I don't know
being
why
cringe.
else
This
my
bitch is
E
being cringe.
didn't have a thing.
I'm walking up, walking up, I'm walking up, I'm walking up, I'm walking up.
Okay, okay.
Oh, I hit a minion. That's why.
I'm also coming.
Do I flash?
Dodgy, dodgy, dodgy.
Yeah, you do fly.
I don't
Oh,
get
no.
it. You just waited there. That's so cringe.
I have red buff.
No way he's level 3. Fuck me, man.
Hey.
Please do not.
Losing is just an
Wait.
opportunity to shine even brighter.
Why would he wait there?
Oh.
Wow, that box. I really outplayed me.
Oh my god, man.
I want to see everything.
Well, that's not good.
Nah, 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 we're solid. I'll be fine.
Oh, but that's good.
Yeah, that's good, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Oh shoot. I think if I was an actually good Caitlyn player, I would have
Oh,
won
shit.
that.
Wait, I breathed so hard because if I had HP from the bot lane, I would have actually won that fight too.
He didn't even get blue for me. What was the point of that?
He just
He went to gank top.
yeah.
What? Sorry?
Oh, Lee Sin was top. He went to gank top. Oh, wait, never mind. You're talking about something else, right?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I was like, you're not answering your question.
Never mind. I'm just playing top lane.
On the bright side, my wave isn't F'd. If my wave was F2, I would have cried.
Oh,
trying
you
to
think,
think, man.
Nathan?
I'm gonna get the banana slammer. Good to go.
What?
I'm on my way top. I'm gonna just fight this Lee Sin. Lee Sin, where are you?
Yeah, he doesn't get a blue. Fuck you, bitch.
Yo, enemy jungler down!
Love that. I love that for us.
Yeah.
Okay, he's back. He's gonna go for these chickens. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be fucking cringe.
Yeah,
Sonny's
I
gonna
like
kill
that.
me.
Oh god, I should have went Comet, man. It's fine.
Our wave is gonna slow push now.
Yeah, but it's fine if you watch.
Fuck you, Lee Sin. Uh-huh.
Oh, there's no way, man. No way he can fucking do that. My bad. I should have used first.
Going blue again?
Yeah, I think he has to get it.
Oh, he's 1 HP top.
Don't listen to him, Jody.
Lee Sin is top. He's scared.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, this is where you do this, Jody.
What?
It was a lot faster than I
What
thought.
does that mean?
It's like BM because it's like I told you he was top, and then there's like
Ah,
a...
I see.
Good. You're learning. You'll fit right in.
I hate this fucking video game.
Uh-oh, I'm level 6, Lysandra. Uh-oh. How are you gonna get this minion? That's right. You're not gonna be able to. Back up.
Brilliant.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna keep these minions alive. Come, minions. You have much to do with your life.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna lie, I have zero fucking data.
Shoot.
I have ult.
This is bot side.
You guys tell me where to go, I go.
Can you help me push this?
Yep.
Let's get out.
Ooh, Lysandra back mid. I'm pushing this shit. She fucked up.
I'm gonna like. Hold on.
Oh.
The real question is, where's Lee Sin? If I was Lee Sin, I'd be looking at his own red right now.
Wait, Yomu's is a mythic, right?
Yes, Yomu's is really good.
I think Yomu's is probably better than.
It depends. Oh my god.
Oh, I am fucking dead, guys.
Surely you didn't.
Sorry, I did not
give
think
it
Lee
to
Sin
my
was there.
bot later.
This is where I'll just do this.
Hey, how do we get rid of this box?
Get it.
Sweeper.
Or you can use this to hit it.
I don't think we can contest this, so we just gotta lane. Unlucky.
Can I just ult on the dragon and smite it? I don't smite, never mind.
Yeah, you could have tried, but I don't think it's like hard to get that.
Don't listen to him, Joe. I believe in you. I think you could have done it.
You know?
Oh, that's true.
I think you have the mechanical prowess to pull it off. You guys have to take advantage of Chill sometimes and how he hasn't bought with the gold he got from me.
Where did this guy go?
Oh, I just missed my cannon.
You just ulti this guy cooldown, by the way.
Okay, they were in river. I don't know why they left.
Is this possible? Or
If she uses her E, which is her little ice cloud,
you
then
have to
yeah.
tell me and then let me know.
Where did my Q go?
I don't know, but he healed.
Boom. She's pretty hard to gank.
Okay, I'm chilling.
GP has ulti.
Okay. Basin's bot side.
Ooh, in other words, free jungle for me.
Yeah, it's actually free for you.
No way.
Oh my god.
Might be able to kill top here. Is Lee Sin bot?
Yeah,
Is
he
it
kicked 5.
E auto
You want to kill
was
this
an
TP?
EQ auto.
Coming. Right.
No, bitch.
I do not know.
He's not in range for me,
It's.
but I'm coming.
Oh,
Yo, I
I'm
just
in range.
muted this
I'm gonna
dude.
get on him.
EQ auto. Okay, I was gonna say I think I'm doing it the slow way.
Let's go.
Ow.
Holy.
I'm gonna go home.
118.
Ah, that poor guy. That was free as fuck.
Uh-oh. Shake goes mid.
EQ auto.
I'll protect you. Any excuse to twirl my wand.
Well, I'm literally here, and there's no one here. Everyone packed bot side. What the fuck? I can't do anything.
Yeah, we're all just winning it, man.
So about owning the Ezreal.
Dude, what? Our jungle fight went so bad. So bad.
Yeah, it really did.
If you can smile, you
It's okay, guys. I have only 1 minute. You know,
That's
you guys
quite
can make it for
unlucky.
1 minute.
Jody is farm 2 levels on their jungler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Stole his jungle too.
Uh-oh.
We can do this.
Can I potentially?
Yeah, you can. If you get, oh, you have to go all the way around, okay? She has no ultimate.
Where's the shit?
I don't know what that means.
Oh, they're on
Check this
up.
out. I'm walking
Flip
this
this back. Try and cut her off. She teleports to her
Whoa,
claw.
there's 3. I'm not fighting that.
You can just push this.
Oh.
Careful using your shield.
Oh.
Like that.
Didn't mean to. Don't look fun.
Sorry. Good thing you didn't use your shield there. Wait, actually? Oh, never mind.
Open 13.
I would say look bot. Oh yeah, TP behind you guys. Alright, we gotta go bot. You and me, Jody.
Yep.
Lissandra, no ult.
I'm gonna ult on
Lissandra, no ult.
Israel, yeah.
Five.
Yeah, let
That
them
guy
have a little bit-
flash ulti me, man.
Link, let's
Yeah,
look a little bit
I knew he
tastier.
was gonna flash ult too.
Look a little bit tastier.
Jason's top.
We're gonna use this plant.
Well, I'm gonna ult on Ezra.
Tomorrow, welcome back for
Okay.
20 months. My friend
Tell
told
me
me to
when.
catch up on my grocery
go, go.
list. But so I did, but I can't read the grocery list. Huh?
Oh my god.
Shut down.
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
I don't know which one is the real one, and I'm scared.
Oh, she didn't ulti me? I'm so sorry. That's my bad. Oh!
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm the best.
Shit.
Fuck.
Enemy double kill.
That was twice I alley-ooped her.
Oh my god, that Ezreal WQ hurts so bad.
I like it, Scar. Thank you. But whatever you do, don't take that plate from me.
Sorry. What?
Whatever you do, don't take that plate from me.
No parglay.
Do you want me to know? Do you want to know where the One Piece is or not?
One Piece.
It's at the Grand Line.
Oh, okay. Well, now you told me. I go back for the next point.
Hey.
Turret plating will fall soon.
10 seconds? That's so long.
Where's their bot lane? Oh.
Fancy a treat?
Oh.
Lissandra might be going top.
You're fine.
I'm coming top.
Double kill.
Oh, he's there.
But is Lissandra
here
top?
just in case.
Nobody
She's right here.
knows.
Yep.
Can I do something about this? I don't have ult. Over
I
12.
feel you.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up so you don't die.
Beat her ass.
Oh, he has heal.
She's gonna try to run off.
Whoa, I don't know what she does.
She teleports to her claw. That's all you have to know. When she encases herself,
Teleports to her claw.
Yep.
Claw.
yeah, you'll see like an ice claw on the ground that goes like.
Okay.
Oh, you have ult? This guy TP'd back.
I do have ult.
Unlucky.
He's not a turret yet. He might be looking for you.
Oh,
Okay.
should I?
Are you ready? Can you ult?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hey, so guess what? Not in range. But I'm almost in range. Now I'm in range.
Fuck.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Nice.
Wait.
Nice.
Nice.
I was like, are you sure? You look pretty far. That's why I was like, are you ready?
I'm gonna
Wait,
stay
say.
Yeah.
to protect
Sure.
you.
Just combo this, or combo her when she walks up.
Wait, I swear I got exhausted. I guess.
Listen, Scar, I'm
Nice.
I'm here.
I don't even have exhaust.
You just like
Ezreal's
natural.
up here. I'm just saying we could take him.
I'm fucking dead. I'm alive.
Oh
You
my
can if you want.
God.
What?
We're pushing. We're pushing.
Holy fuck.
We're pushing for sure.
I don't know.
Yo, if I get Ezra ulted, I'm screaming.
Oh, Ezreal's mid. I didn't even know.
Oh
no, we fighting?
Oh no. Oh, so close.
I didn't know Ezreal was mid.
Nah, that's fine. I don't know either, but I thought we would race. Okay, they're here. So how do we do this?
Oh, this guy's about to get one shot by me.
27.
Okay.
Oh, Leeson's in the...
No, we win these. We win these for sure.
Oh, he missed his thing.
Yeah, we win this for sure. We actually win this.
Okay. Ultimate 18.
Okay, that's one down.
They went over.
My dragon.
Yeah. I read. I peek worded.
Oh fuck, that's already up.
Yar. He just eaten! Not allowed! I was gonna cast you guys, but I couldn't make it there in time. Good work, everyone.
Noted.
Double kill.
Wait, I like how we both have sprees now, Celine. What?
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
still don't know
Scar.
how that happened. Oh,
Huh?
thank God.
Did you get the cannon minion?
I did get the cannon minion. I almost didn't.
I'll prep for you.
I love this.
I love this. It's so genuine.
Oh, hello.
I'm coming bot.
I don't
Keep
know
him
who's
there.
who. I never know
It's this
who's
way.
who.
I lied. It's this one.
It's the other one.
Well, I'm glad you believe me.
I trusted you.
Yeah. No.
Damn.
I want to kill this guy, but it seems grief as fuck.
No. I'm following.
Okay, I'm gonna stay actually. Oh no, he sees me. Whatever will I do? I'm gonna pretend like I'm running away, but I'm gonna turn around this bitch.
Oh.
Uh-oh, Leeson's here.
No. Still stay.
Ulti 14.
Oh, never mind. Get out.
Oh my gosh, Sean.
Hey, you block that for me.
Ulti 4.
They're gonna dive us!
What is this girl doing?
I feel like the rules are
Trying
not
to,
strong
she's gonna
enough
like
to
dive me.
Okay, I'm here.
No way, they're diving, right?
They're diving.
Oh, I just put a control word on the wrong side.
I have
so that's
TP.
how that goes.
Okay, when they jump
TP.
Scarra here, you save him.
Oh, I didn't see
Did
what
we save
Sandra
him?
here. My bad.
Alright, you got
Anyone
that.
else here? Wait, they
Oh
were going
yeah.
in.
Here we go, Jody.
Alley-oop! Boom!
Oh, yeah, this guy. Okay. Now,
Oh, I don't have flash.
Okay, because I got nothing.
I'm scared. I don't know what's happening. Is that bad or good?
I would run. Shake
I
was
would
alive
say
somewhere in this. I
that
was
was
back up
good.
right here.
There's a
So like,
shaker
is the
somewhere.
red AOE thing from the sky bad or
oh, that's
good?
bad. That's this
Bad.
guy's ulti.
That's
Cool,
this
they're
dude.
GPs.
Oh, okay. So I don't want to be in that.
No.
Right.
Cool.
I just missed the cannon. I just missed another minion.
Okay. Well, like, can we
Yeah,
farm
I'm
this
coming.
guy? Yeah.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, he's really.
Oh no,
spamming.
is he
Running
backing
away.
though?
Oh, he did fully back. Wow.
I did not mean to press that, Sean. Stop picking.
What? I didn't look shit. Hey, why'd you shield for nothing though? I can't wait to eat those cherry pop tarts. I'm just thinking about them.
What?
Scrumdiddlyumptious.
Wait, no, I want the brown sugar one.
You're dead.
I have ult.
Oh, what the?
Oh, they wish. I know what you're thinking, Celine. I'm I'm go. Oh fuck, Ezreal, no, please. Don't do it.
Can I open this guy? Oh.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, he flashed.
He flashed.
Hey guys, that's real unlucky.
Oh my god.
Vengeance! Yo, just say I'm the best Gragas you've ever seen west of the Mississippi.
Wait, come here.
Oh, this thing is wrong.
Who do you think Scarra was talking to? Okay, time to save you guys.
Run, Scarra, run.
Hello?
Scarra, I'm staying right here.
You are.
Scarra, I'm staying right here. Guys, we're gonna fight in this bush. Okay, fight right here.
I'm trying, dude.
Ready? Ready?
What's his face? Flash. Top lane guy. I'm walking down. I'm ult 12.
He's over here.
All right, Scarra, we win this, right?
Lissandra, no flash.
Did that mean the flash there? Whoops.
That's really unlucky. I'm gonna int for this guy if I can.
Yeah. Act natural.
Creeps might see you here.
Unlucky, really, truly.
Okay, I know what you guys are thinking. Scarra, you just used your flash, but they wouldn't expect me to go
If only I
for
washed my
the
teeth.
Magi's, right?
Yeah, you just grab this dragon without him knowing.
No, he knows.
They
Oh,
worded
actually.
it.
Oh.
Oh shit!
Wait.
I'm just a worm.
I'm running.
I'm coming.
I'm just a worm.
Any vision? I ult.
Watch out! It's Shaco! That's real.
Oh fuck, guys.
Wow.
Flash.
We're coming, don't worry. It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
No,
This box, dude. Oh.
Dude, you lived hella long.
No, I couldn't Q, dude.
Boom! Alley-oop!
I'm dying to GPO. What the fuck?
Yeah, GP alone did so much good.
So
Nice.
Guys, get the dragon.
Yeah.
Get it for me, okay?
I couldn't Q.
Nah, I'm going for bot tower.
God damn it.
I'll get it.
No, we'll get it.
This guy
As
has no
Steve
flash,
Jobs once
whoever
said,
this is.
a dragon is better than a turret.
Oh, wait, I'm starting to think. It's free, it's free. Wait, he's not gonna stay.
Well.
Poster time, welcome back for a 2
What?
months. Actually, something.
Actually, never mind.
I'm down to chase. I'll chase him all the way. Where is this guy?
Celine's done in English for a second.
Sean?
Good.
Excuse you. Get out of my jungle.
It's our jungle.
Let's go
I'm
steal
a
his jungle then.
Oh, yo.
Okay.
That feared me. I killed it first. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, no.
Ow!
Oh, you got hit with
He was
Ezreal?
ulting you guys and he
That's
took my
so
Krugs.
funny.
Hit it once! Watch this. Drive by.
Lee Sin? What are you doing?
I'm recalling because this Lee Sin is gunning for me.
Watching balls fight.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Jody. This is very scary.
Wait, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I can TP you guys.
Okay, TP.
Yo, you got me?
TP.
Oh!
Oh shit.
I'm ulting so that he leaves.
Right here. Oh.
Coming.
Yo, you...
Fuck. Which one is
Bear?
he?
Not that one.
Not that one? Okay, watch this.
I'm walking up to you. I'm walking.
That one's fake behind me.
Oh, I'm sorry. You should have said it faster.
Which one's fake?
This is real.
There's only one.
There's Lee Sin!
I don't know.
You're kidding me! That range! What the
I don't get what
frick,
Shaco
dude?
does.
He just goes invisible.
So forever? Like,
Every
with
couple
boxes?
seconds. Yeah,
What do I do? Chase him?
he's here.
He went
He's
that
here.
way.
He's here.
Okay, I'm following you.
What's your next?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have it now.
Is he? I don't.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
dead.
he went out this way.
Jesus Christ.
Oh wow.
Ooh. Ah. I had hella money there.
I don't understand how you're supposed to follow a Shaco. You don't.
You
really.
usually kind of. It's hard.
This AP
Is this
Shaco,
real?
he just like tickles you and runs
Is this
away.
real?
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Celine, don't be mad.
It's all good.
Dude, that one was fake, by the way.
Yeah.
No!
Nice root.
I'll cast you, Scar. Don't worry.
This bitch is so annoying.
Juke? Juke?
I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna ult on this bitch. Yeah?
Yeah. I'm gonna keep him in
I've
vision.
spawned
I'm keeping
and
him
died
interested.
like 3 times in a row.
God, fuck you. Fuck this little shit. I'm out. I'm gonna die this turret.
I'll walk you.
Die.
Ezreal no flash.
Nice. Wait, you killed the Shaco. Wait, you're so rich.
Yeah.
Wait, that was crazy.
Wait, this guy's so dead.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my god.
Just 3-shot him.
Yeah, wait, your items look gross.
Dude, I want you to know that guy's pissed.
Why?
We Baron
both
is
got away
only
with 1
Lee Sin.
HP.
Yeah, we can bear it.
Going.
Bro, these traps did half my health.
I'm gonna run over.
Well,
let's begin the process.
nah, we're
I don't
gonna
have a
just bait this shit.
control
We're gonna bait
This
this
is
shit.
so scary.
Okay, let's not.
No,
do
we
it
go.
then.
Yeah. Follow me.
We're faking like
Okay.
we're
I'm
doing
1
it.
HP. Oh, that's a kill.
Oh,
I want blue buff.
Okay. What do I do with my ult? Nothing yet?
Nothing yet. We're good.
Nothing yet. All right, now we.
You go top.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do
I
it.
don't get it.
No, we.
Oh, I
push
mean,
on top.
wait, Lee Sin's gonna come here. Just saying.
Wait.
Just saying. Everyone.
I have 2k gold.
All right,
I'm
fine.
gonna buy real quick.
Nice. Dub.
I don't get why we don't get it, but I'm.
Oh,
I'm here.
because the rest
I
of the
was-
Oh wait, I'm
damage-
bad.
So
Live, Sean, live.
when did
I'll
they
near
take
start for you
red?
if you really need, man.
I'm good. I'm good.
Alright, I'm here.
Thank you though.
Ezreal no flash.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so
Whoa.
fucking
Whoa.
scared, man.
No, I got you. If he actually takes that, he's okay. Shaco no clone.
Ezreal is on me.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
If I all that guy once, he's just gonna die.
If you can smile, you can be the light.
I want
Dragon's
to
up.
stay.
I'm gonna recall.
What's up, Ezreal?
Oh no.
Yeah, you were slow. That was unfortunate.
Gangplank.
He died at least.
Gangplank is coming from top side to you guys.
Jody and I are gonna solo dragon, right, Jody?
He flashed.
I just trapped him. Keep
Nice.
trapping.
Oh, nice.
Hey guys,
roll.
keep him busy. Keep him busy.
Keeping them busy?
Yeah.
Keep him busy.
Yep.
Nice.
Kill Lissandra
Wanna
bot.
Baron? I think we can Baron. I think we can Baron. You guys should come.
Oh.
Okay.
Fine. Wait, Ezreal though. You know what I'm saying?
I got ult, man.
Oh, you know what I'm saying?
You say it.
No.
We can do this.
Oh, guard. Sharper.
You have to
Okay, now I'm going Baron.
We have 3 seconds for Lee Sin to spawn. Might be too late now.
Oh, what the fuck?
Too late? Yes, no, yes.
Yeah, it's a little.
I mean, we can one-shot it.
Oh, okay, never mind. Go for it.
We one-shot it, I think.
Stay positive.
Wow, you guys do it so fast. What?
Yeah.
Really did.
That's where I'm leaving. I got money. I got the money. Oh wait.
Self support item for death cap. You're fucking crazy.
All right, I'm huge. I just got a full item off that. I'm about to alley oop.
They're looking for a pick.
But they can't have it.
Wow.
How about you guys kill this pink ward and I'll stand on top of it?
I have a feeling this guy's just gonna run it down top again.
Whoa.
Or did.
Oh, what?
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
Oh, that poor.
Oh, they're looking for something mid. Oh, they're looking for.
Don't be scared, Scarra. Don't be
No, no, no,
afraid.
just keep-
Yeah, careful
I'm running
outside,
this. I'm running
careful
here.
outside
Right here.
jungle.
I concede everything.
Scarra, we can 1v5.
Yeah.
Put the white flag down, Scarra.
No.
Oh yeah, this.
We
is
must
it.
go.
No, we sit
I
here.
like
We sit
this.
here.
Yeah, I like this. I like this. Dude, you're so good. This is why they pay the big. I'm gonna E, so okay, you have to predict that.
Okay, wait. Are you
for
E
your
first?
Q. I don't know. Yeah. Actually, no. You should Q first. You're right.
Okay, there's outside. The shot ball.
Okay, we got the wrong person, but I'm down.
Wait, I'm here.
I whiffed.
It's okay.
I need vision of this Lee Sin. Fuck.
It's just me. I
Take a
split
step.
pushing Caitlyn.
Save me.
Oh.
No.
Wow, who threw that Gragasol? That was crazy. But he's looking for you. Get ready to shield.
I can't tell what's real and what's not. I don't.
That's
ever
real.
get it.
I got
Okay. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, that's the whole point of his ult. You don't know. But we killed his ult. Or I killed the ult and then it killed Scarra. Sorry, Scarra. I can explain.
Yeah, I would love to hear it.
Okay. Oh my god.
No. I missed my
I'm
R.
gonna just die.
Wait, I thought I had my Q.
Watch me juke this. Watch me throw this on the ground to slow him. Okay, he just ulted me. Awesome.
Losing is just an opportunity to shine even brighter.
We have him
Oh
right where we
shit, I
want
definitely
him,
fucked
don't
up my
worry.
combo, but...
He's TPing mid!
Oh my gosh, she's gonna end?
Wait, I'm pretty sure I
Yeah,
can
the
not kill her.
Lissandra is gonna end the game for
She
sure.
has no ulti, right?
Ooh.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I
You
was
have
gonna
Dark
say, I'm pretty sure
Harvest?
she can't do that.
Yeah. she respawned, TP died.
Oh my god. Yeah, she really did respawn on TP and die.
Okay, don't worry, I got you.
Sean.
I know that's Tenzin Smurf and she's Q sniped us.
And you tilted her perfect.
Yeah. This game is all about mental.
True.
Actually.
Dragon's up in 45. Balls, I'll take the mid farm. Don't worry, don't be afraid.
You got it.
Wait, I'm looking at Ball's items. I don't think he can use the farm.
Yep, keep baiting them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going towards Dragon.
Okay. I don't think dragon.
It is 52 seconds.
Oh my god.
Wait, like, can I let you guys fight and then I just ult? Or like, what?
Yeah.
Well, most of this bush, I feel like it's dicey.
Oi!
Nah, I didn't see
So
anything.
you want to use flash to dodge skills.
They didn't see it, you know?
Oh, he fucking...
Finding this bitch.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy
Oh, nice.
Oh
GG.
my god.
We did
You know,
it.
my flash engaged. My flash really did that. I'm telling you, that was all me. They saw me flash and they're like, oh my god, Caitlyn has no flash. Oh my god, that was so bad. That was almost so scary.
Wait, what do you mean we won? Good flash.
Yeah, we won.
Thanks,
That's all we
yeah.
needed.
Oh my god.
Sometimes
my
you just
flash
need
engaged.
confidence.
Oh yeah, not me like misclicking my S key into a D key because my nails are too long.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait?
I do like lethality. Lethality is way more fun.
It looks a lot of fun. Looks like a
You're
lot of
basically
fun.
just like a sick 8 mage.
Yeah,
The 80 caster.
it's way more fun. I don't really like autoing. Unless I'm Jinx.
Okay.
Well, I want to say you didn't carry us.
Let me go
It
play
was
some
equal
ads.
across the board.
Yeah, let me go look at the damage to prove that.
Don't look at the damage. 'cause
Oh.
That's irrelevant.
Right.
Teamwork.
Mm-hmm. Win, coach.
Holy crap, your damage was crazy.
Bro, we gotta get scrim set up.
Is
Dude,
there any world where I can play support?
Jake was like,
Yeah, you can play support.
Jake was like, yo, all the Latin
You
teams
saw
are
what Scarra
scrimming.
did to one-shot the Lissandre?
Yeah, I want to. I just love playing Syndra support or Lux support.
Oh yeah, Syndra can do the same thing too.
Yeah, they're like really similar in like their play style. What
My
they're doing.
favorite.
Yeah, Lux support's fun.
I just fuck around.
Can I go
Not worry about
mid?
anything.
Eggs. Well, thank you so much for the raid.
What?
Can I go mid?
Lucia takes for gifting us something revenge.
Wait, can I?
You're a
can I
good
pick a
streamer.
role?
Chat likes it when you game. Chat likes it when you draw. Chat likes it when you
I'm a
vibe.
bot.
You're
Oh,
doing a good
you're
job.
bot's correct. I'm
I
gonna
heard
go-
feelings. I wake up a hater every day. Go to this chat. Hopefully ruin
Not
your
jungle.
day.
I'm gonna go top.
Dude, I do wake up a hater
Okay,
sometimes,
I'm gonna
man.
pick
what
like
can I
something
say?
really
It's just
unorthodox
fun.
top,
More
but I need
fun
you
to
guys
be a
just, like,
hater.
understand, okay?
Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing some League of Legends.
You guys
flex
can never.
queue.
I'll bet money you guys cannot guess what top winner I'm going.
Lilia.
Wait. Am I mid jungle?
Either one. Well, I'm mid. You're jungle.
You're
or-
mid. I'm jungle. Okay, got it.
Wait, isn't Balls jungle?
Wait.
No, he's just Phil. You could go bot then, Sean.
Wherever.
Yeah, could you bot then? Because I.
Yeah. Let me go bot.
I want to
So-
try one of my
good to know.
AP mids, and then feed again.
Okay.
Everybody here has to be a
I'm
furry.
gonna
I'm
pick the
not
same
a
thing
furry.
bot that I was gonna go top.
But
for.
have a good time, man.
Which is?
I'm not beating the allegations, but I
just have to
swear to
find
God,
out.
when you guys look behind me
Love the suspense.
and you see stuff
Okay,
like
I'll give you a hint. Porco
this.
Rosso.
Does that make me a furry?
Oh, Corky?
Correct.
Does this make me one?
Last time I saw Sean play Corky, he packaged into someone and died.
Well, we all make mistakes.
We need to fix. I'll prepare in a sec.
Sean is the most gung-ho Corky I've ever seen.
Dude, Corky's so fun, but like only with package. The rest of the game is just farming.
It's troll because his package makes him go like so in. Like you can't semi go and you just like have to go all. You have to do the full distance. I'm up to snuff. Got me an ace machine. Wait, I just realized when we load in, the trees on the map in front of us move.
Hmm.
I missed it.
I
entirely.
missed it.
Why is Corky not listed as an 80 carry?
True. He is.
What's better with Corky? Syndra? or
Syndra.
Cool, cool.
Oh, wait.
Actually, both are perfect.
Cool, cool,
Wait. So am I?
We are gonna go sick. Oh wait, do you want Fizz 80 carry?
Wait. What am I?
You're a human.
Okay, what role am I? Let me repeat that.
I'm
no.
mid.
Okay.
You're top. You're top.
I'm top?
So I
I
said.
think you're top or jungle, whichever you want.
Oh, okay. Let me
Wait,
think.
who's mid? Oh, Celine's mid. Okay. Sean's bot.
Yeah, I am what I am. I is what I is.
Okay.
Alright, which one you want, Scarra?
I.
Wait, I'm against Blitzcrank.
I kind of want to play jungle.
You want jungle?
Yeah, let me think. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, what? How do I hover it? I don't know what to play.
Oh, wait, no, that's
That Corky's
perfect.
so cute.
What did the one trick Singe do?
What is the one trick?
It's the Conqueror, right? I'm pretty sure they went Conqueror.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's Conqueror.
I'm so
Oh,
hungry.
fuck yeah.
Did you say
Is
you're
there
hungry?
like a Singe player in
Yeah, I'm
Challenger or
so
something?
hungry.
I'm also hungry.
I have like a headache. I'm so
There
hungry.
probably is. Or at
we
least
can LG
Grandmaster.
this.
There used to be a Challenger one.
We can
Singe
all
players
do this so you
everywhere.
guys can eat.
Yeah.
We really did lose John to T-Pain.
It's
so
okay. It's not like he said.
funny.
It's not like he said he was coming back.
Apparently, Apparently, John saw that we had 5 and then was like, "Oh, okay, I'll go play another game."
Makes sense.
Fuck, what should I take? I'm gonna take exhaust because I have package. I think that makes the most sense. And I'm gonna be Red Baron Corky, my favorite.
Oh. Okay. This is the most amount of ignites I've ever seen in my game. Like, unless...
Why do most of these guys go Ghost Flash, Ghost Flash?
Oh, yeah, not having...
Look at me being a team player with exhaust.
Not having ghosts on Singe kind of feels bad, but it's you're probably fine.
No, you need it to flash the Malphite ult.
Oh, I was supposed to go Ignite Ghost, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hey, we're in the game. Hey, we're in the game, guys. We're in the game.
I was supposed to go Ghost Flash or Ignite Ghost. Fuck.
No, it's fine. Trust me, it's no big deal.
Okay.
They have characters that can't disengage.
We are also characters that can't really disengage.
What are we doing? We invading?
Well, I can't disengage.
I'm down.
I can disengage.
I cannot.
Everyone protect the Red Baron, who
Who's
might
that?
be German unknown.
Red Baron.
Yep.
Who's the Red
They
Baron?
do have Blitz,
Our
but...
Corky.
Oh.
Okay, wait, are you guys ready?
Look at my little propeller. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm looking. No
Is this gonna be like a flash fling?
This is
type
like
of
I
deal?
start E and then we'll see what happens.
I don't know if I
Okay,
want to
okay.
start A, but if we get a kill, maybe.
All right, Vex.
Oh. He's not paying attention.
Oh.
Not sure.
I ignite him or what?
Yeah.
I have another fling
guys.
too. 1.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened to me?
shit. Wait.
I got ganked.
Huh?
I got ganked.
Wait, over here? Wait.
Okay.
Alright, never mind. I have to go.
I beat her ass.
Beat her
And
ass.
I'll give you vision, Sky, to get E.
I missed my fear and then I got ganked.
Oh.
No problem for the bot lane to deal with that.
Well, I got a kill. Fuck. Wait, she has Cleanse? Who cares?
No problem, dude. Sends out so much AD damage. You have no idea. Gore Trigger showed you. I'm literally gonna fucking clap these kids.
Here's a tip and a spear behind it.
So basically, whenever his hook is down, we poke, and then we want to get him to a point where, even if they hook us, they can't win the fight.
Okay. When
That's
is
how
do
we-
you know his cooldown on his hook by chance?
Well, it's like 12 seconds.
Oh, Chase doesn't right? That's so sad.
You can just tell by the way he plays if he has it or not.
Oh my god,
My
you're
potion
alive.
saved me. My potion saved me. A potion from before. She has no flash or ignite.
I took a turret hit. Oh, fuck.
Are my latest trolling?
Hey, us down here.
Whoa, wait, I had Easter.
flawlessly playing.
Sorry. That was
So,
the toxic juggler
Scarra,
getting to me.
Something too. But like, I'm scared of this guy.
Actually, I'm probably
Might
gonna solo kill
die.
him soon.
Oh god, I am really
I
gambling.
don't have a
over
ward.
here.
Okay, I want to go here and then mid, okay?
Wait, Scar, you might be
cannon,
able to gank top after no flash and it's frozen.
Dude, look at mid, man. I got...
No, yeah. Whoa.
What?
Come
Do
on,
you see
ganking
my
a Akali with Shroud
Do
up?
you see my situation?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
you go
Don't
mid.
make it a
You
call.
can go
You'll
mid.
never
You can go
kill.
mid.
Sound the march.
I'm gonna fucking
Is
die,
Shroud down?
man. You're not scared of this bush? Is he just... Oh my god.
Going?
Okay, cool. I'm gonna stun him.
Oh.
I think.
Do you want me to
No,
just
I'm
shove
not.
this?
Oh,
Because it feels like...
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Hope that it helps.
Yeah, actually, just.
Yeah.
This guy's not TVing back.
Oh my god.
She won't freeze that shit.
Oh
Wait,
my
does she
god.
win?
Oh, look, top is free now.
Does she though?
No.
That's what I
Wait, why
thought.
did she die?
Easton's going bot
Because the
side.
minions were gonna hit her.
Lee Sin's going bot
I'm going.
side.
I'm going from the left. I'm going from the left.
Wait, I'm
okay?
coming. I'm gonna come and stun this bitch.
Yeah, but Lee Sin's down here.
That's what
I have like nothing to actually fight.
I mean, he's running. Well, now what do I do? That's the minions or something?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
He actually just killed these three.
I didn't get it.
Fuck, man.
How did I not get that?
Yeah, perfect, perfect.
Oh.
Perfect.
What are my teammates doing, man?
It's surprisingly fast.
Yeah, I think I'd have to flash there. What?
Maybe if I just didn't W. Actually, I don't know.
No. It's
If I waited,
if
I
I
could've
just hit,
waited.
I should just wait for W immediately. But I just
Thank
thought
you for holding.
Oh, yeah.
would it be that quick? Don't worry, I'm coming mid in a second.
Okay. I'm a no.
How does bot look, guys?
Delicious.
Hey, you know, it looks pretty good.
Delicioso, as Dora would say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't like that they just worded this.
They did indeed just word this.
Let me know when your stun's up.
No. What do you want me to do with it?
I feel like
if we ever fight, you're only gonna go on
should
Kaisa.
not
Okay.
try to force.
Don't waste any spells
too
on
early.
Yeah. I'm square.
All right.
I thought this lane would be so much
Are you scared of
easier than
Blitz?
it is.
Or...
Yeah.
Oh, Kali's not balanced.
They
Not
don't have
that balanced
vision?
character.
I guess that's fair.
You like that character? She is so good.
Oh, run.
I'm just gonna push him away.
I was like, oh, fuck me.
Here.
Oh, it's cringe of them.
No. Lisa, no flash.
Oh.
Lisa, no
You can
flash.
push that.
He's gonna go into his bot side jungle, okay, Scar?
Yep.
He's also 1 HP.
Damn, she got ult. Oh, she didn't even ult me, did she?
Ooh, Scar is secret agents and so.
Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm coming
Your
top right after I
trusty-
take this plants.
Okay, he's
I'm
6.
so surprised at how hard this lane is.
Oh, he just warded like.
The warrior
I mean,
spirit
it's
is never
if you could space this girl, but it is a lot harder to space a Kali than you think.
Yeah, I genuinely thought, I was like, I'm playing Vex, there's nothing she can do. She just like shrouds my bonus auto damage and then she just goes in and out and I actually like if she dodges my E, it's just like over.
It's a lot about energy management, and it's really tough. She can only use 2Q per bar.
Fuck, where's this guy going? Oh, there's at least
So like
one.
once she uses 2Q, that's when you strike.
Well, look at you.
Sorry for not coming back, guys. It is difficult for me to manage.
It's fine. You just don't care about us. Let's carry him.
I want to stun her at any possible moment.
I missed my cannon.
It's hard because the Blitz is looking to hook you.
Where was the juggler up here?
He was top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I gotta stop trying to hit her with my E.
Victory calls.
Can we back up?
Mid's looking juicy. Mid's looking juicy. I'm skipping. I'm
More
skipping, I'm
juicy
skipping.
than bot though.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
She's feared in there, but I don't know where.
Wow. Yeah, she really can
He's
get out of
gonna
that.
try and hex flash
Yeah,
the
like
wall.
how broke she just.
And we go on
shrouds
Kaisa,
and
okay?
then
We go
what?
Kaisa. Perfect.
Died at him because I was scared. I'm hoping that it.
I'm dead though.
No.
You're good,
Nice.
Joe. You're good.
She's so low. I'm pissed. I missed my cue.
My king commands.
I think that brush is warded.
Oh, it is.
They
for
love
sure.
bot. Why? Little cringe lords.
It's cause we're pushing into their lane, so it's only gankable lane.
I mean, she needs the back. You want to hold the wave here?
Yeah, they're junglers mid side.
Well, I have ult, so
Yep.
next time she's dead.
Sorry, I was trying to shadow you guys, and then like as I'm working my way down there, you got the all in happened, so I couldn't get there. Fuck.
Are they on track? Just walk right here.
Sound the march.
I'm gonna go check.
Oh.
I'm gonna
Call
go
your
check.
recall.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
He's
We?
in right.
He has no ult.
Run. Good stun.
Their lives are forfeit.
Wow, it's one more till you get the thing. I might just. Can I just take this? Like, where's the top laner?
He's stuck on her.
That's cool. That's fine. Okay.
Remember, we only blow up kites, okay?
Okay.
Let me back up.
Yeah. I'm flashing. I'm scared.
You back up all the way. Good knockback.
Kelly?
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's go. Can someone come bot?
Oh my god.
I'm just going through mid and pushing her off.
They love
coming.
bot.
They really
Yeah.
do.
Let me dinner first.
Sorry, we just pushed out top. Like we just took top side. Oh. Okay. But I now am super fed and I can just go bot.
I like to hear that.
Oh, stop her.
I'm actually just Q farming.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, I fucked up.
Yeah! I did not play Vex to Q
go,
farm.
bitch! I'll fucking fight you!
You're the fucking best. How about turret now?
I'm here.
Watch this.
I'm here. I'm fucking here.
You can't land Qs if I'm dodging.
Here.
Okay, you look juicy.
Okay.
God, this
And
guy
now
fucking
you
hits.
run, bro.
Oh, don't worry. So I know what you're thinking.
Fuck. Yo, where the fuck is our jungler?
What? Dude, look! What?
How many times are you gonna tell me you're coming bot? Oh, he's so low.
Wait, but I had to help Celine. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
you
fuck me.
Here now. Fucking dead.
Oh my god.
I think you
Yeah,
can
I wanted to
back.
get yellow lane here.
Unless you can just EQ the wave and
Yeah,
back.
actually, this is such a blessing. Thank the
Yeah,
Lord.
look at
You gotta dodge the hook! Serpentine! Serpentine!
No, he doesn't even.
Yeah, I just.
I think that this bot is ass. I think that they're insecure and they play League of Legends.
Pathetic.
Pathetic people play League of Legends. Am I right?
Oh,
We gotta switch games now, guys. Quick.
All right, I'm ditching top lane for a bit, okay?
Yo!
Oh,
No, that's fine. I'm just
Yo,
farming.
yo! Where's my jungler at?
I'm on my way now. Wait, they didn't take my
Watch
blue,
this.
right?
Oh! No, they didn't. They
Oh,
didn't.
what the?
They actually didn't. I'm gonna bait this.
Akali's missing. Never mind, she's mid.
Wait, what if he hex flashed into
Wait,
that
we're
bush?
actually like they're unbeatable now. No.
No. Because I'm on my way.
Guy just chunk him down like that.
Careful, juggle behind you, Celine.
Oh.
Oh.
I got smited to death. I don't know why I thought that was a teammate. I just got smited to death.
To clear these bushes with my life.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm gonna bait for you.
Damn, I really wish I got TP.
I'm gonna back here, so they go from.
This is so obvious, man.
It's not, trust me.
What? They're just walking there?
Should I go in on this?
Yeah,
Wait,
when the
I'm
blitz, when the
actually
blitz
walking
steps up, you go.
Really?
Where's their mana?
Ollie's heading
I
bot.
fucking knew it, man.
Wait, this feels so weird. Oh.
Holy fuck.
That
Come
is
back,
so
come back,
unlucky.
come
My
back,
ulti
come back.
barely missed.
Yeah, come here. I will.
Wait, I want Triforce. What the fuck?
I was okay with the 2v3.
Bruh. I don't get it.
Oh. Dude.
The warrior spirit is
Wow,
never
that is
broken.
a lot of people. Oh my gosh, she's
No,
so
whoa,
fed.
run here, Sean. Run here, Sean.
Okay.
So you can say another wave. You shove that, and then yeah. We're gonna go top, Sean. Okay, after that, I want to break balls out wave.
Okay.
He doesn't have flash. Maybe he's killable.
Damn, if I hit my ult. Watch out, Jody. Oh my gosh.
Do not fall me.
Always looking down.
Yeah, I see her.
I think
I'm
we just give it a try.
recalling.
There's no way we can fight that anyways. I don't know if I can beat him. Here.
Should be able to.
Okay, what do I do to send it?
I'm coming back.
Oh.
Wait, I can't E that?
It came up so fast.
They're gonna do dragon.
Yeah, you just.
Wait, you used to. I mean, when I died, and then it's up already. It's crazy.
Well, he's
oh,
dead.
he just died him. Okay, first.
This is Florida. They're doing dragon now.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I guess we just get a free kill.
Uh-oh, Akali's here.
I feel like I'm gonna get cheesed by these people because there's just constantly 3 bots. So I'm
Don't
scared.
worry, I got a package.
A Demacian does not retreat.
I'm coming
Except
bottom
that
with
I
it.
am here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm coming with
look,
package.
he's
Coming with
here.
package.
I'm so sorry. You might have to give a bot.
No, fuck that. I got package. Fight for this shit.
Okay, well, I live in this bush.
Alright, you go in there, and then we'll kill
No.
him. Yeah. I have package.
I don't know what that means, man.
You just gotta trust me.
Okay, I'm
No
gonna
way,
walk
it's
in
like
Wait,
that.
she tried to 1v1 you.
Bro,
Can I kill that ward? And when he goes on you, I'm gonna go on him. Hey, he's going. Awesome.
I'm going back mid.
Louis.
Fuck my package. Oh!
Oh!
Wow, that killed me.
Stunning. Going down, I'm going down.
Their lives are forfeit.
Oh
Come here,
my god.
Ooh.
No.
At least it might be there,
fucking
Scarra.
way.
At least it might be there.
Ooh. Just keep running. Cast back and keep running. There you go.
Oh.
Why doesn't my ult kill him?
He has a shield depending on how much mana he has.
He's
as
a little bitch. Is what you're
Yeah, he's a
telling
little bitch. He's a little bitch passive.
Dude, if I had just some kills, I would have killed that Kaiser
What,
so fast.
what do I
I'm
build
so
here,
weak.
guys? It's not Tabby, right? I guess he just mercs. Kind of down for mercs.
God, this is the weakest I've been on Vex. I don't know what to do.
What about now, Scar? How do I feel ganking bot now?
I think.
Only actions truly.
Never mind.
Oh, I know.
I've
I've been down, but the way the game works is so
Yeah,
weird.
Really?
It's the situation.
Yeah, the situation's been so weird, man.
We had River Pink, you know? We, they love us down here, you know?
Come.
Care. I think
Running,
I'm
running,
close to
running,
it, too.
Oh.
It's not worth, man. It's not worth. I don't get it. I don't do anything. If you do PD damage.
Like,
Get it! Oh, I'm gonna get dive. I'm gonna get dope.
You will get though.
Yep, goodbye.
oh,
Bye,
let's
me.
say we kill this guy. We kill this guy.
Ooh, I like that. A carry singed on our team.
I'm coming back.
I'm already unkillable 1v1.
I don't know. I think bot is just kind of theirs. I'm actually just gonna sit right here.
That's a good place to sit.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'll get a Radiant Virtue, and who's gonna carry?
He just sat bot the whole game. Look, he's coming for me right now.
Yeah, they're just staying here.
I don't get it.
Your turret has been
Well, they're
destroyed.
successful in making us not play the game, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The jungle just actually set up a tent. What is it like?
It expired.
There's 3 here.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, we can't farm, but
Is top of ulti?
Who is this? Is this Malphite?
I think yes.
Oh no, we're going for this. We're going for this. Or I'm up.
I'm 1 HP.
Saw you, Sean.
that's fine. Let's go on this bitch.
What's this coming up from the bot?
Malphite should have ulti.
You guys can see
We're gonna
mid,
fight
I can
top.
go bot. I can go bot. It's probably better that way.
All right, you know what Malphite ult does? This dude's
Yeah.
gonna fucking clap our
Yeah.
cheeks.
Also, he's level 13, so.
I can match a Kali anyways. I mean, if they wanna go,
I'm kind of looking.
No,
I'm kind of looking.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to.
No, I'm kind of looking. I'm kind of looking.
he has no ult. This guy's inting or what?
Yeah, they are.
Nice. I'm coming.
Oh, they're inting. I realized.
Fucking die, you little shit.
Oh,
Oh my
shit.
god.
Enemy triple kill.
Oh.
I didn't even know that Kali was still alive.
You don't get back.
Oh, good
I'm
million.
so dead.
Oh, but you're kind of crazy.
Oh, so close. Wait, I
That was
thought
such a
that
delayed
was
blend.
looking good.
Yeah, it looked so good.
It looked so good. I don't know what happened.
Well, the Kai'Sa played pretty well.
No, my Rift Herald.
I guess I
is
have to get on
expiring.
Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
It
I was
should
trying
just
to kill
fall
the
from
Kai'Sa,
heaven.
and she ultied my ulti.
Wait, I got it. Oh my god, it was 1 second.
What's the chance we can contest this dragon?
Really
They were
slim.
low too backing.
Oh,
Alright,
I
let's
can
go.
run. I can run.
I'm gonna go into this bush and I'm gonna get eaten.
I'm down. I
alive,
have
know
ignite
it.
20. Oh,
I'm
this
gonna
guy
follow
hasn't.
you.
Oh look.
Yeah.
Dude, I've never been so behind on Vex. I don't know. Just
Oh.
gotta get items, I guess.
Wait.
There's a Malphite here. He has ult this time.
Oh, Kai'Sa?
Here, Malphite's here.
Got her.
Kai'Sa?
Yeah, it's kite.
You look so peaceful.
Oh, fuck.
Oh fuck, I trolled.
Wait.
I'm going. I'm going.
Fucking terrifying.
Oh my.
Nice.
Okay.
That was so
Work.
good.
Oh my god.
Dude, I just got
I don't know what the
so
fuck was
much
happening.
fucking
Oh
gold from
my
that.
god, so
I feel like my
worth.
this
actually
had
worth.
to have done something for us, right?
I hit
Wait, yeah,
every
Sean's
ult
back.
into
Sean's
fear.
back.
I'm back, baby.
Yeah,
Red Baron
lucky
is
you,
back.
man. Lucky you.
Wait.
I can carry this game.
You guys played that so fucking well.
Not gonna lie, I just ran in circles.
That's all I need.
That's
You guys
literally your
stalled long enough.
character. Perfect.
I just want some money.
You were so close.
I got my fears off.
Don't worry, Sean, I'm buffing you in this team fight.
Yeah.
I'm healing everyone.
Your package is here.
Is it based off your max health or my max health?
I have no
Oh,
fucking clue.
shit.
Are they gonna Baron?
No way.
I got package. I'm gonna get red. Never mind, Joey took red.
I did not think that gave it to me. Thought I had to. I'm really
No,
sorry.
if you're inside the circle on the ground, oh, take it.
I know
It's like
that
Maw
now.
is the
Yo,
best
can you let it
item.
ult on Kai'Sa?
Me?
Nope.
Her.
Celine.
She eat it.
Let's try.
Let's.
I was gonna say it's really hard for me to
Well,
hit Kai'Sa.
well, I wanted you to cast it before the minions saw you.
I see.
I'm just following around Sean like he's my mama duck.
I want blue buff. Help.
Yeah, sorry. I am going. Wait, I am like super strong. It's always Sean.
Yep.
They might Baron. No, we're going.
Kaisa just.
Wait, go on.
Oh no,
never
there's two
mind,
bot. There's
Kai'Sa's
two bot.
here.
They're
Oh, I
fighting me
lost my
bot.
fucking thing. Are you faster than her?
Oh, that was a sick stop.
Got her.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
kill this bitch.
She's feared.
This Lee Sin just left his Malphite. Yo, I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
he can
because
run
we're
from me.
fighting.
I'm going Baron.
Can we
with me,
Baron?
Yeah, come with me.
Wait, this Lee Sin just left him, and this guy.
It's so funny.
What the fuck? My champion does so much damage.
Oh, whoa. He doesn't know.
Oh.
Fine, we flash.
Oh, that kick.
The ward.
Only up an 8.
This is kind of scary now. No.
No, it's
No, we
Someone
got
with my
it.
son.
You guys, like, I have most of the entrances for Black for Lee.
I'm warning.
Wait, I don't have flash. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, I do not have. Oh, wait.
Wait, kill him.
Never mind.
Oh my god, wait,
my
okay,
God.
maybe that was close.
That was close. I forgot I don't have smite.
Oh my god.
Good shit, Jody. Good shit, Jody.
Oh
Let's go.
my god.
No, I think we would have been fine.
I completely forgot it.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh,
Good
nice.
stun, good stun. Okay, I had to use flash to kill the Akali there, but I got hella gold from her.
I'm gonna get 16 from bot. I can help you with this. Oh.
Sound the march.
Wait, bring it back over here. Make sure my poison doesn't take it.
Yeah, I was waiting
Okay.
for poison to tick away.
Wait,
I think there's a
you,
lot in
You do
the
damage
bot
with this
side.
build?
I guess. I mean, he can't run away from me once I'm on him.
There's a chance Malphite's here or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know walk up mid.
Oh,
This is OP for team fighting.
Yeah.
Let me just life steal this.
It shall be done.
I'm 16.
They're, I think, around dragon.
Okay. I will be behind Scar for this.
Oh, I'm gonna get hooked here, I think.
Kai'Sa just eat,
Oh,
right?
one just pinked.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
I'm
eating-
going on
eating-
Kai'Sa.
Okay.
She cleansed.
Oh, I'm coming.
Yo, I'm backing it the fuck up.
Here, I'm just.
Oh, Kai'Sa.
She's low.
Nice.
Oh, you go.
Yeah.
We're just on them whacking them.
I do hella damage.
Wait, get this guy.
Yeah.
Please leave the minions alive. I would like to life
Okay.
steal.
I'm watching my Sin
Fuck.
flash for this.
Fuck! Where'd
Please
he
leave the
go?
minions.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Hella life steal. Thank you.
Your team
Kai'Sa no
Okay,
cleanse,
I'm
by
I'm
the
ready
way.
for this, I'm ready for
She
this.
cleansed that fight.
Oh, dragon.
Yeah.
Wait, we get this move speed.
No, I got exhaust. Wait, this is broke. Oh wait, we're hella far from soul. But this will be so broken on me.
Okay, my character does not seem balanced with these items, man.
Yeah, actually, you're. Wait, those guys were like they tickled you.
Yeah, they got stuck on me. I was just like, okay, whatever.
Where'd my Radiant Virtue was next to
Wait,
you?
I can't buy Sterix? Because I have
I
a
think it can be-
Maw.
Yeah, it shares a shield. with it.
Oh.
When the fuck do I get my package? Oh, 50 seconds. 50 seconds and I'm going in. I have exhaust for next fight.
It's fine.
Pretty sure they're on your red.
You think I can't
Yeah.
win?
Yo, I'm looking. I'm not gonna go in there first, but they might just be right here though. All right. I'm actually
All
can kill
this
anyone.
Guy's, this guy's,
yeah.
This guy's still on my screen.
Ooh, good.
Oh, I can slow him.
There's a Malphite behind you.
Victory calls.
I don't give it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, she's down.
Alright,
Oh, I'm going.
walking.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good.
This is warded.
This is
Oh, we keep walking.
Wait, the Malphite already?
Yes, it's that.
Yeah, he ulted away.
Oh, another one?
Yeah. I'm on Kaisa. She's exhausted.
I'm running. I'm sorry.
I burst her. Actually,
Wait, another one?
Yeah.
Now I'm stunned to 3.
I burst right here.
Oh, you're tanking.
That's fine.
I have lifesteal.
What's next?
We just.
Lifesteal.
That was kind of crazy. Alright. What the fuck happened?
Okay, I don't know. We came back somehow.
Sean just like got 7 kills in a
Yeah.
row and then I don't know what happened.
Oh, fuck. She's looking at me.
Oh,
what?
Goodbye. Oh, nice flip. What the heck?
Alright, I'm out of here.
No, fight this shit.
Wait?
Hey, Kaisa's up. Oh. Run.
God, I'm pressing R.
Oh, Baron's at 50.
Wait, unless Celine says go ham.
Look at this guy.
I'm gonna get red.
What do I build here? GA?
Alright, out of Magi's, we gotta get it stacked.
Must be nice to be getting kills.
Well, you're gonna join us soon.
Yeah.
Wait, your engages
oh my
or
God,
clutch
you're
though?
0-7?
Wait, your engages or clutch?
I've hit every ult and
Yeah,
just
you're-
fearing, and I'm just a fear bot.
Wait,
Your
how did-
engages
literally
or
am a
say
fear
that?
I just looked. This shot has 14 kills. How? You guys started.
He's last hitting. He's last hitting.
Guys, I just flipped the creep.
Oh
I'm out.
God.
Are you
Get me
out?
out.
You're not out.
Oh,
you're not
wait.
out, you're not
Wait.
out.
Yeah, go.
Oh, now you're in. Oh no, now you're out. Oh no, now
wait.
you're in.
Oh fuck.
Oh, her.
I don't have
Wait.
ulti.
Wait, now you're out.
Wait, I got.
Just
Wait, no, now you're in.
wondering.
Now you're in.
Oh,
Wait, no, now you're out. Now you're
my
out.
God.
No, you're good. Oh no, you're out.
Wait, this. Maybe?
Oh, it's looking good.
My ulti ran out.
Run! Okay.
Oh my God, I don't do
They're all
damage,
so low.
guys.
I'm here.
Hope you kill this guy.
Just
Wait,
Kaisa's
this is
the
actually
ball.
your penta. This is actually your penta. Oh my God.
Show him how it's done, Scarra. You're the Dawn.
Wait, another free kill.
Okay, free at the cost of Celine's. Oh.
I'm on the board. Holy crap.
Let's go.
Holy crap.
Wait. I'm not supposed to die.
You think I lose this?
I like how you guys just. I love when you guys fight. Like, you just stand still.
Fight to the death. Fight to the death.
Oh, hey, a lot of people coming.
His teammates might be closer.
I don't think you win a 1v3, Scarra.
Oh, my gorge
Oh, that's not on
leaker.
you. Oh, that's not on you. I'm gonna wait and grab my package.
Oh, they're
last
running
second.
towards Baron. They're running towards Baron.
Yeah.
Let's go fight them.
Okay.
I got package.
It's only
Go.
3 of them. They're weak
Go,
as
go,
shit.
go.
Are they weak? I don't think
They're weak. They're weak.
Oh, I got Malphite ulti, so you guys are good.
Yeah, but what's the cooldown on that? All right, yeah, you go in there. I got package, dude.
Oh, they're going drag. They're going
Ready?
drag.
Yep, ready. I'm actually
Here.
ready for this.
Right here.
Get this guy.
Right here.
This Malphite
Oh, get this
is
guy too. They're on dragon. Wait.
I'm igniting. I'm throwing all my shit for you.
Wait, Kaisa?
Yeah, Kaisa.
I'm running in circles. but-
No.
They're all so low though.
The flash flip.
Okay.
You want this? Skill.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I hate you!
I'm like poison. I can't
Let's
get
go.
Wait, I thought that was Celine's double kill.
Yeah.
I was giving it to her.
Oh
My poison
God.
killed it.
That's tragic.
I perma-fear them for what, dude?
I'm just running in
For the
circles.
greater good of the team, Celine.
I perma-fear them for 0 kills. I don't even have my 3rd item.
Oh, is it Baron?
Celine, it's a team game. Don't worry. You're doing great. All you need, Celine, is 1 triple kill and the world changes.
Yep, it's true.
Okay, I'm gonna push top.
Glad we can just run anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I feel like they're gonna run bot. Oh, just kidding. It's a fight. 2v5 in their jungle. Can they clutch it out? Mad scientist.
I'm flanking him. I'm flanking him.
Okay, I feel like.
Oh, never mind.
Guys, don't
I don't know what
fight.
the fuck I'm doing.
I'm
Don't
coming.
fight. Don't
I'm coming.
fight.
Fight to the death.
Bro, I have 20 assists. That's more than
Don't worry.
any of you all. Oh my
That,
god.
you know, great job, Celine. Great job.
Not
Celine.
competition. Good fears.
But if it was, you'd be winning.
Yeah, you're winning the competition. Great fears.
I didn't get the cannon.
I need blue buff. Give it to me.
There's 4 people here. Don't go through river.
They can suck it.
I think I'm gonna go through river. I'm gonna go right now.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna buy my GA, and it's
Ooh,
all
red
gonna
buff,
be
say
Gucci.
less. Don't wait for Scar. Let's engage without him quickly. While he's back, he's gonna just chaos anyways. Get him
No,
off!
please. Wait, I got 6 items.
Okay. That was looking juicy.
Oh, wait.
A block?
I'm here.
Wait, don't take my cannon.
Wait, I can just initiate. Are you guys ready?
We're going?
Yeah.
I don't have
I'm ready.
ults.
Oh,
Just know
what's your
that.
time?
Like 40 seconds.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
wait. Oh my god. Okay, this is really hard.
I'm scared.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, Scarra's unkillable?
Yeah. What? I'm not killable.
Yo, I got this shit. Go hard. I actually got this shit. This guy's dead.
What the
Wait. Go.
I'm coming. Get in there.
This
Die
build
for it.
is so broken, man. This is not.
I'm dead.
You're a hero.
Dude.
You're the hero.
I did my job.
GG, everyone. GG.
Yes, the score doesn't mean everything.
You seem like you
You
had
got
fun.
best ultis.
Yeah.
True. Won that game because of your support.
It's about the fun
Thank
you
you.
had.
Oh, I had so much fun.
It's about the assists you got.
that one fight where I could have come out with a triple kill. Sean came out with a triple
Yeah, but that was so random.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was almost like I was chaosing.
Don't I take like the most
Okay,
damage
Sean
too?
carried was worth.
Well,
Yeah.
GG's everyone.
everyone.
GG's everyone.
GG's.
Okay, GG's.
GG's,
Bye-bye.
guys. Good
Bye.
night.
Yeah, you're telling me this build isn't fucking busted? Like, literally, look at the damage I took this game. Not even the damage I dealt, damage I took. I'm just tanking the whole team, and I'm, like, unkillable. Now, imagine with a shield that scales with bonus AD and AoE knockup. Yeah, J4 is... I mean, I think Sinzal's also pretty good with it. But J4 does seem like the best. Alright, guys. I'm out as well. I actually haven't eaten yet, so I'm gonna go make some chicken. I'm gonna pan fry some chicken. I'm out, guys. GG. We go ahead and raid Broden, who's doing a Baldur's Gate 3 run with Lily and Michael. And wow, they're pretty far. I think they've been playing for like 8 hours. So go ahead and give them some love. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.